Hello. Good morning. How are you? I'm talking like that because I sang C is for cookie is good enough for me for my 3-year-old for extended periods of time. So, he didn't enjoy it. My 3-year-old is a cookie addict. And so I'll sing, C is for cookie, it's good enough for me, but I'll sing it in Cookie Monster's voice over and over and over again until it drives him crazy and he yells at me to stop. And then I also took him to his school today. So what's going on? Oh my God. Sorry. I know for the people who like wake up at 4 a.m., this is such a silly complaint. But when you're used to kind of like, I don't know, waking up at like 8:45 in order to roll out of bed, in order to get your eldest to school, and then rolling to work at 9:30-ish, waking up at like 7:45 in order to make sure that, not 7:45, like 7:30, in order to make sure that everybody gets where they need to go is, it's logistically different because you got to, instead of rolling out of bed, throwing 3 things in the lunchbox, and then walking across the street, you gotta roll out of bed, prep lunches for 2 people, prep clothes for 2 people, get them all logistically settled. They get dressed 80% of the way there, so then you have to finish the other 20%. Then the other one is dressed 80% of the way there, so then you have to finish the other 20%. Then you have to take this kid across the street, and while carrying said kid with your morning caffeine, you have to get that kid across the street and get into school. Then you got to give hugs. Then you got to say goodbye. Then you got to get in the car. So you got to come back. You got to pack everything again. And then you got to get in the car. Then you got to drive 30 minutes in downtown in order to go to the fancy preschool that the wife picked. And then, and then you do that. So basically, what I would say is, while it is fun, while it is entertaining, while I do love my boys, I'm just a little bit more tired than usual just because I've been running around for the past 2 hours, basically making sure that they get where they need to go. So, what a bunch of goofs. What a bunch of goofs. Fellrunner says, let it go, can't hold it back anymore. True. Grasser says, lazy. He should be weightlifting to prepare for a 10-hour day in the mines when he's 5. Well, I mean, I agree with you. And also, I think that if this was the 1950s or 60s, then like the 8-year-old would 100% be walking to school by himself. Like if this was the 1980s or if this was the 1950s, then the parents just would have been like, see ya. Good luck. Have fun at school. They wouldn't be walking into class. But because this is the 2020s and we're a softer generation and we want to give our kids hugs and tell them that we love them and be sentimental and try to make memories that last a lifetime and all that kind of crap, I'm actually, walking him to school and giving hugs and telling him I love him and all that kind of, gay stuff. So, Equip says, hi, Fellrunner. Hi, Equip. Good to see you. Happy Friday, nerds. True. Fellrunner says, good morning, Equip. Crap says, kids equals no higher highs, but no lower lows. That's probably true. I'm trying to think of what would actually happen. What would my kids, in order to, I'm not even going to jinx it. I'm going to knock on wood just for thinking the thought. But in order for something to be low with my kids, it would truly have to be disastrous. I am a... I love my kids a lot, and even adversity for them or adversity for us as a family, I kind of view as like, well, what do I want to model for my kids so they become good human beings when they're older? So, facing adversity is a pain in the ass, but it's also like, something I got to do. I have to do well to set a good example for the kids. So then I'm just thinking, it's like, what would the lows be? And I think the lows would be, knock on wood, things that I'm not even going to say out loud. Of course, as they get older, it's probably going to be different too. Just hit them if they don't do what you say. God, I wish. God, I wish. The days of domestic violence. The kids yearn for the mines. I yearn for the days of domestic violence. I'm joking. I'm mostly joking. Do they have cell phones yet? No, they don't have cell phones. Grassy says, grow up, save time on Higgs. That shit is for women, and to thank them for breastfeeding you, you can hug your mother twice, and then the second hug is shortly before her death. The reason why I'm laughing is because there are straight up people who believe that. It's like you can cry twice. You can cry when you get divorced, and you can cry at your dad's funeral. Those are the 2 times that you're allowed to cry. You love my day laborers. Yeah. I do love my children / libertarian day laborers. Crap says, one of mine had to be hospitalized with the flu, no lower low. There you go, Crap. I'm going to knock again. That was, that's the lower lows, is obviously like sickness, health issues, all that stuff, obviously. Oh, man. Yeah. My youngest had, he had the, whatever the breathing disease is. What's the infection that's supposed to be scary for kids under 2? What is the breathing virus that is scary for infants? RSV, respiratory syncytial virus. Okay, but here's the thing. My ex-wife was panicking because they went to the hospital and his O2 was lower than it was supposed to be, but they put him in like an oxygen tent, and so she was like freaking out. But the truth was that like his oxygen's supposed to be at 100, but he was at like 96. And the kids with RSV, they can get like super low, like dangerously low. Give me 1 second. What is the lower O2 reading for an RSV infection? Yeah, like 90% or 92%, okay? And so yeah. So he was at like 9, well, I guess he had to be at like 95 or 94 in order to be hospitalized and in order to go into the oxygen tent. But he never dipped below that. And so, basically she was like, oh, well, she was freaking out. She was like, these kids get RSV, and if they have low oxygen for too long, it can cause like all this damage, and, it's really scary, and it's a scary disease. But what happened after the first 24 hours? Obviously, the first 24 hours, I'm worried, right? But then he got under 95, I guess, in order to be hospitalized and put in the oxygen tent. But after that, he was at like 95, 97 the entire time. And so while he did quote unquote have RSV, while his O2 did drop, with the treatment, he was fine. And so basically, like, he had a really shitty cough for like 3 or 4 days, and then he was fine. So yeah, like, was it scary? Yes. Did I have faith that he was strong enough to pull through? Yes. Did I think that it was worth like freaking out to the extent that my ex-wife did? No. Did he bounce back and now he's like literally the strongest child I know? Yes. He is actually like the physically strongest child I know. The dude was born with back muscles, okay? The kid was an infant. He had never lifted anything in his entire life, and he had back muscles, okay? He came out of the womb and he was able to pick up and move his head. This kid had never lifted a weight or his own head in his entire life. He was just naturally strong. So, also there's something instinctive, at least for me anyways. When I saw my kid's heartbeats for the first time, I saw my firstborn's heartbeat when he was like, I don't know, 8 weeks or whatever. And same thing with my secondborn. I was like, these kids are going to be strong as shit. They're going to be so fucking strong. Because you look at their heartbeats, it's just like, dum, 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 dum. Like they're just, there's no weakness in there, you know? If it was fluttering, or if it was uneven or weak, then maybe I would have been concerned. But these kids were just fucking, their heartbeats were just crazy. 92 is bad. Just ask me instead of Google. I'm sure. Grassroots says, I'm sorry for being a typo machine more than usual. My soup spilled on my coffee and my coffee spilled on my phone. Happens. Kids in O2 tents are just scary to look at. Bubble boy stuff. Yeah, for sure. Barake says, Connor! And to that I respond, Barake! I mean, I would normally pronounce it Barack, but I think it's funnier to pronounce it Barake. He will bench press you before you know it. I know. And I am excited, man. I am excited. I am excited for them growing up. Like, it is weird seeing all the confluence of influences, the YouTube brain rot, what my ex-wife says, what I say, what my parents say, what her parents say, and seeing all the confluence of familial and cultural influences dancing in their brain. But it's cool, man. It's cool. They're cool kids. Not only are they cool kids, but it's a weird time to be alive. You know, it's just a weird time to be alive. Speaking of which, let me go ahead and do a poll. I have a feeling that Asmongold versus Hasan Piker would be just fine, popularity-wise, but I also have a feeling that there's a substantial amount of OG coggers who actually hate both Hasan Piker and Asmongold. So while it would be fine metrically, the OG cog might not like it as much. And there was also supposed to be a Hutch versus Pisco debate. And what I want to say before I do the poll is I realized I needed to recalibrate a little bit. I was listening to Destiny cover the Hutch versus Pisco tent. And what I realized is that and this isn't a bad thing. I'm not saying this is a bad thing. I don't regret anything I've said. But in my coverage of the Destiny versus Pisco tent, I wanted to defend Pisco's personal honor, whether or not his autism is earnest and whether or not his argumentation is earnest, even if it's autistic. And sometimes it misses the forest for the trees and it's pedantic, because I felt like what Destiny was accusing Pisco of being like a malevolent Machiavellian person. And that's not how I understand Pisco. But at the same time, that doesn't mean that I don't agree with Hutch and Destiny and Wick from a political perspective more. And so as a result, I need to recalibrate my argumentation, especially once we move past the personal arguments, right? Once we move past the personal arguments, I need to start analyzing the political separate from the personal. So I'm trying to do that. Anon says rope, and then because I didn't respond the first time, they went in all caps lock and they said rope. And Anon, thank you for donating the rope. I do need rope. I make bracelets out of it. I use it for construction projects. I use it to lash things together as I'm assembling things. So thank you for your donations of rope. I appreciate it. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I'm going to start the poll, and you guys are going to tell me if you want the Asmon versus Piker tent, or if you want the Hutch versus the Pisco tent. And I'm going to try to recalibrate my personal defense of Pisco's autism, and I'm going to try to basically analyze the politics rather than the personal. So Pisco was scrambling in that convo yesterday. Weird, because I think the lefties and the progressives were like, Hutch got annihilated. Hutch got graped. So I would love to see the actual argumentation. Pisco, if I win this bet, Hutch has to apologize to Josiah. So performative. Ooh, looking forward to that. It's not autism. It's called arguing in bad faith. But if he's actually autistic, And if I've been arguing it with him for 6 years and he's had the same line of shitty argumentation that he's applied in every fucking conversation I've ever had with him ever, at what point is that just his personality? No way. Pisco is rhetorically very gifted. He runs from hard conversations and bullets with dumb hypotheticals and absurd rhetoric. Interesting. I'm not smoking a non. If he stops, 2 is my limit. Dude, whatever. I'm trying to, you know, I mentioned this before. I'm trying to be more passive in the way that I moderate the community, because if snarkers are running amok in the Discord and the chat, then what could be really, really, really funny is if anti-snarkers come in and then start fighting them, and then they start fucking popping off, and it's like schizo versus autist versus schizo. They have like a perpetual fucking schizo fight. Could be fun. Could be fun. All right, that was my instinct. So despite Asmongold versus Hasan Piker probably being algorithmically viable content, 4 out of 5 coggers voted for the Hutch versus Pisco tent. So let's go into the Hutch versus Pisco tent, and let's try to do a political analysis rather than a personal analysis. And maybe that'll help me recalibrate my anal cysts. My anal cysts. So what I was going to say too, ABBA, I don't know if you guys saw this on a drama level, but ABBA from ABBA and Preach, a creator who quite famously publicly ditched Destiny after the February 2025 drama and called him a nihilist hedonist, has been accused by 6 women of saying that he was effectively infertile so he would not have to use protection. And then as a result of that, getting 6 women pregnant and asking them to use Plan B or get abortions. And I'll tell you, being sexually reckless to the point that you cause like 3 to 6 unintended pregnancies and you fucking pay for abortions afterwards, I think you're a fucking piece of shit. Like you want me to hate your fucking guts, induce pregnancy in people through recklessness and stupidity, and get fucking abortions. ABBA's suing 3 of those women. Well, and I hope it's straight fucking lies. Okay? Truly, I hope it's straight fucking lies. But I'm telling you, if this dude was running around without protection saying I have a low sperm count and he got 3 chicks pregnant and he paid for like 3 abortions, then he can rope. You know what I'm saying? Why didn't he just make sure they're on the pill? I don't get it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe he's totally innocent. Maybe he's a huge piece of shit. I have no fucking idea. But the truth is, don't be a piece of shit. Oh, what a shocker. He's a hypocrite and judgmental. It's almost like most of the people end up like this. Yeah, don't give me power. Don't give me power and don't give me money, okay? Give me enough money and power where I can maintain my morality. Do not give me unlimited money and unlimited power. I don't even trust myself. You know, you need to balance. You must balance your power and your money and your morality. And you cannot become so powerful and so wealthy that you can just fucking do whatever you want without consequences for extended periods. Grassroots 10 says I put $200 on Hutch's side of the bet they made. Okay, well let's see what the bet is. That could be interesting. All right, let me find Pisco's Hour. Pisco Sour. You hack, liar. Videos. No videos. Live. Okay, I can go to his VODs, right? He puts his VODs in a playlist after he unlists them, I think. Stream VODs. Was it yesterday? Confronting Hutch in heated discussion, Dem victory stream.
I'm not as convinced of that, but that's because
I've gotten the same phone call from this number like 5 times. 1 second. Hello? And here's my problem with getting the phone call from the same number 5 times. When you pick it up and then you hear the operator click where it's clearly a robocall of someone trying to reach out to you, it's either some fucking $50 medical debt from a copay 7 years ago that's been purchased by some fucking dickhead, collection service, or it's like a tree service, or it's a roofing service, or it's a construction company, or it's and all they want to do is they just want to sell you shit. It's like, dude, I don't take robocalls, bro. So if I hear that operator click over where it's clearly an automated phone call where they wait for you to pick up and then they start talking, fuck you. I don't have time for you. You don't have anything that I want. You either want $50 from me or you want to sell me something. And I got too much shit to buy as it is. Oh, I owe my kids I owe my oldest son a personal computer whenever I can afford it. And then I owe my youngest son zombie toys. So. ABBA must be R-slurred evil. There's no other explanation. Well, I mean, there is another explanation, which is these hoes are lying. But I need to see the evidence that these hoes are lying. If these hoes aren't lying, if he was running around saying I got a low sperm count, and then he gets a chick pregnant, and then he gets another 2 or 3 chicks pregnant, and they have evidence of abortions after that, then fuck ABBA. You know what I'm saying? Like I will, if it is true, okay, let me qualify. If the allegations are true that he was running around representing himself as having a low sperm count, that way he could bang without a condom, and then he got 3 or 4 women pregnant in succession, then I will literally hate him quintuple as much as I hate Steven. I think inducing pregnancy 4 or 5 times and then forcing said women to get abortions, you're a fucking piece of shit. So, yeah. So, maybe hoes are lying, maybe ABBA's lying. We'll find out. We'll find out over time. Josiah praying to his bedroom effigy of Mehdi Hasan wipes away a single tear as he wonders when Pisco will finally get Hutch to apologize to him. What? Did I miss something? I've clearly missed something. Is there a Hutch Josiah drama that I was unaware of? Did Hutch go too hard at Josiah? Because I thought Destiny went too hard at Josiah, but Hutch was trying to play nice in the middle. What happened? What happened? Zombie toys. Yes, there are blue, green, and red zombies that are like their body parts like pop off and shit. Hold on. Let me see if I could literally Google kid's zombie toy and see if the one that he wants pops up. Kid's zombie toy. Let's. It's this one. Zombie Blast is a zombie toy that comes with a gun that you can shoot in the face once you have it. And then, what is this? I think that's one of the ones that he saw. There was another one that's like really popular on YouTube that he wants to. I'm not seeing it. But yeah. This kid wants to buy 2 or 3 zombie monsters, make them fight each other, and then shoot them in the face, which I think is based. I love that my 3-year-old has the instinct to recognize necrotic monsters, and he has an instinctive bone-deep desire to shoot them in the face. That is fucking... I could not be more proud of my progeny, you know? I could not be more proud. Just think about that on a second before we move on. You understand that I am 50% of the genetic donations to a human child that exists, and then that human child instinctively, before I can even teach him that he should, you know, abhor and hate necrotic monsters. He instinctively hates necrotic monsters to the point that he wants to make them fight each other to the death, and then he wants to shoot the survivors. You understand that's awesome, right? I fucking love it. I love being a parent. It's so cool. All right. Anyways, let's do an intro. Let's get into it. I'm sorry that I'm tired and I'm all over the place. Thank you to Grassroots Hutchmon for kicking us off with the donations. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Today is the second to last day on Valor Media Network. So because I missed yesterday, I was going to take Monday off. But since I missed yesterday to take care of the kiddos, I think I'm going to stream on Monday on Valor. But I'm going to stream on Monday on Valor, and then boom, that's it. We're on our own, ladies and gentlemen. We can start being spicy and covering gross drama and yelling people and calling them slurs. And as long as it's terms of service, it's within the rules of the game. So shout out to Valor Media Network for employing me for 1.5 years as I establish my content creation career. And thank you for the donation, King. Thank you. I appreciate you. Grassroots! Literally, as I said that I'm transitioning to a new channel, Grassroots was like, "Pen gifted! Pen gifted!" As a thank you to Valor Media Network. Thank you. I appreciate you. Slur gang gang. Indeed. All right, let's get cracking. God, I'm tired. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, and I'm trying to be a rhino, a Republican who is honest, has integrity, nuance, and objectives. And I got a little bit of content for you today. We got friend of the channel, Pisco. We got kind of friend of the channel, Hutch. Hutchinson is a liberal, meaning that he likes mixed economy capitalism. He wants equal rights for everybody. He loves it when gay people kiss in movies. He loves black women in as protagonists in his video games. He is the ultimate lib. Okay. Then we got Pisco, who is a progressive. He's like, I love everything Hutch loves, but then also I think we should give shitloads of cash to the poors, the browns, the blacks, and the gays in order to make sure that society is equal. And then not just that, I will be friends with communists and socialists because I think that they are necessary in order for us to win electoral results. This has caused a little bit of a schism where the more center-left-ish liberals are disgusted with the progressives making alliances with socialists and communists, and it's causing a little bit of a schism in the left wing of America. This is also causing schisms within friendships of online content creators. We're going to take a look. We're going to analyze the politics. We're going to talk shit in chat. It's going to be fun. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats. If you've got a membership, you've got them in Paris, so love you. Thank you for being here in Grassroots. Thank you for the 2 donations, including some oil.
Because I just don't think that this kind of controversy is likely to extend to other races. I haven't seen evidence of that, and to the extent that it's happening, it feels like many Democrats are coming out and saying, hey, it's a distraction, or even I condemn what this guy stands for. So I'm not super convinced it's going to have any effect at all. In fact, I've been seeing some pretty optimistic looking polls, including of people in the most competitive districts, for example, or states like Talarico. I sent you some polls that show Talarico, even notwithstanding a lead for someone like Abbott, having like these really impressive showings in districts where Trump won by like 18, 20 points. But all of that is, I think, fair for us to go through. I'm curious why it's generating, again, this is my feeling, this kind of simmering resignation to defeat, or I might be so bold, a hope, a desire of defeat for El Sayed as just desserts. This is what you get for taking that picture with Hasan Piker. And that would actually be good. It would actually be good motivation. It would be good incentives so that next time someone tries to do this, they know they're going to get destroyed in the election and they'll never do it again. Are you feeling that? Because I'm feeling that.
I can only speak for myself and say that, of course, there's a petty side of this. I'll just fully own that. And I think it goes deeper than just like simply being photographed with Hasan Piker. It's about what that represents. Like, what message does that send? And from my perspective, I feel like I've been this like, I feel like I have been in this fight against like Trump and MAGA for the last, 10 years, haven't missed a single primary or election, voted straight ticket Democrat every time. And when I see a United States Senate candidate campaigning with someone who, has used his platform for years to say that the Democratic Party is literally like the second most evil institution in the world. That's what he told me, and he believes that. And
Reports
he accuses his party
terrorism.
of being like his foreign policy stuff. I
Maoists.
don't really care. No, but I'm saying he openly calls the Democratic Party fascist. He compared
Of course.
Kamala Harris to Adolf Hitler.
Yeah.
And so that feels like someone to me that has been like working against what I've been working towards. And so there's a petty side of this of like, it does feel kind of cathartic to watch him just get fucking buried by his own clips. After
Watch
he
El
thought it was
Sayed
gonna
be buried or Hasan be buried?
Hasan. And so, like the petty stuff I reserve for Hasan, but not for El Sayed. I just want El Sayed to make better decisions.
Great. I agree. I want El Sayed to make better decisions. And I think the best way we can try to motivate him is, and really to put him in a position to affect that change, is to reward him for distancing himself from what Hasan said. And if for anything else, even if you think the statement was insufficient, at least acknowledging here live on your stream, Hutch, that you unequivocally endorse El Sayed and urge every one of your audience members, to the extent that they're able to vote for El Sayed in the general election.
I definitely hold the view that if you live in Michigan, it is really important that you vote for Abdul El Sayed.
That's
and
great.
Furthermore,
Yeah.
if you have time and the inclination to volunteer to help him with canvassing efforts in the state, and furthermore, if you have disposable income that you can send to his Senate campaign, then you should do that as well. Like,
beautiful.
Yes.
Yeah, no, yeah. Okay, that assures me a lot, because before, when you said the whole like 30% of me wants him to lose, I was like, I sat with that for a while, Hutch. I'm not gonna lie, it affected me. I was like, we can't be losing Hutch.
30% of me that thinks that.
Yeah, talk me through that though.
Well, if you look at the map right now, like with the newest developments out of South Carolina, I don't know if you've been looking at the numbers there.
Oh, I think it's it's a bit ambitious, but I'm here for it. What is her name? Annie something? Annie something?
I don't even know her name.
We don't even know her name.
Shit about South Carolina, but I've seen the numbers. I've seen the head-to-head polling, and all of a sudden, a state like South Carolina is competitive, Iowa's competitive, Texas is competitive. So if you're someone that holds my view that the movement that has,
my bad, sorry. If
you're someone that holds my view that the movement that Hasan represents has been an albatross around the neck of the Democratic Party, then it kind of makes sense to see the value in like normie Democrats just crushing it and flipping seats that you wouldn't even think was possible a year ago, while the progressive candidate loses in a swing state.
That's valuable, or you think that's? I just don't understand. I don't think you think it's good. I think you think it's like you understand the sentiment behind it, the same way you understand the pettiness, the same way you understand the statements being bad, the same way that you understand that like that worldview is flawed, maybe even terminally flawed, but not in a way that you understand it rationally motivating the action, by which you mean you agree with it, to sit out the election or to not endorse. That's the part that I don't understand.
Well, I'm not rooting for that outcome, but if that outcome happened, I could give you the silver lining of that outcome. I could say, well, not ideal, but here's why I think it's not all bad.
But you could do that with just about any bad thing, right? Well, going through cancer makes me more thoughtful about how I live my life, or, having Trump win made us realize something about the Democratic Party. There could be a silver lining to a great many bad thing that occurs, right?
Well, I think some things are just really bad. Like if I fell in a vat of molten lava tomorrow, like I would have a hard time finding the silver lining there.
Yeah,
but
fair.
But
I agree. There's not always a silver lining.
I'm telling you that in the case of if the Democrats if normie Democrats just feast on Republicans during the midterms and put a strong performance out there and El Sayed loses, I'm telling you that there's real value there that I think would potentially like help the Democratic Party in the long run. Like
More so than El
game.
Sayed winning the election? No, right? Because
No, I don't know. Yeah. Otherwise, I would be rooting for that outcome. But the value there would be like, it's been so easy for people like Hasan and people with his politics and people from that movement to talk all of this shit and hype themselves up the way that they've been doing for several years. And because like they got to do that for so long because they never really had that challenge. So they would make these bold claims that their politics, you could just replicate that all over the country. And the problem with the Democratic Party is that it's just not actually like doing enough to support their kind of candidates. And if they did, that they would win all over. And there is value on not only like, you know, El Sayed losing that race and then, you know, hurting that claim pretty significantly, but also,
can you just pause real quick? Hey guys, can you be good faith to Hutch, please? I don't need you guys saying he's lying about wanting the Republican to win. Let's just take him at his word. I believe him. He's been vote blue no matter who longer than you guys have been alive. All right, so let's just cool it with that.
If you want to let your and I'm not even.
No,
like,
I don't want that. This is a friend of the.
No, sorry. I didn't even mean to say it like that. But like, I'm just telling you, like, your chat can say whatever, and it's not gonna bother me because I have thought these things out quite a bit. I know I have very good reasons for the things that I'm saying, and so like I think that the value of this happening also would be that future U.S. Senate candidates that are running in really important races are going to think twice before campaigning with Hasan Piker. So there's future value there, right? Like, surely you would agree with that, right?
I think that there's future value potentially for the Hasan part of it, yeah, in the primary context, let's say. Where I don't see necessarily is on any score where that is improved by him losing, because I think if he wins, now you have the model of disavowing Hasan, right? And you winning, and that's also there. And like someone is able to win and unify with the disavowal of the given statements or whatever, and we're all good, right? So like, in what sense is this kind of like maybe him losing is maximalist anti-Hasan? Maybe I would grant that. But I think you still get some of that effect by how El Sayed would win. And he won by being unafraid to take a stance against what Hasan said about whatever the stuff about Jews bringing it on themselves.
I think what I'm getting at is that if this goes really poorly for El Sayed, and you can attribute a lot of his failure to his decision to align himself with Hasan during the primary, then I think that future Democrats that are serious about winning elections in competitive races are going to think twice before using Hasan to elevate their name recognition.
Mm-hmm.
And if he wins, then I think other Democrats will make this what I think is a mistake, which is to use Hasan because it's a devil's bargain. Okay, it's like, okay, yeah, you know, it may boost you in the primary a little bit, but we know with 1000% certainty that Fox News and the right wing are going to do this every time. Any time a candidate campaigns with Hasan in the primary, they're going to fucking bury that candidate in campaign ads, tying them to Hasan. And that is a losing electoral strategy. And I don't want the Democratic Party to do that in the future.
And so if they win, you're confident that that attack will have been at least shown in the minds of most fair-minded people to be toothless, the anti-Hasan attack that is, and that you fear then, therefore, Hasan rises in prominence as a result.
I think I fear that it will be perceived as toothless, but I don't think it takes a genius to understand that these attacks are working, and it is helping Mike Rogers. Otherwise, I don't know how to explain why Abdul El Sayed's campaign put out a message, you know, sort of in a way that I think is more subtle than I would have wanted it to be, but like distancing themselves from Hasan, and then yesterday telling another I think the reason why they're doing that, why the way he's making those comments is obvious, and it's because, you know, that campaign obviously thinks that those attacks are hurting him.
Okay, so sorry, I was muted. I think this is the crux of the conversation, and sorry if this is too nuanced for the people who want to be like, fuck Pisco, Pisco's a piece of shit, he should kill himself. That would be fun content. That would be fun content if I was just like, Pisco. No, we're not doing that, okay? What I think Hutch is saying is that even if Abdul al-Sayed wins his general election campaign after winning the primary, that even if he wins, let's say he wins in a sweeping result, he thinks that the Hasan Piker line of attack is viable, which is why Fox News is doing it. It's why the Republicans are doing it. And the reason why John Ossoff disavowed Hasan Piker within the past couple of days, the reason why another mainstream Democratic politician criticized Hasan when he was on some news channel, the reason why Abdul al-Sayed, I keep saying it like a Russian for some reason. I think I'm just tired. But the reason why Abdul al-Sayed has distanced himself is because they think it's having an electoral effect. Otherwise, why would they give a shit, right? And so what Hutch is worried about is the fact that it will move the election a few points. So even if Abdul al-Sayed wins, and let's say he wins with like 53% of the vote or something like that, it could have been 55. It could have been 57. But the airwaves are going to be flooded with these attacks that a Muslim Democratic senator is a terrorist sympathizing piece of shit because he hangs out with a terrorist sympathizing piece of shit, right? And so even if this is a 55 down to a 53 or a 57 down to a 53 or a 54 down to a 51, then what Hasan Piker and his ilk are going to do is they're going to see, look, you can canvass with us. You can hang out with us. You can go to a house party with us. You can have a 4th of July picnic with us, and you will still be electorally viable, even if it costs the Democrats several points in victory. Or, and this is what Hutch is saying, is that there's a 30% hope that he just loses. Because then at that point, the Democrats can go, okay, maybe hanging out with a terrorist sympathizing piece of shit like Hasan Piker is not a good electoral strategy. But what Pisco is saying is that even if he loses, even if he wins by a narrow margin, even if he wins with an overwhelming margin, then we need to evaluate what the actual effect of Hasan Piker was, because if it's marginal, let's say that he bumps you up 5 points or 10 points in the primary, but then he loses you 0.1 points in the general, or 0.3 points or 0.2 points in the general, then you should probably, on just an electoral analysis, you should probably still campaign with Hasan, because a viable strategy would be use him to secure victory in the primary, but then discard him in the general, right? But let's add in one more variable. I understand what both of these guys are saying electorally. Let's talk about morally. Should you do this? Should you campaign with a guy who is 10 toes down with the Houthis? Hezbollah is his favorite national flag. Hamas is a more moral actor than the Israeli occupation forces. Baby settlers are viable targets. 9/11, fuck it, I'm going to say it, 9/11, America deserved 9/11. What's another one? A brave Mujahideen fighter fucked out Dan Crenshaw's eye hole, right? Just on a moral basis, should you campaign with somebody like that? And that's the thing that I don't really think is going into Pisco's analysis. Morally, I think the answer is no. Nameless Henchman says, morally, you shouldn't be conservative, but here's Connor. Nameless Henchman, you and I are destined to do this until the stars burn out. The system forces it? No, you could also just lose and be moral. That's another option. Another option is being moral and losing. You know, like John McCain, like Mitt Romney. You could just try to be a good person and then, you know, fuck it up anyways. Beef Supreme says, I love the Dan Crenshaw comment. God damn it. All right. So I feel like we have a sound basis for analyzing what they're stating electorally. I've added in the moral component. Let us continue. I want to see how this conversation rolls into the Josiah drama component. But anyways, thank you for being here. Appreciate you.
And, you know, do you disagree that
Oh, no.
they're going to do this? They're going to do this every time.
No, I don't disagree.
Every time.
But there is a tension between El Sayed's victory, let's say it's a convincing 5-point victory. This notion that Hasan is cyanide for your campaign, especially if his result, let's say, is in line with how other Democrats are performing relative to, you know, the inherent partisanship of the states, if he's in line with that, then some of the luster of the argument regarding he's hurting, right, starts to go away, right? In which case, wouldn't your critique also start to go away about him damning Democrats in terms of the odds? Don't you have something on the line here too?
I don't know if I personally have something on the line.
I think
here,
you
but
might.
I have my sense of where the electorate is at, and the you know, I do hold the view that Hasan's politics are like just as toxic and corrosive as you can be. Like, do you understand that? Which is a very condescending way to ask a question, but do you understand that? Like, do you understand the Republican Party right now? If you're Mike Rogers' campaign, it's win-win. They're putting pressure on Abdul El Sayed and other Democrats to acknowledge Hasan Piker and his influence and significance in the current moment within Democratic Party politics. And there's two different outcomes.
But you have an interest in that as well, right? You're trying to do that as well, because you're trying to put it all on the line to have there be a response, right? So you're also increasing the prominence, and you want that. Let's be honest, you want the Fox News attacks to occur, right?
Absolutely not. No.
Well, I thought you started this conversation that you liked it, that you wanted the Fox News attacks.
I mean, like, all things being equal, like, in a vacuum, I don't want my candidates who are running in swing states to have to, you know, deal with this kind of coverage on Fox News. You know, so I'm not rooting for that to happen. It's obviously going to happen. It's just
Aggressively relaxing basically says, bitch, aren't you a hypocrite and a complainer because everybody notices how toothless this argument is because you haven't complained about entertainers campaigning in the past? Number one, Hasan is an entertainer. Calling him a political pundit is a disservice to political pundits. But unfortunately, we're moving towards a world where edutainment, education, and entertainment are being hybridized simultaneously. And so as a result, that's just where the commentariat is going to be. It's going to be a mix of entertainment and information, propagandistic information. And by the way, I do carry this energy for the Republican Party in the past and the probably the Democratic Party in the past as well. I think it's so cringe, like unbelievably cringe, like makes me hate the Republican Party's guts to turn, is it Cardi B? Or is it the other? I don't think it's is it Cardi B? Cardi B? Trump? Didn't Cardi B, as a result of Donald Trump, like pardoning a bunch of fucking drug dealers and shit? Why did Cardi B like Trump? Why does Cardi B like Trump? Hold on. We'll find the cringe. Cardi B does not like Donald Trump and has a long history of publicly criticizing him, supporting Democrats. She's back progressives. Am I thinking of somebody else? I'm thinking of Nicki Minaj. That's what I'm thinking of. Nicki Minaj Trump. Sorry, that was just me being racist against black girls with fat asses. My bad. Rapper Nicki Minaj has emerged as one of Donald Trump's most prominent celebrity supporters during his second presidential term. Number one fan, Minaj publicly declared herself the president's number one fan during Trump accounts summits in January 26, where she joined him on stage. She has actively promoted administration initiatives like Trump accounts. In interviews, Minaj stated that her shift was driven by disillusionment with certain Democrats, that backlash only motivates her support further. Yeah, this is like so cringe. Unbelievably cringe. And by the way, I love Super Bass. Okay, Nicki Minaj did Super Bass, right? Nicki Minaj Super Bass. Yeah, let's go. Anyways. And then also, who is it? Kid Rock? So literally, the two biggest Trump supporter celebrities are former coke addict freaks with no morals whatsoever. Cardi B talks about banging dudes who sling coke and get into gunfights with cops. And fucking Kid Rock sings about being a fucking pimp, pimping out hoes in the Nevada desert. So, no, both of these people are fucking gross. And it's embarrassing that they're a part of Republican politics. Same thing with, like, didn't Kamala Harris open up an event where, like, people were, like, twerking or something? Kamala Harris event where people were twerking. Whatever this was. Yeah, Megan Thee Stallion opening for Kamala Harris and fucking gyrating her genitals and butt before the future president of the United States talks. What a national embarrassment. Now, if you want to embrace that, if you want to embrace that and be like, no, I love it. I love it. I love it, man. I love it when dumb people do this stuff. I love it. Then you do you, man. You do you. But this is how I'm going to think of you. Idiocracy, ow my balls. This is the future that I think you're angling for. This is, I think you're an ow my balls viewer. Okay? So here we go. This is you, in my estimation of you. This is how I perceive you. Okay, watch this. All new ow my balls. You're gonna get hit in the balls. Aggressively relaxing. If you are an unrepentant ow my balls viewer, you do you.
You know, so
don't you think that's good? But don't you think that it's good that if a candidate associates themselves with Hasan, that all the powers that be, including Fox News and establishment, quote unquote, or leadership, Democrat, quote unquote, however you want to define that term, I'm not putting any connotation on that term, that they attack Hasan? Isn't that pressure good? Isn't that fulfilling the thing that you want to see? You started this call by being like, I'm actually quite like feeling good that this is all occurring. Isn't this part of the immune system pushing out Hasan? In which case, don't you have something to lose, right? Because if it doesn't work, or if El Sayed is in line or exceeds nationwide expectations, which I don't think is likely right now, but let's say that it is, wouldn't that undermine your case?
Sure. Yeah, sure. Yes, obviously. Like if El Sayed wins by 10 points or something like that, then Hasan.
I think you'd be upset. If you overperformed, you'd be upset. I think.
I don't know if I would be upset. Like I'm not. I'll take a 10-point victory.
I know,
Michigan.
but
like
you want ideally you want it to be a squeaker, right?
Wait, let me hold on real quick. Let me make the point that I was making. I'll be so brief. The Republicans are the reason why they're in a win-win situation is because no matter what the outcome is, like they're forcing the issue. They are forcing these fault lines to come to the surface. Like they're forcing the Democratic Party to draw lines. Like the Democratic Party leadership to define the party, and they can define the party by disavowing Hasan or welcoming him into the tent. And in either of those outcomes, the Republican Party is going to benefit from that. Because like if the as Democratic Party leadership is doing right now in disavowing Hasan, Republicans know that that's going to cause a shitstorm within the party, and it's going to cause all kinds of division and fighting, and it's going to be like 2016 all over again. And if Democrats like roll out the welcome mat or defend Hasan, then they're going to turn around and look at normies and be like, see, we told you, they're fucking crazy. And so
that's a dynamic that you would
like,
support. You wouldn't want it to be any other way. And I think the proof of that is the following: what would make you happier? An El Sayed overperformance by 10 points. Let's say he wins by 10 points and over the margin by which he was expected and in line with other Democratic overperformances. Would you prefer that, or an El Sayed win where he wins by 0.5? What's
0.5.
preferable? There you go.
0.5.
Right? Like,
yeah.
And the reason is you're trying to balance,
yeah.
And that's what's causing you to have this tension. The two wolves in you, right? There's two wolves. There's a vote blue no matter who wolf, and there's the wolf about internal Democratic, cleansing, and they're both gay, and they're fighting each other.
But I don't know if I experience it as this like uncomfortable tension, like I just have my perspective that, and I don't even think anybody could give me a plausible steelman argument or counter argument. But I think it is just we know with 100% certainty at this point that Hasan Piker is fucking toxic sludge. And so I am rooting for whatever outcome.
No, you want that to be the case, right? You just showed it, right? You want him to be toxic.
What I'm saying is I'm rooting for any outcome that gets more people to understand this. That's what I'm rooting for.
You actually want him to be toxic to El Sayed, just not in such a way that he loses the election.
No, I don't.
I think Hutch should just say yes. I think Hutch should just say yes. I mean, like, that's what I want. I'll just be real. I think canvassing with a guy who says, yeah, I'm 10 toes down with the Houthis in the Red Sea crisis. Yeah, Hezbollah has my favorite flag. Yeah, Hamas is more moral than the Israeli occupation forces. 9/11 is, 9/11, I have a poster of it up on my wall. Also, America deserved 9/11. Yeah, fuck that guy. Yeah, yes. The easiest thing for Hutch to say right now is, yes, I do want Hasan Piker to be toxic enough to Abdul El Sayed that people realize that working with him is a bad thing, but I still want Abdul El Sayed to win. It's actually the most simple thing to embrace possible. And by the way, it's what I want. Okay. Oh, also he shocked his dog. Yeah, true. What? Didn't somebody somebody did some play on words with Hasan Piker where they were like, Hasan dog shaka or something. I forget what it was. But Leader says Pisco is being slimy. I don't think he's being slimy. Okay, hold up. What some people are saying he's being slimy for is he's setting up Hutch for clips that are going to stir Hasan Piker's audience into a hornet's nest. But at the same time, they're already a hornet's nest and they already hate Hutch. So, is Pisco setting him up to have a bad clip that pisses off Hasan Piker, whose audience then attacks Hutch? Or is Pisco just wanting Hutch to bite a bullet? Because realistically, I think it's a bullet that should be bought, right? Bitten, bited, batuned. It should be something. Yeah, just fucking own it, man. Yes. Hasan's toxic for electoral politics. Fuck him. I think that's all that needs to be said.
Don't.
You do.
No, I don't want Hasan Piker to be a toxic influence in Democratic Party politics. I want him to fuck off. I want him to get away from Democratic Party politics.
No, but given two scenarios, one in which he drags down El Sayed, but not enough to lose the election, and one in which he really has no effect and El Sayed is free and clear, you would pick the one in which he has a negative effect on El Sayed. You would, in other words, it's not just that you think that it will occur. You want there to be reputational damage associated with Hasan, such that it drags down Democrats with whom he associates, just not in such a way that it jeopardizes the whole election.
I mean, ideally, I would want it to be like limited. Like, I don't want him to like drag down a bunch of other Democratic Party races. But if we can use Michigan to demonstrate the point that this guy is a snake oil salesman that is horrible for the party, then yeah, there's going to be value in learning that lesson and just demonstrating it. And yeah, I mean, are you saying that you think it's bad that I have this perspective?
I'm
Do
not
you
saying,
think my priorities are off base?
well, I think that your priorities, if you're asking my opinion, and I think are off base if it's causing you to have this 30% residual. Maybe I would say there's like a 1% silver lining, or however you want to define that. I think 30% to me is too much. So if that's the question, I think it is off base. But more than that, I think this is really clarifying, because it's not just how it's been presented before by the Wick class, the illustrious Wick class. Why, by the way, the Wick class and I have a great deal of overlap. We are substantially very much aligned on many different things, but they have given an account, that is the Wick class, that is, it's descriptive. Hasan is going to cause toxic damage to Democrats, and therefore, right, we need to inoculate, right? But it's more than that. It's not just descriptive, it's normative. We want there to be damage, brand harm,
Nameless henchman knew what it was. Chairman Mao's Zap Dog. Okay. That's fire. That is fire.
associated with Hasan, and it's for the ideological reasons, right? And that's clear. I'm not saying that there's like anything inherently wrong, but like that is clarified and illuminated. It's a desire that is, and that's why I'm getting the vibe, I think, and I can't prove it, I can't point to it, that a lot of people, I can't prove it, want El Sayed to lose, and not just
aggressively wants my attention. Right, host? All is fair, right? Get the pitchforks and justify the means, right? Right, host? Yeah. This is electoral politics. You fight over what you think the best ideas for America and Americans are. So yes, when you have a vociferous political participant who says and does wild shit that you think is bad for the national zeitgeist and discourse, and you hope that people recognize that it's toxic, you call it out. What do you want to do? You want us to fillet him? What oh, thank you, Hasan. Thank you for endorsing terrorism. You're so edgy and you're so cool. You're the coolest 40-year-old pretending to be 19 in American history. Like what do you want from me? What do you want from the audience? What do you want aggressively? You need, your dad should have hugged you more as a child, I can tell.
Republicans.
My chat says you're clip farming me.
No,
how
I'm
do you
not.
respond to these
How am I
allegations?
clip farming? How is that clip farming? How is anything when I say clip farming?
How do you
I totally reject it.
It's almost like you want me to say that I want Abdul to lose.
No, you made it very clear you don't want him to lose. You made it very clear you don't want him to lose. And just pull your chat. Ask your chat. I'm sure that they all said chat. Hutch's chat. 1 in the chat if you want El Sayed to win. 2 if you want him to lose. 3 if you're indifferent or don't care. All right? Those are the different options.
I like that. Yeah.
And I bet you'll just see a bunch of 1s. That's what I expect you'll see. So I'm not trying to clip farm you on that. I expected you to say, I unequivocally support El Sayed. And you did say that. And you said, not only that, you should like donate if you have the resources and inclination.
You mentioned ideology, and
yeah,
I am not motivated by my my disagreement with Hasan's ideology. It has nothing to do with this. I don't care about his ideology. It is purely my calculations, my analysis, the way I think about this is purely based on what I view to be his impact on Democratic Party politics and elections.
Right, but
and you know, yeah. Do you even disagree with me that Hasan Piker is toxic sludge for a race like Michigan, where it's a competitive race in a swing state?
I'll tell you my inclination. My inclination is that he's negative for the general. That's my inclination. That's my vibe. We haven't had a great deal of evidence for that, though, right? My inclination has always been all else equal.
What? Hang on.
Go for it.
Right now, this current moment, that's the evidence.
No,
that's the evidence.
No. I'm talking. What I'm measuring is the effect on results, right? That's what I'm measuring. And
we don't need to wait for the election, though. We don't need to wait for the election to know that something is having a negative effect on Abdul El Sayed's campaign. Like, we don't need to perfectly quantify that.
Well, hang on a second,
because for sure.
So no. Well, what are we measuring, right? The effect on. What are we measuring, right? That's important to establish.
If we want to get really specific with it, we would want to measure the impact on undecided voters.
Right. We don't know that
in Michigan. No, but it's kind of like,
That's my inclination as well. All I'm saying is I don't know, but my inclination is it probably hurts more than it helps in the general election. That's my inclination. So I think we're aligned in terms of belief, but there's something holding you back. Why do you think that we're not aligned there? Do you think we have evidence?
I think we have the obvious evidence. Like I don't think we could, sure. Like it would be nice to commission a poll, like a really reputable poll with like a fat fucking sample size of 10,000 people, perfectly weighted demographics, and then ask people like, does Abdul El Sayed's affiliation with streamer Hasan Piker like impact your view of him? I would feel so confident that a non-trivial amount of independent, like of undecided voters do have serious concerns about that.
Like my inclination is that it would have a significant negative effect on independent voters that you've described, right? I don't know that though, right? And so that's my inclination, but it could have that effect. It could not have that effect. It could have the opposite effect, right? And I don't fucking know, right? But I'm telling you that I agree with inclination.
Well, I have a high degree of confidence, and I think you should too, because really for a lot of reasons, but for two primary reasons. Like, as well as I, that a U.S. Senate campaign, especially ones that are as well funded as the Michigan race. I mean, there's going to be a lot of money pouring into that race because Republicans see an opportunity to flip a blue seat. That's a huge deal. And Abdul El Sayed, he's been one of the largest small donor, I think, recipients in the country, and so like he's attracting a lot of money. And as well as I that these campaigns are very sophisticated. Okay.
Oh yeah.
They hire people whose entire job is to like poll the electorate, survey the electorate, and like see what potentially moves these voters. And what we know for sure right now is that
the campaign's reacted. The campaign's reacted, but I don't know that they have the data.
Well, you think they're just going off a hunch here? Like Mike Rogers, when Abdul won that primary, less than an hour later, they're spamming social media channels with
I think that
political ads, targeting Hasan Piker, and then so there's that, and like I very much doubt that they're doing that on a hunch. Like I would bet very good money that they, they're actually out there talking to voters and testing these kinds of things and seeing which way it moves them. And then also you have, and then I'll shut up, El Sayed, his camp, that now they're distancing themselves from Hasan. So clearly both very well-funded campaigns think that Hasan is hurting El Sayed.
No doubt about that. That's informing some of my intuition behind why I think it's likely harmful, all else equal. I just don't know that, right? And I don't have access to, now those things are like maybe decent heuristics, but campaigns get things wrong all the time in terms of their attack. Oh, it turns out that wasn't very effective. We spent all this money on this ad. Doesn't look like that moved much people, right? So I'm just like, I agree with you. That's my intuition too. If you were to put me in the Mike Rogers campaign, I'd be like, this guy said America deserved 9/11, and he walked with, let's do it. But like, think about Obama and like his reverend or whatever. Like, I'm just not sure, right? I think it's okay for me to not be sure and share your inclination. I don't know why anything turns on this, in other words.
What is the value of us debating whether or not we can know for sure?
I'm just being honest, right? Like, so you asked me, do you think it's hurting in general? I said my inclination is yes, but like I don't have like a strong credence that way because like I haven't seen strong evidence for that. I just have like a strong vibe about it.
Well, I mean, listen, even if you want to add the caveat that you can't be certain, if you generally,
I don't even have
a premise.
That's my belief. I'm just telling you, it's not based on any like data. It's just like based on my interactions with people, my general, notions that people don't like people who support terrorism or 9/11 shit or Maoists or communists. Like that's all informing my vibe, but it's just like not a very strong credence. I suspect it, but I would never go to a debate and be like, I have a strong degree of confidence or an 80% degree of confidence or a 90% confidence. Like I just don't have that confidence. I'm just reflecting an honest answer back at you. And I think anyone who says that they do have strong evidence, I think they have to give an account for that. But I share the vibe. I think we can work off the vibe and the intuition.
Well, listen, if you generally accept the premise that Hasan is proven to be toxic.
No, Abdul is no, not proven in the general. I don't share that vibe. I have the vibe that he is likely negative, not that it's been proven, right?
Okay. If you generally accept the premise that it's likely that Hasan Piker is toxic for Abdul El Sayed's campaign.
Correct. Yes.
And you generally accept the premise that the Republicans will do this every time there's a race with national significance and the candidate campaigns with Hasan in the primary. They're going to do this. Okay. So if you accept both of those premises, then I think even you would have to concede
Even you. What would I concede?
that there could be value in a loss like that to prevent future losses. It is shown, the toxicity is just shown in a way that's like really hard to ignore. And then
Would that be a
future
silver lining?
Democrats
Is that what you're
don't
asking?
campaign. Yeah, well, whatever you want to call it. Like I'm saying value, you say silver lining. You have to concede that there would be value there. It would dissuade future Democratic candidates from making the same mistake.
Yeah. So based on my vibe, yes, I think that there would be some value there. But again, that's all sort of couched against the over. And you and I agree on this part. That's what's. And maybe we have a different sort of amount of value we'd put on it. For me, it's kind of like, until I see the evidence of the magnitude of it, I'm gonna be like, I don't really give a fuck if it's like a point, whatever minuscule bump, right? It would need to be some amount of significance. But yeah, in general, I could understand some value. Again, we can have disagreements on the amount there, but the same thing is reflected back at you, right, Hutch? Because if El Sayed overperforms, that's pretty, at least decent evidence, maybe, that maybe this isn't the kind of negative effect that you've been talking about, right?
If I see compelling evidence that
a victory, a convincing overperformance by El Sayed, if that occurs, and again, I don't think it's likely, I want to stress, I don't think it's likely to occur, and there's a point I'm getting at here, but if it does occur, I think that is some evidence, again, not everything, but it's some evidence that undermines your point and the Wick class's point that they've been raising now for months. You don't think so?
I don't know how you would do like shit. I don't even know what regression analysis means. But if there was like a projected amount of victory and then there's an overperformance or an underperformance, I think that's how you would determine, the effect. But then you have like a multivariable analysis as well, where it's like, let's say that the Hasan Piker drama is just going to be the primary narrative throughout the entirety of the general election campaign. And then you have an overperformance or underperformance. Then at that point, I think you could correlate a substantial amount of the over or underperformance to either the Hasan criticism was not effective or the Hasan criticism did have an effect and it had a negative effect. But let's say that there's like another drama. Abdul Al-Sayed pulls a Graham Plattner and has a bunch of sex abuse allegations, or he, says the N-word on live TV or something like that. Then it's going to be difficult to, disentangle the Hasan Piker Association away from whatever other scandals dominate the narrative. Now, regression analysis is basically where you see how far the results vary from the expected. Okay, so I didn't totally use it incorrectly. That's good. But that's like going back to the models that I was showing you, is that I'm pretty sure that what Hutch is going to argue almost no matter what is that with the analysis, even if there is an overperformance by Abdul Al-Sayed, it would not be as good as what would have been unburdened by what has been. It's not as good as it would be. And so, for Pisco, this is kind of where I feel like he's going to have to, if he's going to assert that Hasan Piker has no effect, and yet the Republicans are using it as a primary talking point, the Democrats are constantly defending against it. And let's say that it's not as clear. Abdul Al-Sayed marginally underperforms, but then he still wins anyways. Then I still think you're going to have to put this into your calculation, especially when national elections are being determined by a few thousand votes. That's the other thing that's like in here, is a few thousand votes count. Unburdened by what has been. True. George Garza says this chat is unicorn-like. Bunch of Dunning-Kruger boomers talk about data analysis and a dude who analyzes data and paints chat. Well, you'd have to tell me where I was wrong, George Garza. I don't think anything I've said is incorrect. I do have to say, one of the things that's really annoying about these people who just jump in and endlessly yap is oftentimes they can't articulate what's incorrect. They just go, ha 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 ha. That's wrong. And then you're like, what's wrong about it? And they can't articulate what's wrong. So George Garza, I'm expecting from you in the next minute or two how I have incorrectly articulated both of their arguments and how what I said in reference to the primary versus general election analysis, I expect a critique. I expect a critique. Go for it. I'm listening. I'm all ears. I'm waiting for you, George Garza. I'm actually not going to wait for you. I'm going to keep watching the content, but, you know, it would be nice.
It wouldn't be the first time that I was wrong about something. And so, like, if I see compelling evidence that Hasan is not as toxic as I claim he is, then, you know, it might damage my ego for a minute. But I'm not so ego driven that I wouldn't be able to adjust my assumptions or
So
admit
isn't
that I
that
was wrong about
is that a
something.
good thing then? So, but like that's what I'm meaning. Like, it's not just you desire it to have a negative effect on the general election, just not enough that it overcomes the victory. I grant that. So, I think that's at the heart of this, right? Because the reason you feel that tension is because you want to be right about that, right? You want to be right because you want it to have a negative effect because you want that effect to be there.
Hang on. Well, I mean, listen, everybody's got a little bit of ego, and so you know, I'm not going to tell you I'm a fucking Buddhist monk who's
I don't. Sorry, you misunderstand. I don't mean like that. I mean, like, you want the Democrats to push this guy out, and part of your case for that is
you mean Hasan, right?
Yes,
Not
yes, Hasan Piker.
right?
Yes, I'm sorry, Hasan Piker.
Yes,
You want us.
Dude, the easiest thing to move the conversation forward is to just say yes. 10 toes down. Yes. Fudge Hasan Piker. Fudge him in his stupid A. Okay? Boom. We could move on from this. And by the way, if Pisco keeps pressing and he's like, you want him to have a toxic effect. You want him to have a deleterious effect. You want him to have a bad effect. And Hutch just keeps going, well, no, like, not in my ideal. You know, I just wish he didn't participate in politics in general. That, it kind of does feel, Pisco consciously, subconsciously, I don't care. It does feel like we're clip farming, and it does feel like Hutch is being evasive. But guess what? The easiest way to just get the clip out there, boom. And you know what would happen if the clip went out there? All of Hutch's haters would go, look, he's such a bad Democrat. He wants bad things to happen to a Democratic Senate nominee. What a piece of garbage. He's prioritizing his hatred of Hasan Piker over the electoral outcomes of the Democratic Party. What a scumbag. And then all the Hutch defenders go out there and they say, no, you misunderstand. Hutch is worried about the future of the Democratic Party, and he has a principled objection to Hasan Piker being a part of that electoral outcome. And as a result, it's not that he wants bad things to happen. It's just that he thinks descriptively they are happening, and he wants to guard the well-being holistically of the Democratic Party. And you know what happens? This turns into discourse for 48 to 72 hours. Both of these guys get a bump in subscribers and viewership temporarily in order to take a look at the drama, and we all make money off of ad revenue and super chats. Nothing bad would happen from Hutch biting the bullet, except for maybe he would have to deal with a dog pile for 48 to 72 hours. It's not that big of a deal. It's fine. It's fine.
To push him out, and whatever that means, again, in the 10 coalition stuff. But that case is undermined if he actually doesn't have a deleterious effect or noticeable effect, right? And so,
of course, but I think the disconnect here, Pisco, is that I think we already have so much evidence that Hasan Piker is toxic for the Democratic Party. Like, maybe not in like D plus 30 districts in New York or whatever. Or maybe the harm there is like much more contained, such that I wouldn't necessarily like panic about it or anything like that, or be like overly concerned about it. But I'm not worried about this election or these outcomes undermining some position I have, because I think the jury is not out about Hasan Piker's toxicity. Like, I think we just plainly know that already at this point. And so I'm just not thinking about it. When you say like you want this outcome to happen, all of this to me, Pisco, all of this has been so predictable it's been so fucking predictable that the right-wing media apparatus would weaponize someone like Hasan Piker to try to
Yes.
hurt a Senate candidate.
I
Like, they
agree.
were obviously going to do this. And so, they're doing this because they know he's toxic. And so, that's where I'm at with things. I'm not in my head like rooting for
I think you are.
to be like proven correct.
Well,
I
no,
don't-
not the
I'm-
correct thing, but you are hoping that it does have a toxic effect.
I don't think I agree with.
Yes, I want the Democrats to recognize, I want there to be a toxic effect from Hasan Piker such that everybody recognizes that he's toxic, and the temporary boost you get in the primary in order to win your primary is not worth the general election outcome. So even if you're desperate, even if you're a progressive, even if you're a dude who wants to beat out the normie corporate Democrat and you just want to win, canvassing with Hasan Piker in the primary is going to have a deleterious effect in the general such that you might lose a moderate seat. So maybe it's not worth the desperation in the primary, or even if it is worth the desperation in the primary, you will pay a price. Correct. Just own it. Just own it, bro. Tell all these progressive blankety blanks to fudge themselves.
With that statement at all. Like, I don't think any of this is like ideal for the party. So
No, but
I
if
don't-
someone
I take
does
issue with
associate with Hasan, you want there to be a negative consequence. That's part of the silver lining. That negative
it's not that
consequence
I
is
want.
good.
No, but here's the disconnect again. It's not that I want there to be negative consequences for Democrats like running in these kinds of races. There just are negative consequences for this, as we're
There are, and you
plainly
also
seeing right
desire
now.
them to be, right? It's two things, right? There
No,
are.
no. I don't like that framing at all.
Why
I don't
not?
want any, because I don't desire for any of this. I
Then
don't
why would it be a
desire
silver lining
for-
if you? So if you don't desire it, why would you want a close shave victory, or why would it be a silver lining if you lost? If you don't desire there to be a negative effect with associated
Just
with
because
Hasan.
something has a silver lining doesn't mean that you desire it to happen. Like, if I got cancer tomorrow and then went through like a horrible experience and I thought I was going to die, and I came out the other side and I had this new profound, perspective on, and gratitude for life, that doesn't mean that going through the awful experience with cancer is something I'm rooting for.
No,
I'm
but all else
finding the
equal.
silver
No,
lining.
I agree, but like all else equal, let's say that cancer helps you find yourself. If someone asked you, okay, would you do cancer to find yourself? You'd be like, no, obviously not. But if someone says, okay, all else equal, would you want to find yourself? It'd be like, yeah, right? And so if someone said
Sure,
to you,
yes,
yeah,
yes.
yeah. So if someone gives you like a false cancer diagnosis or whatever, it turns out you didn't actually have cancer, and you found yourself in that time, you're like, oh, wow, that's like awesome, right? So here, if you could have your cake and eat it too, El Sayed wins, but you find the equivalent of find yourself here is a negative effect with association with Hasan. You would desire that. It's not just that it would happen. You want that. Why do you? This is your whole position.
Yes. Yes, I do. I want it. I want it. Grassroots says, I have contractors crawling all over my house today, and I don't want them to know I'm 100% autistic. So I'm soothing them into feeling like I'm 75% autistic with Pantera and Dio. I love y'all except for Doobie. Thanks for the donation, King. I appreciate you. Yeah, Dio. Man, Dio. Man, what a classic. So the way that I know Dio, because I'm an older millennial and not a Gen Xer, and I don't think I'm like the oldest of millennial, I'm just an older millennial, is his collaboration with Tenacious D in The Pick of Destiny, which I thought, despite the Satan worship, I thought was a pretty good, funny little musical comedy. If you haven't seen it, I don't strongly recommend it. I above average recommend it. If you're a pothead and you enjoy like goofy musicals, then Tenacious D and The Pick of Destiny is pretty good. Oh, who is this? Govna says, love it. The Unma isn't voting for Trump or post-MAGA, but rather voting for post-truth, the debauchery on the left, while Hasan and others might be sabotaging the Dems. I don't know what are you saying the Ummah? Are you saying the body of Muslims? Who are you talking about? I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what you're saying, bro. But what the fuck would I say? Dude, just own the clip. Just own it. Just own the clip. Tell everybody to eat a wiener. It's the easiest thing to do. Is Pick of Destiny a musical? Yes. So the entirety of it is not a musical, but effectively out of like a 90-minute runtime, I would say 30% of it is music. So they kind of have like a stoner, goofy adventure of Tenacious D as a band forming in California and then being a bunch of burnouts who nobody gives a shit about and playing local shows and everybody hates them. And then they, you know, go after the Pick of Destiny, which turns out to be like a part of Satan's tooth or something. And so they find the Pick of Destiny and then they have to duel the devil in order to win the Pick of Destiny. And then they become a kick-ass band. You know, it's pretty fun. Like, minus the Satan worship, I'm actually a big fan. You know, if we could not worship the devil, that would be cool. But besides that, it's pretty fucking sick. And some of the music is really good. Yes. Officer Nasty says, hasn't Hutch already conceded that he wants Abdul Al-Sayed to barely win to show Hasan is a detriment to the party? Yeah, he did. I just feel like he's just not biting the fact that he wants Hasan to be a toxic element, provably, because then everybody's going to run with the clip and say, look at Hutch. He's a bad Democrat because he wants to prove that a terrorist sympathizing piece of shit is bad for the Democratic Party. And I think at some point, like, you can feel that pressure. You can feel that pressure that Pisco and Josiah and their audiences are going to call you a bad guy. You can feel the hornets buzzing in the distance of Hasan Piker's audience, you know, but, you know, they're coming in to sting you. You can feel the DGGers praying that you bite on the bullet. That way they can sweep in and be your largest supporters and fight the leftists vociferously in your comment section. But dude, just do it, man. Just do it. It's easy. Aggressively, my most annoying chatter to date. Be mad at people with self-respect for not holding their nose and voting if you want. I know I hate doing it. Maybe politicians should try harder. Actually, weirdly enough, I don't disagree with that sentiment. Good one. Good one.
No, I don't. No, it's not. I don't desire any of this. I wish he would fuck off and stop inserting himself in Democratic Party politics.
But part of getting him to fuck off is getting people to realize that he is a negative effect, right? And that's only going to happen if it's shown.
It's already happened. Like we don't need to like wait any longer to know that this guy is nothing but a detriment in these kinds of races. We know this. It's not.
So if we already know this, so if we already know this.
Alessandro says Pisco spanked Connor the last time they debated. What was the topic? Tell me. How hard was the spanking on a 1 to 10? Give me the details, Alessandro. I'd love to. I would love to know. Please tell me. No, we're not banning anyone, dude. Just because they're annoying. Well, okay, hold up. I used to do this thing with the COG, and I think I cultivated a pretty strong community around it, where we would just ban schizos. And by the way, I probably will ban aggressively eventually. Not because of his argumentation, but just because he's annoying. Same thing happened with that, like, Kenny guy. You know? Kenny was just, like, annoying. And eventually, like, it gets so annoying that you're just like, fuck this. Like, it's not even fun to fight this person anymore. So basically what I would say to the people who are vociferously critical of me as a creator and or the channel, just be funny, man. Just be entertaining. Like if Alessandro was unironically a fan of Pisco and he wants to articulate like, hey, I actually think your argumentation was dog shit. And I think Pisco did a really good job. And he basically slapped your bare butt cheeks. Just be funny. Just be funny, man. Like, even if you don't like me, don't like the content, just be funny. Please, God, just be funny. It was about Destiny and DGG. I don't even think we fought. We didn't even fight in that conversation. All we did was we talked about tactics. I said, fuck Steven, fuck DGG. I'm going to talk shit about them whenever I feel like it. And especially when they have poor argumentation, I'm going to do so. And then Pisco said, I'm going to protect my peace. I'm gonna be a Zen Buddhist monkey. Have you guys seen the Zen Buddhist monkey? See, Alessandro says I'm just busting balls. See? And you wanted me to ban Alessandro. That would have been way too fast. Just because he's fucking with us doesn't mean he's not funny. Meditating monkey that gets mad and slaps woman. Where short video. This one, dude, I fucking love this monkey. If you have a second, please consult your screen because I don't even know if this is AI. But there's this monkey with a mustache who actually sits there kind of like chill. And then this like Asian lady just like bugs the shit out of him. Like routine. Sometimes she'll wear outfits. Sometimes she'll give him a kiss. Sometimes she'll twirl his mustache. And then the monkey will look at her fucking furiously and then smack the shit out of her. And it's awesome. I love it. Like, so for instance, take a look at this. She just blew on his mustache. He looks, he's like, what the fuck? All right, anyways. That monkey is cute as shit. Aggressively says, all I'm advocating for is not being a hoe. Say what you mean and mean what you say. I say what I mean and I mean what I say. Fuck Hasan Piker. You are over here scheming about how to win. Just be brave enough to speak your politics honestly. I speak my politics honestly all the time. Can you start being funny aggressively? Because you're kind of just annoying. So, like, I say what I mean what I say. Electoral calculations are obviously a part of American politics. I'm not even, like, I don't even self-identify as a Democrat. Democrat Party annoys the shit out of me a lot of the time. The only reason why I'm, like, covering Democratic politics and or I'm friendly with a bunch of Democrats is because MAGA is crazy. Like, 55% of the Republican Party has lost its gosh darn mind. And anybody who is a Trump sycophant at this point in American politics is a piece of shit. So, or they're ignorant or they're stupid or whatever. Who cares? Who cares? The point is, I say what I mean and I mean what I say. So I don't know why your panties are in a twist. And if you're going to continue to have your panties in a twist, can you be funny about it at least? Just be fun. Like, if you're going to be, I hate this guy. I hate his content. I think he's such a piece of garbage. But then you, like, show up every single day. Can you at least be funny? Please?
Why is there a silver lining with him narrowly winning if everyone already knows it, right? It doesn't make sense, Hutch, right? It doesn't make sense for you to be like,
I'm saying you and me know this. But
okay, so now, aside from you and I.
Never been... There is no inconsistency here. Like, if you know that, like, one of the problems that I think is really prevalent right now is that not enough people know what Hasan is actually about.
Right.
He has done, and it's kind of infuriating because he hasn't even done the best job of hiding his power level. Like, he's not subtle when he's talking to his stream, and the Republicans have figured this out because now there's, like, probably dozens of Republicans that are watching his streams every day, just waiting for him to say the.
And they haven't even found most of the good stuff, right? They haven't even found.
They haven't got to the N-word. They haven't got to the N-word compilation yet. They haven't even. I'm surprised they haven't run ads of him interviewing like a Houthi pirate. You know,
alleged,
like,
disputed, right? People tell me that that's disputed, but I guess that's just Hasan coaching, right? So I'm sweeping.
Well, when somebody says I'm a Houthi pirate, I usually take them at their word.
I'm fucking around.
Can you give me literally?
Yeah.
Can you give me literally 5 seconds? 5 seconds.
No. Folks, I hope you guys see it, right? Like, I hope you guys see it. I'll wait for Hutch to actually have anything substantive to say, but I'm just trying to, like, get us to understand the entailments of what everyone is suggesting and why I feel that there's this inherent vibe about El Sayed losing being good. And again, I don't see that from everybody. I don't see it from Hutch, but I think that this is explaining a lot of it. Sorry, Hutch. What I was saying is the reason I'm bringing this up is as explanatory sort of account.
I'm going to go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Yeah, yell at chair points if he says anything too spicy.
For why I get this vibe from a lot of people is because I think that they desire this to have a harmful effect. And for the life of me, I don't understand why you don't own that, right? Even if it's just as relates to other people who don't know yet all the bad stuff he said, I feel like you should just own it. Yes, of course I would want it to have a negative effect on any Democrat who associates with Hasan. And so that's what I don't understand. Shouldn't you own that?
But in my mind, this is like saying, if I pick up my vape and then let go of it, I want it to drop to the ground, you know, like it's gonna drop to the ground. And so I don't think of it in the way that you're describing. I think, like, as someone who is invested in the long-term success and health of the Democratic Party, anyone in my position would want the realities of someone like Hasan Piker involving himself in Democratic Party politics being exposed, like more people to finally
having their
understand.
natural and probable outcomes, right? You don't
Right,
want
yeah.
you don't want Hasan to be like Forrest Gump, and he just is able to be victorious, and like you don't want him to be happy after this, right? You don't want him to be triumphal. Does that make sense? You don't want him to get away with it.
I think we are so past that at this point. You know,
Why
like, I
can't
just
you
don't understand.
It's like very clear that that's a good goal, right?
But what goal? Like, it's already happened. You know, we have John Ossoff. We have a like a guy who has, you know, he's gotten so much national attention in the last few weeks that he's now, for whatever value you put in betting markets, he's now jumped up to like lead the betting markets in terms of like who's going to be the nominee in 2028.
Sick.
And so that is all that to say. That's someone who has a lot of national prominence.
Yeah.
Like, people are listening to him when he speaks, and he put out a statement this morning condemning Hasan Piker by name. So like, the damage is done, and Hasan knows this. That's why he's having such a horrible reaction.
If the damage is done, then the 30% of you should go away. If the damage is done, then there's no silver lining. It's over. It's priced in. It already happened. Then take that 30% and expel it. Expel the demon, Hutch. I'm telling you right now. Expel it. The 30% is gone. I declare it vanquished. If it's already happened, if it's already priced in, if he's already feeling it, then I command you, the 30% leave your body right now.
Why is that important to me if you accept the general premises that I'm using to explain like that 30%? Like, you agree with that. So I just don't even know. It's like you're acting offended that
I'm not offended.
I have this. You're saying it's a bad thing, but you agree that
I think it's irrational,
Hasan,
right?
You agree that Hasan is toxic, and you agree that the Republicans are going to do this literally every time. So you must agree that there would be value in future Democratic Party candidates not making the same mistake. And you know, if Al-Sayed is the one to demonstrate the folly of this kind of
then it's not
strategy,
already priced in. There's some additional benefit of Al-Sayed losing that you want, maybe not to the full loss, but at least that negative effect. There is some benefit to that occurring, on your view.
If it prevents more future Democratic candidates from making the same mistake, then yeah, there's value there.
Right.
But again, when I say that's like 30% of me, I mean that shit, because I do think the most ideal outcome is to defend that seat in Michigan, so we don't have to
narrowly, not in an overwhelming
another seat.
You would be disappointed to see him win by 12.
Honestly, bro, it would be like, well, I'm a little worried about future races, but I would feel good if it was 10 points. I wouldn't be like, oh, this sucks, you know. Like, I would feel like good about that, because that would show me that despite Hasan Piker's toxicity, like, things are so bad for the Republican Party.
Wait a second. So it wouldn't undermine your toxicity point at all if he won by, let's go crazy. He wins by 15 points. We'll go crazy. 15 points. That wouldn't undermine your case at all. You'd be like, you would still say
15.
despite
maybe 15. You're getting closer, but I'm just saying, like, things are. It just is the case that things are so bad for Republicans right now that, you know, someone like Al-Sayed could very easily overcome the, you know, what would be.
Let's hope.
Dude, I got time for one more loop, and then I'm skipping 10 minutes, man. Dude, just own it. Just own it. Stop being evasive, for the love of God. Do you understand that I agree with Hutch in this situation, and yet I'm more annoyed with him? Because Pisco's a dog with a bone. He's not going to let go of the bone until you own what he wants you to own. So please, God, just stop being evasive and just say, yes, I want a demonstratively, statistically, unignorable, detrimental effect from Hasan Piker in the general election, but I don't want Abdul Al-Sayed to lose. Okay? Instead of, like, I want him to be projected for a 55% win, and I want him to get a 50.5% win. That way I can say that regardless of the other factors involved, Hasan Piker had a detrimental effect on the general election outcomes, and as a result, any person who is strongly considering using Hasan Piker for clout in the primary knows that they are risking the general by associating with this person. Dude, just own it. And I swear to God, why is Pisco bad faith? He just wants him to fucking own it. Why is wanting your opponent to own the logical inference of their argumentation bad faith? Like truly, once again, I agree with Hutch's line of argumentation. I agree with his assessment. I am fucking annoyed that Hutch won't just own it because it looks like he's afraid of the clip. But why is he afraid of the clip? He has an audience of like 500 to 3,000 people who will watch him no matter what. Just fucking say yes. Fuck Hasan, fuck his audience. Because the intent is wrong, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Oh, so somebody's talking about like, throw Hasan in jail or whatever you guys want. Who was the next Hasan that needs to go down for the good of the party? Well, I don't want to throw Hasan in jail. I want to load him into a comically large trebuchet built off of the coast of not Miami, Islamorada, or Key West. I want to build a comically large wooden trebuchet. And by the way, I am president in this scenario, so this is not threatening violence whatsoever. This is state action, okay? Comically large wooden trebuchet. Fire him into the Caribbean. Have the Coast Guard aggressively monitor him. Maybe put like a RFID tag on him or something. And then say, hey, you have two options. If you come back to the United States, we're putting you in Guantanamo Bay. Alternatively, you can swim to Cuba and be a Cuban-based streamer, and live out your life in Cuba. And yeah, that's what I would do. That's what I would do. Connor, Pisco doesn't want to say that associating with Hasan is bad for politics. I don't even think that's true. I think he already accepted the premise that it likely is. What he's pushed Hutch on, Hutch has said, oh, well, provably it's bad to associate with Hasan. And he said, no, we don't have the data from the election yet. So if Abdul al-Sayed sweeps the general election, then I would say that Hasan Piker has no effect or minimal effect to the point that you can ignore it. But it is my suspicion that he has a negative effect. So, yes. Trebuchet building and firing of people into the Caribbean does fall under executive, the operations of the executive administration, and therefore it's above Supreme Court scrutiny. Connor, have you ever seen the pumpkin chunkin challenge that happens in massive trebuchets? Yeah. So hold on, I'll show you. Let's look that up real quick, just for a little levity, a little bit of memes and jokes, a little bit of silly things.
What's up, everybody? Stacy here. Welcome back to my channel. I am at the 12th annual pumpkin chunking contest of Clay County, North Carolina.
So come on.
So I'm out here in Brasstown.
Do it again.
Yeah, that's actually
That one went
funnily
super far.
enough.
They're going out to measure it and let us know how far it went.
Okay, and to be clear, I actually like the United States of America. I like freedom of speech. I like freedom of conscience. I'm happy that despite being an ideological enemy of the United States, Hasan Piker has the capacity to articulate his political beliefs without fear of reprisal from the United States government, except for criminal action. I'm proud to live in a republic where the rule of law is still, for the most part, respected. But if I was dictator of America, I would pumpkin chunkin Hasan Piker into the Caribbean. Okay? So, you caught me.
Oh,
What
right.
would be what would be liability, like massive liabilities, or much more of a massive liability in a more normal kind of election cycle when you don't have a president who's negative 31,
Yeah, then I think we're aligned. I think you would be fine with a El Sayed triumphal victory, and that's your overriding concern. And so
I'd be happy.
And even though the
Sure.
narrative would be Hasan doesn't sink your campaign, right? Because that would be the narrative.
I don't know how you could get to that narrative.
You don't see the connection
at
there?
this point. Pisco, listen to me. We're 3 months removed from the midterms.
Yeah.
And things are so bad for Hasan that this candidate that he's been taking credit for, literally, he has been taking credit for that guy. He pretends like he's not. I'm no kingmaker, but there's multiple clips of him like basically like taking credit for that. And now that candidate is saying, I don't plan on doing any campaign with Hasan. And he condemned him.
So we already
indirectly.
won. So we already won.
No. So if Abdul El Sayed goes on to win this race, it will be after he distanced himself with Hasan. And so there's no way that
Hasan making 6 figures a month, talking about how people shouldn't make 7 figures is very American. I changed your quote a little bit. Yes, I agree. Hasan's success proves capitalism's and liberalism's ability to co-opt criticism into a part of the system. All Hasan Piker has become is a pressure release valve for underemployed, overeducated leftists in America. I think it does poison the American discourse, but those people would have existed with or without Hasan. So as a result, correlating them into one midwit stream, making said midwit a multimillionaire, and then having those people be a, unfortunately, partially effective part of the Democratic coalition, it sucks, but I also do think that it ultimately proves the supremacy of liberalism and capitalism as economic and political systems. And on top of that, we get to make money by talking shit about them. So what a beautiful thing freedom of conscience and free enterprise are. What a beautiful pro-American patriotic sentiment to be able to criticize political midwits for the entertainment of people. What a beautiful country. And I'm not being sarcastic. I actually do love this country a lot.
There's no way that Hasan wins.
Person, exactly. He's fucked in this spot.
So then we're
good.
He
knows it too.
So then no one should be. Then at this point, no one should be
that's
like.
That's why I'm happy. I'm like euphoric over the last 5 days.
We're aligned
because this is just unequivocally bad for Hasan, and he knows that. It just fucks with his whole brand is like he's going to be this new political leader to revolutionize, American politics and Democratic Party politics, and that just got blown up. Like it's all just completely blown up, and he knows that. That's why he's.
Nameless Henchman says, "Is capitalism the end of history for you, Connor?" No, mixed economy. So somewhere between social democracy and mixed economy capitalism is probably the material end state. I would say that I do see some kind of like social democracy or mixed economy capitalism making it into the stars. The only time that I see not Americans, although I guess Americans are who I'm primarily concerned with. The only time that I see socialism, the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production, the only time that I see that happening is basically if we create a slave race of Boston Dynamics robots to make human labor redundant, And I still think that human beings will be required to oversee and repair and design future generations of robots and all that kind of stuff. So I'm interested. I'm interested in that. If there was a way, so hold on. Actually, unironically, I'm sorry, I'm getting a little bored with this conversation, so I want to do a side tangent. I'll try to make it brief. But effectively, like, if the socialists or communists, let's say that they instead of just bitching on Twitter because they're a bunch of underemployed bedblobs, if they actually dedicated themselves to becoming mechanical and electrical engineers, designing the next generation of robots that made human labor redundant, then I would actually believe them that they were capable of ushering in the decommodification of basic human needs. And then, if that made human labor redundant, then we would need something like universal basic income, where you would be paid effectively what you needed in order to feed, clothe, house, and moderately entertain yourself. And then at that point, it would be up to you on whether or not you wanted to find additional labor you wanted to perform for compensation in order to bring in additional money in order to be able to buy more entertainment. But that is up to you. So that's just not possible, though. Why wouldn't it be possible? There are so many riches in there are so many riches within our solar system. Why wouldn't you go after that? Connor, have you heard of the French Revolution? Of course. Of course. Connor becoming a commie right before our eyes. No, truly, I think communism is stupid as shit. And what I mean by that is communism is a moneyless, stateless class of society. I do think we're always going to have money. All money does, by the way, is track energy transferred from person to person. So I think we're always going to have money. With a state, we're always going to have a state. We're always going to have a government. There will be people that we appoint in order to monitor society going over. And then class, we're always going to have some kind of class, okay? Even if class is not bourgeois versus proletarians or whatever, it'll be ugly people versus fucking pretty people. You know, it'll be fat people versus skinny people. It'll be CRISPR people versus non-genetically modified people. We're going to come up with tribal associations to differentiate people based off of whether or not we like them. You know, so I still think we're going to have classes. I still think we're going to have money. I still think we're going to have a state. So I am truly not a communist, and I think communists are utopian dickwads who should wake the fuck up. Anyways, back to the content.
He's freaking out. That's why he's putting out these calls for other people to defend him harder. That's why he's like, in the replies to these posts, now he's talking shit about John Ossoff, which is a guy that last week he was saying, you know what, I like Ossoff.
He's a dark horse. He's my dark horse candidate. Yeah.
A week later, he's like, this Jewish senator from Georgia, he
said this Jewish senator from Georgia. That's crazy.
In the replies, yeah. But wow, there's more context to that sentence. But this is obviously bad for Hasan, and everybody outside of his deranged cult of personality can see that this is not ideal for him. It just fucks with his entire brand. All of that is just blown up.
Okay, then I think that we're aligned that this whole DSA hand wringing thing. I mean, it seems like the party's in a good.
Oh, dude, I fucking love Gene. Nobody's ever pretended. Somebody says Connor's acting like he would be upset by that, but realistically, he would be ecstatic. Fuck no, I'm openly ecstatic about CRISPR. Dude, if I could design 7-foot tall fucking superhumans, I would. So 7-foot tall myostatin related muscle hypertrophy. What is it called again? Myostatin related muscle hypertrophy. I always show you guys this because I wish I had it. So myostatin is, I don't know, some fucking hormone or chemical or something. It's something that your body produces in order to make sure that you have a balance of fat and muscle. And if you eliminate it, it's actually bad evolutionarily. You have to take you have to eat 10,000 calories a day to survive. But what happens is your body just overproduces muscle. And so you this Belgian cow has myostatin related muscle hypertrophy, and the specific breed has been bred to have myostatin related muscle hypertrophy. So yeah, if we lived in such a I don't know what you would call it, plentiful society that you could gene edit your child to have myostatin muscle related hypertrophy, and they would never lack for calories over the next century of consuming stuff, then yeah, I 100% would get myostatin related muscle hypertrophy. What are you looking at? You're looking at a genetic disease that I don't even know if it's technically a disease, but you're looking at a genetic disorder, something that basically makes it so you don't have fat, you just make muscle. Your body just constantly produces muscle. So Yeah, 15-inch dongs. Somebody says, finally, genetic editing can keep my progeny from having 15-inch dogs. Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah. And, you know, when everybody has an above average dong, no one does. Nah, man. Just, anyways, I'm going to move on.
Spot. It seems like we're good. It seems like we're all good, right?
We're getting there. I mean, it's good. I'm glad to see leadership take a more forceful tone about this and take a more forceful position about this. Like the Republicans did force the issue. Like they forced Democrats to do this. And so I'm glad that we're like ripping the Band-Aid off now, especially with Ossoff. I'm really glad that Ossoff did that because we can skip the fucking, next year and a half of them pretending that they would be okay with Ossoff, only to turn around and call him a baby killer the second it looks like he might win the primary. We can just skip all that, and now we're at the spot that we were always going to be, which is they're going to be super adversarial with Ossoff, and I think that's good for us. Yes, I think that's really good for us.
Okay, so now that makes something make sense to me.
Because that guy is a fucking generational talent. That guy, it could be like the next fucking JFK. He is insanely charismatic, and his messaging, political messaging, is so disciplined and it's so on point, and it's going to connect with a lot of voters. He's going to have a lot of broad appeal, like mass appeal. And if they want to pick a fight with him, like let's go, bring it on. I would happily line up behind John Ossoff.
Feel free to ask me anything you want. Push all that stuff within reason. Do you want them to support Ossoff or oppose him?
It would obviously be ideal if we could get as much support as we could possibly get. That would be ideal. Yeah. But do I like the question is,
you don't want them to pick a fight with Ossoff.
The question is, I don't think about these things in this way. I'm not thinking about like, what do I want versus what do I don't want?
Well, surely you should, right? Because
no, I don't think about life in that way. Like you can ask my chat. I have been telling them for like 2 fucking months that all of this bullshit, flattery and praise that Kyle and Hasan have been, and all of them have been throwing at Ossoff, it was all bullshit. It was not like, obviously that was never going to last. At some point they were going to fucking turn on this guy, like
you want them to, though.
Somebody quite not obtusely, insightfully observes that too much muscle and height has to become evolutionarily disadvantageous at some point. It does. So, for instance, number one, taking a look at myostatin-related muscle hypertrophy, it at least in Belgian blue cattle, it does fuck with their fertility. And then number two, you have to consume 10,000 calories a day if you have that genetic disorder. And so imagine in famine conditions that if you had myostatin-related muscle hypertrophy, you would be the first one to die because you need 10,000 calories in order to survive on a daily basis. So it would have to be a extremely stable and wealthy society to intentionally volunteer yourself for that genetic disorder. Or you would have to like grade the genetic disorder. Like, let's say that you could actually, instead of it being like a flipped switch, you could, kind of lever it into a certain direction. Then maybe you could lever it for like 30% myostatin muscle, whatever, 40%, 50% or something like that. But obviously you do not want to do it too hardcore. Of course, I want Space Marines, right? I want 7 foot tall, genetically engineered, myostatin related muscle hypertrophy freaks that we feed 20,000 calories a day so they can pick up like, insurgent rebels and crush their skulls with their bare hands, and I want to get them power armor as well. And 30 millimeter, actually, I think it's 20 millimeter, 20 millimeter explosive grenade launchers. Of course, I want that. But, it's probably not good for the long term. Josh Kosh says, why doesn't Ross, the largest of the friends, simply eat the others? Correct. Rifleman with the 5. Thank you, King. Thank you to Grassroots and Rifleman for donating today. I know some of you guys might be holding out for next week when we're independent, but I do appreciate you guys continuing to donate. It's a little thank you to Valor Media Network before we dip out. But Rifleman for 5 says, when it comes to dongs and muscles, women only if it is too much or not enough. Yeah. We need to find the balances. You probably don't want 15. Not everybody should have a 15-inch dong, right? Should probably have like a solid 6.75 incher, you know? Anyways.
Did I want them to, or do I not? I don't want these people to have their politics. You know, I wish that they believed different things and weren't insane people. That's what I want. But in terms of like, how are they going to interact with Ossoff? It's just predictable.
The response is going to be, Hutch, we're damned if we do, damned if we don't. If we support the candidate, you don't want that. And if we oppose the candidate, you don't want that either.
No, I just told you. I think like what I would want within some kind of realistic framework from the people that I'm talking about, what I would want from them is just just some semblance of pragmatism. Like, I am not asking for them to dole out endless praise for Jon Ossoff. I'm not asking for them to change their ideology and, bend to his ideology. What I would want is for them to say, okay, you know what? Like, he doesn't have my politics and I don't like his policy positions on this, this, and this, but this is the best option that we have. And we should try to affect for the best outcome.
Okay, so you want them to support.
That's what I want.
You want them to have some sort of like qualified support for the candidate. That's what you'd like to see.
That would be ideal, yes.
Including his son of Ossoff.
Yes.
Sick.
To the extent that he can, actually motivate people in his base to support the nominee in 2028.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Yeah,
I do.
I agree.
But I don't want him but I do not want him campaigning or in the same room with any of those nominees. Because he's fucking toxic. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I guess I have one more. I won't ask it. I think that I think
don't stop there. Don't stop there. Come on now.
Well,
you can't tee it up and then not.
If it were to help, if you thought it would help, I know that you're convinced that it won't, and it's already been proven that it won't, and that's where I'm at too in terms of my vibe. Again, we agree on that.
Okay, so we're just in thought experiment.
Just in thought experiment. You'd bite that bullet and say, get him on stage.
If I thought that by sharing a stage with Hasan Piker, that would help a candidate win an election, and not like, and that like, even if it did potential damage to other candidates maybe in the future, but there was more like value, then yes, I would.
Bro, I think we're aligned on like most everything. I really
like Liz Cheney is like a perfect example of this. I fucking loathe her politics, but I understood what they were going for by trotting out a Republican who says, I disagree with Kamala. I don't have her politics. We are very different ideologically, but I think Donald Trump is
I thought it was
dangerous.
based too. I thought it was based. And I think we're just, Hutch, I think we're in complete alignment, actually. Come to think of it, I think that we're, like, I just think that we're aligned in practically every respect. Maybe on, like, the media stuff, you're like, you should be focusing, but I don't even hear you say that. Do you say, like, Josiah should be focusing more on Hasan? You don't say that. I don't hear you say that.
No, so my issue with Josiah is not that he focuses basically exclusively on Republicans in his content. I don't have any problem with that. Like,
somebody said the perfect size is 6.66 inches, the devil's dong size. Oh my God.
Different creators have different niches, and you should lean into what's successful for you. And I would assume that Josiah is a creator first and like a political advocate second, which isn't meant to disparage him. Like, I think of myself in the same way. My issue with Josiah is,
this isn't even true, Doobie. I've been waiting for somebody to fight in chat. So sorry that I'm like embracing Doobie right now, but like, TLDR, Hutch is willing to lose the seat, MAGA to own the lefties, and Hasan because he's a spiteful head ass. The moderates amplify Republican attacks to the point to the mess that they made as evidence. No! He said that if freaking he wants Abdul al-Sayed to sweep, but he also wants there to be a demonstrable statistical aberrance through his participation with Hasan Piker, so Hasan Piker can be ejected from politics, and he would also be okay with a margin, or actually he would prefer a marginal victory. That way it was indisputable. And by the way, I don't know how we don't agree on this. It seems quite obvious to me, but there is a difference between purposefully shooting civilians and shooting at a target and hitting civilians as a result of shooting at that target. So, as a result, yeah, like, dude, terrorism is bad. I know that's crazy. I know that's crazy for you. But like terrorism, non-state actors targeting and slaughtering civilians in order to communicate political points is bad. Right? Ugh. Josh Kosh says, middle-aged father, by the way. You're not, middle-aged fathers aren't allowed to make penis jokes? Since when? So all in my opinion, all of the funniest dads still make penis jokes until their deathbeds. Where is it written that as soon as you become like 30 or 40 or 50, you have to become like a boring person who doesn't think that farts, penises, genitalia, big boobs, where is it written that you can't find these things amusing? I don't understand. I don't understand this desire to be a fucking cultural eunuch, a humorless eunuch as you become middle-aged. What is this desire, Josh Kosh? Do you want to be a humorless eunuch in your 40s? Anyways.
When he goes on Twitter and...
Wait, what's the thing that he said that you disagree with?
He said something yesterday that I was like, that made me sad.
Jacanadar says, so during the Troubles, the Irish should have just sent strongly worded letters. No. But the vast majority of Irish targets were politicians in the military. It's still terrorism, but at least they were properly targeted and didn't, like, for, like, I think 90%, 95% of IRA operations weren't targeted at maximal civilian death, right? And arguably, the Irish Republican Army lost the war for public opinion when they killed 2 adolescent royals. They blew up Lord Mountbatten, or whatever his name was, the brother to the Queen, but they also killed 2 adolescent children, and that lost them public support. So once again, terrorism is bad, Jacanadar. One of these days, you won't take the bait. That day is not today.
What did he say yesterday? It was about...
What did you see, Clarice? What did you see?
There were some DGG folks, I think, pressing him a bit on the... on like Crystal and Kyle and them, I think.
Crystal, Kyle, and friends?
Well, I mean, like that space, and... Hold on, let me find it.
So it's more like Twitter, Josiah. You have disagreements.
Twitter and live stream debate, Josiah. Sometimes he'll say things. He'll sometimes say things like
what?
Here, hold on, I'm trying to find it.
Okay.
Like someone was pointing out that if you're somebody that uses the language diet MAGA, I can't find, for some reason I can't find it.
Oh, I think I saw that tweet, and he was like, "I disagree with it. I think it's bad." That's what I thought Josiah said to that.
Okay, but let me point this out, okay? So somebody says, in reference to the Irish Republican Army, they caused roughly 1,800 deaths, and 60 or 70% of them were military, and 30% of them or 40% of them were civilian. Well, let's just take a look at the Google research real quick, okay? So 53 to 57% were members of the military. We're already cooking. That's already a better ratio than Hamas on October 7th, 2023. Then paramilitaries and others. So basically, This group included Republican paramilitary members, many killed by their own premature explosives, loyalist paramilitaries, and a small number of security personnel from the Republic of Ireland. So I would still consider these potentially military targets because they're rival groups, accidents, loyalist militias, etc. So if we were to take the lower amount, 53% plus 7%, that's 60%. Okay. Whereas Hamas had literally the inverse. Okay. So this had 60% combatant deaths, 40% civilian deaths. And by the way, this is saying that they like didn't give enough warnings, or they delayed, or they were inadequate in order to warn about the bombs, meaning that a substantial amount of the time they warned about their bombs going off in order to minimize civilian loss of life. But then on top of that, this isn't even talking about civilian targeted assassinations. So if there were politicians who were vociferously supporting the oppression of the Irish in Northern Ireland, and they were killed and they were counted under the civilian tally, I would still count them as like viable targets, right? So we don't know how much of this 36 to 37% are political assassinations of elected representatives. And so you understand that Hamas on October 7, 2023 had the inverse ratio. I think out of the 1,200 to 1,400 killed, 300 of them were military and like 900 of them were civilians. So if Hamas had specifically targeted the IDF and elected politicians responsible for their oppression, I would be substantially less hostile to Hamas and Hamas simps. All right, anyways. Doobie says he wants Abdul al-Sayed to barely scrape by and thinks the loss might be good, proving the lefties right about centrists undermining their candidates, then pointing out the loss as evidence they're not electable. Based. Doobie says the Houthis are not maximizing civilian deaths or targeting civilians. They're imposing a blockade on a genocide. This is the moral thing to do. It's what we should do. Okay. Let's talk about it. DM me and tell me a time that we can fight, Doobie. We need to just fight this out via voice chat at some point. Doobie says many of those civilian deaths on October 7th were killed by Israel, by the way. Already confirmed that they enacted the Hannibal Doctrine. I already asked you. It's like, out of the 900 civilian deaths, how many of them do you think were caused by the Israelis blowing up trucks heading south into Gaza? And you said, I don't know. So out of 900, well, what's many? What's many? All right. Anyways, sorry. I'm going to read Jacanadar, then we're going to get back into the content. I'm sorry for getting distracted. Jacanadar says, the politicians would be included in the others portion of the bottom number. That being said, I was just joking on the blanket statement. Okay, well, I'm going to continue to take bait because it's in my blood.
I'm pretty sure that's his
second. Give me 1 second to find the specific thing he said. He said Hasan making that false equivalence when he says Diet MAGA, I think, plus trying to get Democrats elected via No, this isn't even the one that I'm thinking of. What's the one where he's talking about Diet MAGA? Is it this one, Zublars?
I've never heard him endorse that term.
No. He didn't endorse it. Okay, here it is. Mouton.
Mr. Mouton.
Senor Mouton. Said, respectfully, doesn't Kyle do this? Okay, so hold on. Josiah said, in reference to Kyle, until he endorses a Republican or third-party candidate and or creates a false equivalence between the two parties and or encourages his audience to not vote for the Democrats. And I think he meant by that,
you're an ally.
Yeah, Doobie, are you available tomorrow night? Hamas commanders claim murders of civilians that happened were alone done by soldiers out of steps with orders. Isn't this in line with what you accept from the IDF? Yeah, sure. It's hard when I see Hamas fighters gleefully holding up the skull of a dead teenager. You know, that's where I feel, you know, and gleeful Gazans, you know, beating corpses with sticks and throwing rocks at them. It's a little bit hard for me to believe. But anyways, are you available tomorrow night? What's your availability tomorrow night, Saturday night?
You're right.
Yeah, that's just how he defines ally. Just to be clear, guys, that's just how he defines the term ally.
Right, but that's my problem with Josiah. So like,
okay, but it's the terminology shit. No, this is what's happening, Hutch. Like people are loading in the connotation of the word ally and trying to like sandbag him.
Okay, let's just fine. If you want to avoid,
Mahari. Rosalind Mahari says, I'll fight with you on Burkean conservatism and why it's a bad ideology. Yeah, call in tomorrow for sure. Doobie says, I don't know because this hasn't been talked about anywhere. You don't know either. You're just regurgitating the frame of the IDF, which lied about the Hannibal Doctrine in the first place. Okay. Are you available tomorrow night so we can fight?
defining ally.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just saying that's how Josiah defines ally. And so when people
No, I understand.
okay.
But I think that's silly is my point, and frustrating.
Wait, why is that silly? To use
I'm trying to get to it.
Oh.
I'm trying to get to it. Okay, so Mooten says, respectfully, doesn't Kyle do this by calling the Dems MAGA light or diet MAGA? And then Josiah said, by definition, diet isn't an equivalence.
Yeah, I think you agree.
And I'm like, I do not agree with that. If you're calling Senator Slotkin diet MAGA, you're calling them MAGA.
But no. By definition, I think by definition, all he's pointing out is that there is a distinction, right? It's not an equivalence, and you agree
Not
with
a
that
meaningful, not a meaningful distinction. When somebody says Slotkin is diet MAGA, what they're saying is they're basically no different from MAGA. That's what they mean when they say that. They're not giving some nuanced take about like, Slotkin voted with the Democrats 72% of the time, which puts her more in the conservative sort of. They're not doing that. When they say diet MAGA, what they're saying is, colloquially, what they're saying is, this person is basically MAGA. And that is the obvious definition of a false equivalence.
So that's one interpretation. Let me give you another one. This person is far too aligned with MAGA. So, for example, I might call Cenk Uygur diet MAGA. I might call Jared Polis diet MAGA. And if I said that, you would understand in that context, am I really saying that Jared Polis is essentially no different than a MAGA person? Am I saying that I've called, for example, TYT MAGA news because of how they covered shit. And I think people understand in context, I'm not making an equivalence and saying TYT is literally MAGA news.
Well, listen, I think it depends on the context, the person, and what you mean by it. But generally speaking, when you say diet MAGA, you're saying that someone is more similar to MAGA than they are Democrats.
Chat is popping off. Dude, Harrison says Pisco is diet anti-Semitic. Dude, if the functional anti-Semite shit just felt like it felt like systemic racism argumentation to me, which I think is cringe. But if in a laughing tone, Steven had come out and said, listen, Pisco is an anti-Semite. He's diet anti-Semite, and he had done so in a laughing tone, I wouldn't have been half as hostile as I was. I still think it would have communicated the invective while actually being funny. And then dubious diet Hamas. You guys are wild. You guys are wild. Doobie says, Valor, I can send you videos of IDF gleefully doing the same thing to people and crowds of Israelis cheering for the death of children in Gaza. Would that change your perspective? No! Two people can be pieces of shit at one fucking time. It's oftentimes the case. Let's just not do it by text. Let's not do it by text. I'm tired of doing it by text. I'm happy that you do it via Super Chat when you do it by text, but please, God, let's just do it fight in VC, okay? Please. I don't want to do the onesies and twosies where you're like, Hamas is based actually, and I'm like, no, it's not. And you're like, well, are you saying the IDF is better? And I'm like, yeah, kind of. And then you're like, IDF is also bad though, right? And I'm like, yes. We can grade things on degrees of badness. Diminished Darknut, good to see you.
I think that's one interpretation. I think another interpretation is the one I gave, which is far too accommodating and far too aligned with MAGA. That I think is another, and I think that's not an implausible reading. I think you have to agree with that. That's not implausible as an understanding. Is that implausible?
Yeah, but why? No, I don't think that's implausible in some. Wait, hold on.
It's among the plausible interpretations.
It could be, but not for Kyle. That's the point.
Well, now add all the statements that Kyle has made, but now add all the statements that Kyle has made about dragging his balls and voting and all that stuff. Yeah, no, but now take Josiah's view. Take Josiah's view.
No, but I do try to, like, part of the reason why I get frustrated is because I try to take Josiah's view, but when I think about just the 10 plus years of Kyle doing the same thing, I don't understand how he takes that view. It doesn't make sense to me. Because that's just not how I think about things. When somebody demonstrates a specific behavior for as long as Kyle has, you know what he's saying when he's saying that Slotkin is Diet MAGA. You know exactly what he's saying. It's the fact that he's now throwing out this blue no matter who, frankly, pandering at this point. That doesn't change the fact that, like, you know, like we can come to a very specific conclusion, I think reasonable conclusion about what Kyle means when he says these terms. It's just so obvious.
I think it's just a difference in terms of how sincere you think this change has been, or this new frame has been. I think someone like me and Josiah, we have a different take on whether Kyle has like meaningfully changed his view on the.
Wouldn't the fact that he's calling Democrats Diet MAGA, like,
no, because
listen.
So there's one way you can take that word, right? There's one way you can take that word, which is
it becomes a debate about, like, you know, how could you think that way? And so just, you know, I don't know.
There's two ways to interpret it, right? So there's two ways to interpret the Diet MAGA comment. And by the way, I disagree with him using that. I don't think he should use the word because there could be a meaningful conflation. But there's one sense of the word in which you're essentially the same as MAGA. And there's another sense of the word, which is like you're far too accommodated and aligned with MAGA as a critique, right? You're Diet MAGA. You might say that, for example, right? Again, Jared Polis. He freed Tina Peters. Or, again, to Cenk Uygur, to TYT, I have called them MAGA news. Now, it is totally untrue for me to say that they're equivalent to MAGA, but I think people understand when I say that in context again. All I'm saying is he's super accommodating to the MAGA narrative, that he's willing to be, like, way too charitable to MAGA, that kind of stuff. And I don't think that Josiah is, like, fundamentally just, like, confused by pointing out the true fact that there is no equivalence and that he believes Kyle when Kyle says that there's a humongous difference between the two parties, so as to inform the one version of the word or term versus the other. Does that track? You're my boy. I love you, dog.
I
love the shirts too.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Look, in the infinite multiverse of universes where every possible outcome has happened, it's possible that we live in the one universe where Josiah is correct in his, like, assessment of, like, where Kyle is at. I just don't think we live in that universe. Because
how do we prove you're wrong? Is there a way to prove you're wrong?
I think there's an easy way to do this, which is just to go to Kyle Kalinski's Twitter page and search for the word Democrats and just kind of scroll and see what he's saying. You know, June 25th, when the Diet MAGA Democrats, what the Diet MAGA Democrats don't understand is that the more they out themselves, the more they put a target on their back to get primaried and fucking lose. The base is no longer taking their horse shit. Proceed at your own risk.
Yeah, he's basically saying that, like, there's a collection of Democrats that he finds to be intolerable that he wants to see ousted. How is that inconsistent with what he told Josiah?
All right, I'm going to summarize this content real quick before I address some things. So, Alyssa Slotkin, Democratic representative, has voted on roll call votes with the Democratic Party 90 to 96% of the time. And I'm so sick of this hatred for the guy who looks like Shrek and Democrats who are not partisan hacks. I'm really tired of it. I'm so tired of it. Pretending that anybody who doesn't vote 100% with the Democrats is a fucking Republican or a MAGA traitor is infuriatingly stupid. And I would say that to Josiah's face. And I'm not, like, Josiah and I are friendly. I'm not talking shit about Josiah. But I do, if Hutch is similarly frustrated with any breaking with partisan lines as, like, you might as well be a member of the other party, then I would tell him to his face that I think that is wildly stupid. It's like, your representatives should have principled breaks with the party. Your representatives should not be partisan hacks. Your representatives should not be party zombies. And if they are, what's the point of having representatives in the fucking first place? Are we talking about Fetterman? Yeah. Fetterman has voted with the Democrats like 95% of the time. The two times that he hasn't voted with the Democratic Party was reopening the government when there was protest over ICE bullshit, and Israel. Those are the two things that he breaks with the Democratic Party on, are Israel and immigration enforcement. So pretending that he's just this, like, sociopathic MAGA in sheep's clothing fucking right-winger is horseshit. And it's the kind of partisan bullshit that's driving our political discourse down the toilet. I hate it. I hate it with my whole fucking body. Now, we did get a couple of super chats, and some of them were kind of funny. So, Rifleman says, but have you ever considered Israel bad for $2? Yes, I have. And then Kilotonics for 5 says, Doobie is to diet Hamas as Connor is to diet fraudulent CPS calls. And I truly had a moment because Kilo, like, I think Kilo is the video essayist who used to work with President Sunday, who did a sweepy video essay about Hasan Piker and why all his critics suck. And I think he hates Destiny's guts. So me seeing this, I truly had to do like math in my head, you know, where I was like, he hates Destiny, but he's criticizing me for calling CPS, but maybe he's defending Doobie. Like, dude, actually, like, this super chat truly sent me for a whirl. And what I will say about the CPS calls is that if I find out that you are having sexual fantasies about your children or the children of somebody with whom you are in a relationship, I will call Child Protective Services on you. It's like such an, I know we could be joking, we could be fucking around, we could be shitposting, we could be whatever. But one of the things that I was talking to a friend about this, and they're in the Twitch and YouTube political space. And I was thinking like, they were trying to articulate some of the other arguments that other people had. And I was like, just sympathize with me for a second. As a father, I have 2 children. Imagine if my ex-wife had a partner and they had done what was alleged in this scenario. I would be seeking full custody and I would be pushing for a criminal investigation against my ex-wife and her partner. And let's say that, you know, and then also as a former law enforcement officer, if I found out about this while I was on the job, I am 100% calling Child Protective Services, writing a report, and passing it up to detectives. So everybody wants to have sympathy for everybody in the scenario, but I think anybody who's critical of me should remind themselves, I'm a former cop and I'm a current parent. If you were a parent, what would you do? Right? Jalvelio says, no one cares about anyone's religion. Just don't be a war criminal and duck any kind of accountability. This anti-Semitism bullshit is for low IQ chuds. I think there's a little bit of anti-Semitism running around disguising itself as anti-Zionism. So, I'm not with you entirely. I will agree with you that the vast majority of hostility towards the state of Israel is probably classifiable as anti-Zionism and not anti-Semitism, but I still think there's a substantial amount of anti-Semitic shit being smuggled in under the anti-Zionist label. And I don't begrudge Jewish people for being wildly uncomfortable with some of the things that are being said. Like if it was like a black contest, if it was a black context, if you did a 1-for-1 analogy, which I won't do here, I'll wait for next week, but let's say that we're having this argument next week, 1-to-1, if you did some of the anti-Zionist statements and it was against black folk, progressives and liberals would identify it as racism and bigotry in a fucking heartbeat. And I think the only reason why it's not being identified as bigotry in a heartbeat is because of the nuances of the existence of the state of Israel. So, anyways, where's Kilo? I want to see what he said. Kilo says it's pretty high level. It's pretty high level stuff. Okay. I'm still confused. But maybe those are the best shitpost jokes. Real Serious for 100 Argentinian says, wasn't the directive enacted only at military facilities and towards cars returning to Gaza? Were the 700 and 900 civilians out of the 1,200 killed by Hamas soldiers against orders? Yeah. That's where I think it's silly. So, for instance, like if an attack helicopter, how long does an attack helicopter take to get on station? How long was the attack underway before Israeli aerial forces and ground forces actually were in a responsive posture? How many vehicles did the IDF actually destroy that were fleeing south into Gaza? Because if you're talking about out of 900 civilians killed and like 2 Apaches blew up like half a dozen cars and 2 motorcycles, like, then that means that out of the 900 civilians killed that were Israeli, like 30 of them were killed by the IDF, at which point the overwhelming deaths are indiscriminate Hamas slaughter. That's why I want to have this conversation with Doobie over voice chat, because I would rather say that and have him address that rather than deal with the Hannibal directive via turn-based debate in chat. I know I'm off topic, but honestly, I just think Hutch is not being as forceful as I want him to be. Pisco is being as forceful as I want him to be, but I agree with Hutch and I disagree with Pisco. So if we could take Pisco's testicles and give them to Hutch, we would have like the perfect political commentary. Unfortunate that they are 2 separate human beings. Kilo says, could someone break with their party on one extreme polarizing issue and have it be significant enough that it's perceived as equivalent to them breaking 15 to 20% of the time? Absolutely, Kilo. Absolutely, I can agree that the perception that Fetterman is a Republican is coming from such a vociferous topic that he's perceived as a Republican because of his support for the Jewish state in the Eastern Mediterranean. Yes. However, I think it's worth pointing out that that is incorrect. God damn it. Let me get back to the content, guys. You can't stop super chatting me and stop engaging with me in chat. God. Jacanadar says, if you ever have the stomach for it, and I do not recommend it, if you are feeling queasy, the Genocide Archive has lots of videos from that day. Not easy to watch. Nah, I'm good. I've seen enough human beings shredded by bullets and bombs and machetes and dull knives and chainsaws for a lifetime. I'm not going to voluntarily be looking at slaughter. I can imagine it in my own brain good enough. All right, let's get back to the content. Stop talking to me. God, what? You think this is a parasocial community where we engage with each other by fighting out ideas between chat and a streamer? No. This is a place where we just steal other people's content and just watch it for our own edification without any kind of transformative commentary whatsoever. Shut up.
That he finds to be not meaningfully different from Republicans. That's what he means when he's saying that.
But notwithstanding that, right? Like, even
May
if that were
26th,
true,
May 26th, May 26th. They aren't moderate. These aren't moderates, as I've always told you. They're diet MAGA. They're simply not real Democrats.
yeah.
What
So
the fuck else
that's all
am I
consistent.
supposed to?
All of that is
No, they say
consistent with
they're
with,
simply not Democrats. What do you think he means by that?
Yeah. What he means to say is that they're far too accommodating to Trump. It's like something you would say to Fetterman, right? Is Fetterman a real Democrat on your? So what do you think he's saying? That they're literally not Democrats, or is it a point about their alignment and who they're aligned with?
I've already told you what he's obviously saying, which is that these people are closer to MAGA than they are the Democratic Party. That's what he means.
But even if that were true, by the way, it's all consistent with what Josiah is observing. Now,
it's not. He said, no, hang on. It's not, because Josiah said that he would change his attitude with Kyle if Kyle was doing false equivalences.
Yeah, he doesn't. So yeah,
but that's all Kyle does. It's like he's not. He's
even
still
saying,
doing it. You know.
Even saying that a Democrat is closer to MAGA than an archetypical Democrat doesn't mean that you're making an equivalence between them.
Of course it does.
Okay.
What do you mean?
I failed to see that.
If I said if I said that the Democrat, like Alyssa Slotkin, is closer to MAGA than they are like the median Democrat, of course I'm lumping her in with MAGA and creating a false equivalence.
Yeah, no, I'm not convinced that first of all, like I said, I'm not convinced that the term as Josiah's interpreting it is having that weight. I think it's more in terms of, because example, if you were to run down all the policy positions with Kyle, you'd be like, you agree Alyssa Slotkin is better votes on this, right? Yes. You agree that Alyssa Slotkin is this and MAGA isn't like this. How do you think he would respond to that, Hutch? If we went through the policy and be like, that's a massive difference, right? That's a massive difference, right? Do you think he would say, no, it's not a massive difference?
I think Kyle would flail about and hurl like any ridiculous like Facebook boomer meme like conspiracy theory that ever landed on his feet about Alyssa Slotkin, he would probably hurl like insane accusations that she, like murdered a kid in Uganda in the 80s or something like that, and that she probably secretly agrees with Republicans and is her whole project is like working against.
You have to square his
progressives
statement, but in order to have your interpretation, you have to square the Manchin statement, and the way you square that is saying he's lying about Manchin, that he would vote for Manchin.
He might be lying to himself or outwardly lying to you guys, but he's lying one way or the other, because there's no universe where
unless he does.
He's not even gonna endorse like Ossoff or Newsom if they win. Like, you're insane if you think he's actually gonna follow through on that. He's not gonna. He knows where his bread is buttered.
Bet? Let's
I
bet.
would put money on that. I would put money on that.
$100.
Let's do it. Lock it in.
So this is if Newsom or do you want to add Kamala Harris? Who do you want to add?
I am so confident in what I'm saying, and I think Kyle is we just know how he operates, that I'm willing to say whoever the nominee is, he will
won't
not
endorse?
like he will not endorse.
Wait, no, let's carve out AOC, right?
I'm so confident that AOC is not going to be the nominee in 2028.
But
I'm showing my confidence.
Okay.
I'm giving you an advantage. I'm showing you my confidence. Although I wouldn't even necessarily feel all that confident that he would endorse AOC. I don't know. Like,
so if you're so confident,
he would do that.
Let's raise it. Are you okay raising it? Let's do $500.
You're offering a crack at a crack right now. So obviously, yes, I am on board with increasing the terms of the bet. What do you got?
$500 and a public apology, either one of us. I'll apologize to you, or you'll apologize to Josiah.
Hold up. I missed the terms of the debate. I'm sorry for not paying attention. Dude, I'm like tired today. My brain is not working as much as well as it should be. What are the terms?
How are we on the stream so fast?
Ossoff or Newsom if they win. Like, you're insane if you think he's actually going to follow through on that. He's not going to. He knows where his bread is buttered.
Bet? Let's bet.
I would put money on that. I would put money on that.
$100.
Let's do it. Lock it in.
So this is if Newsom or do you want to add Kamala Harris? Who do you want to add?
I am so confident in what I'm saying, and I think Kyle is we just know how he operates, that I'm willing to say whoever the nominee is, he will not endorse. Like he will not endorse.
Wait, no, let's carve out AOC, right?
I'm so confident that AOC is not going to be the nominee in 2028.
But
I'm showing my confidence.
Okay.
I'm giving you an advantage. I'm showing you my confidence. Although I wouldn't even necessarily feel all that confident that he would endorse AOC. I don't know. Like,
so if you're so confident,
he would do that.
Let's raise it. Are you okay raising it? Let's do $500.
You're offering a crack at a crack right now. So obviously, yes, I am on board with increasing the terms of the bet. What do you got?
$500 and a public apology, either one of us. I'll apologize to you, or you'll apologize to Josiah.
That's tempting.
No collusion, by the way. No collusion. But even if
I'm doing the Doctor Strange calculations. Yeah.
Okay. And this is for Kyle, right? For Kyle Kalinske to endorse whoever the Democratic nominee is. All right, hold up. Let me break this down real quick. Just in case you guys haven't been paying attention at all and just been having fun in chat. If you've just been having fun in chat instead of paying attention. All right, the reason why Hutch and Destiny hate Kyle Kalinske is because he thinks that Kyle has painted himself into a niche where he has to oppose whatever the mainstream Democrats are. So if Newsom or a moderated AOC or a Kamala Harris primary candidate, if they get into the general, then, basically Hutch and Destiny's contention is that being anti-Democrat and pro-progressive and leftist is such a huge part of their content model, they have to come up for criticisms why the mainstream Democrat sucks and therefore has not sufficiently earned your loyalty in the general election. And then at the last month, like the last 6 weeks, they'll go, well, for the lesser of two evils, go ahead and vote blue, but this person's still a piece of shit and you're complicit in a genocide and the Democratic Party sucks and all that kind of stuff. They'll do this tepid throwaway comments immediately before the election, like they haven't spent the past year shit talking the candidate. And so Hutch and Pisco, both Pisco and Josiah have accepted the fact that Kyle Kalinske has said, I was wrong. Trump is worse than I imagined. It's quite clear that even with Gaza calculated in, we all should have rallied behind the Democratic nominee. And as a result, he's eating crow on his bullshit, right? But Hutch and Destiny are not convinced. They think that it's just a marketing strategy so he can get his attaboys after the fact. And they think that Pisco and Josiah are naive for giving Kyle Kalinske those attaboys after the fact. So, who do you guys have? I'm actually going to ask that in chat. That's interesting. I knew this was a part of it. I knew that asking for an apology for Josiah was viewed as a cringe Pisco olive branch thing that a lot of the liberals got kind of pissy at on Twitter. But let me ask you guys, will Kyle endorse the normie Democrat in 2028? And I'll just leave it yes or no. I'm curious what chat thinks about this.
And to be clear about what I'm betting, what you think, I'm betting that whoever the Democratic nominee is, he'll endorse.
I think that's very tempting. I think those terms are a little too favorable to you. Because again, I feel reasonably confident that AOC, if she were to run and win the nomination, I do think there's an 80% chance that he would endorse her.
We
But
can
there's
make
a
this
20% chance that he would accuse her of being a liberal Zionist who,
No. We're not talking about voting record. No. That nobody get. And by the way, sorry, Randy Chang, I'm gonna go a little hard on your comment, and it's not because of you. It's because I've heard this sentiment expressed, and it's not what we're talking about. I don't believe Hasan Piker voted for Kamala in 2024, but even if he did, if you spend your entire digital media career leading up to, and you're a person who gets decent metrics, trying to convince your audience that the normie Dem sucks ass, and as a result, you turn off dozens, hundreds, maybe thousands of people for voting for the Democrat, and then because you want your moral attaboys, you click Democrat on your tally, that doesn't mean anything to me. That doesn't mean anything to Hutch. That doesn't mean anything to Destiny. Because functionally, you have turned off dozens, hundreds, or thousands of people from voting Democrat, so your one checkbox doesn't alleviate you of the sins of effectively being an anti-democratic propagandist when it counted most. So that's where the statement, Kyle Kalinske's voting record speaks for itself. And by the way, I don't know, maybe you even said this as well, that he voted green. I don't know if he voted green, but if he voted green the past few times, that's even worse. And then if he didn't vote green, but he voted normie Democrat, then nobody who's offering this criticism would give a shit. Nobody would care. Yeah. Functionally, yes. He's functionally a leftist. He's functionally a MAGA accelerationist. Destiny versus Tim Pool is out on Jubilee. Do we want to watch that? Maybe. It has to be audio only because Jubilee is super aggressive about copyright shit. So that the screen would have to be very, very, very small or non-existent. Destiny versus Tim Pool. Tomorrow on Face Off, Oh, shit. Yeah, we could do that. What time is it? It's 12:30. Yeah, if you guys want to wrap, we could wrap. It looks like the polling is at 73% that not Tim Pool, excuse me, Kyle Kalinske is not going to endorse the mainstream Democratic person. Dude, they should bet. Y'all should bet amongst each other. Y'all should find, $10, $5, $20. Y'all should bet amongst each other whether or not Kyle Kalinske is going to endorse a Democrat. So, yeah, I'm good with this. I feel like we've covered enough, right? It's 12:30. I normally try to break up my segments into two-hour segments. This gives us 2 hours to cover an hour-long Destiny versus Tim Pool debate. I'm happy. I'm good with that. So, yes, dipshit. Dude, I love these I hate these comments. I hate these comments with my whole fucking body. Here's a 40K thing real quick. Darren Kern says, is it possible to watch this where nobody is taking over? I'm going to go show you guys something mind-blowing. Darren Kern, I hope you see this, okay? So, look at this. This is titled Eternal, The Last Hammer and Bolter. Okay, so that tells me that this thing is titled Eternal Hammer and Bolter. So I'll go to google.com. Where can I watch Eternal Hammer and Bolter? You can watch Hammer and Bolter on Warhammer TV. Holy shit! Holy fuck! I typed into Google the question I put into the comment section and it came back with an answer. All right, hold on. I'm going to snark this guy real quick. Use Google, you dumb fuck. And I'm going to leave dumb fuck misspelled. That way there's a higher chance of it going through. Holy shit balls. Anyways. All right, y'all ready? I'm ready. All right. Let's do Jubilee. What do I think about the content? I think Hutch needs to be less of a wussy. I think he just needs to own the fact that he hopes that there's a demonstrable net negative effect
individuals. They've claimed we're doing
from Hasan Piker's participation in politics. And I need to make this very small. As a matter of fact, I don't even want to watch it because we've gotten copyright struck so many times by Jubilee. I don't even want to watch it. We're just going to listen to the audio. Just imagine. Hold on. I'll snapshot a picture of these people real quick so you can remember what they look like. Whenever you want to know what these people look like, I'll pull it up because some of you guys have like problems imagining conversations. And so I'll just leave that up there whenever I'm not doing a Microsoft Paint. Hold on. Let me summarize the Pisco. Yeah. Hutch needs to stop being such a wussy. Pisco needs to stop clip farming. I wish that we could take Pisco's testicles, surgically remove them, and put them inside of Hutch's body, and then you would create the perfect liberal. There you go. Rifleman for 5 says the DSA is the Alpha Legion to the Democrats' Imperium. Indeed. All right. I'm going to do an intro. I'm going to go use the restroom, and then we're going to just suffer together for shits and giggles because it's funny. Let me go ahead and thank the people who have donated real quick before we move. Oh, quick reminder, like the stream, share with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. If you do super chat, though, it is going to Valor Media Network. Valor Media Network has agreed to pay me severance for the next 4 months, which is very generous of them. They did not need to do that. But starting on September 1st, 2026, I will be independent. I will be streaming on Counterpoints Politics, and we will be using ableist slurs with reckless abandon. All right. Kilo for 5 says, isn't it kind of insane to care even closer proportionally about harming a Twitch streamer versus an electoral outcome? No. Not if you think that Twitch streamer is affecting the electoral outcome. Why would it be any different Let's say it was a private citizen. Let's say that you found out that your favorite politician was hanging out with somebody who endorses terrorism, and you thought it was a political liability, and then that electoral figure continues to hang out with somebody who endorses terrorism, and you think it's a bad idea, and you didn't want the electoral representative to lose their election because you didn't want the you still wanted your bipartisan or your partisan team to win in the election, but then you did want them to pay a cost because you think it's bad behavior. How is that illogical at all? I truly, like, the left wing is currently infested, no offense, Kilo, infested with this fucking logic that, like, all violence is the same. There's no moral differentiation in violence. Terrorism is identical to law of warfare conducted with rules of engagement, because warfare with rules of engagement causes more civilian casualties than terrorism. And I think it's the dumbest fucking thing possible. I truly find it mind-numbingly dumb. Like if I tortured someone if I murdered someone, okay, let's say that I run up and I shoot somebody in the face. That's bad, right? Shooting someone in the face is bad, but they're knocked out and they're dead. Versus I torture someone to death. I start at their toes and I flay their skin, chop their toes off, peel their skin up over their entire body, and then I suffocate them with their peeled skin. We can agree that torture is worse, right? And so within that fucked up analogy, what's happening with leftists, which kind of drives me crazy, is they're like, well, they're both dead. They're both dead. And it's like, yeah, but can we morally differentiate between torturing somebody in a heinous way and killing them versus shooting someone in the face and them being dead instantaneously? Can we, like, morally differentiate these things? And then some leftists, not necessarily you, not necessarily Doobie, I expect that we'll be able to get that distinction articulated when we voice chat. But some leftists go, well, it's both bad. You know, and it's very dumb. Anyways, let me thank the people who have donated. I do appreciate you guys. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat. Super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I appreciate the approximately 50 to 70 people who have hung out with us all day. Thank you to Kilo, Rifleman, Kilo, Real Serious, Kilo, Rifleman, Doobie, Rifleman, Grassroots Hegemon, and Grassroots Hegemon with the massive 10 gifted, and Grassroots Hegemon with the 10. Thank you, kings and queens. Let me go ahead and do an introduction, and then we'll get cracking. Sorry for burping. My apologies. D's nuts, says Corey Peltzman. Hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps law enforcement veteran. Fucked it up. Let's try that again. Hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican. I'm trying to be a rhino. A Republican who is honest, has integrity, nuance, and objectives. And today I got some drama. I don't even have drama. I have a political debate. I have Tim Pool, the contrarian right-wing MAGA Trump filleter. He likes to fillet the Trump administration, even though he is capable of saying that they do bad things sometimes. And then we got Destiny, the liberal debate king with a questionable personal life. Okay? Questionable personal life is the nicest way that I can phrase that. So they're debating about immigration, tariffs, and January 6ers. This should be a decent debate. Jubilee copyright strikes you if you watch their shit straight up. So I have a photograph that I'll be showing you. I'm going to go use the restroom. I'll be right back.
You and others have sometimes cited individuals that they've claimed were doing nothing, and every time I go to look up stories of these people, they were doing a lot more than nothing at the Capitol, so.
The Founding Fathers were pretty clever. Blackstone's formulation is the original argument that it is better that 10 guilty persons escape than one innocent person suffer.
He's pardoning them because he feels like they're his little militia warriors that showed up for him on January 6th as well.
I can't go 10 seconds on Instagram without seeing someone faking some kind of video. I gotta be honest, it's all fake.
Welcome to Face Off, where two people debate four claims. One clock, no interruptions. Today, liberal political commentator Destiny faces off against Tim Pool, political commentator and host of Timcast. The clock starts now.
My first face-off claim is that Trump's general tariff policy is bad.
What do you mean by general tariff policy?
I recognize that tariffs can be used in some limited capacity for certain reasons, like national security, for instance, but the general tariffing of every single country all across the world at these arbitrary percentage amounts, I think is ridiculous.
Well, I'm a fan of the tariffs. I would agree to a certain extent about the scope of just like, what does it mean to have a blanket tariff and can it be applied better? So I think it's a simple argument to say they could do a better job, but I have to still lean towards, I agree with it based on what we're seeing. And for me personally, I actually own a company that requires manufacturing that we cannot find in the United States. So I can understand the argument that Trump using it for punitive reasons or whatever, but would you agree that there is a problem with outsourcing of manufacturing and things like that in this country that needs some kind of protectionism?
No. I think that the issue is that the tariffs are short-sighted. They're not going to do what they claim they're going to do on any level. So, for instance, we're not going to balance our trade deficit at all. We haven't. In actuality, the trade deficit, the goods deficit, was actually even larger than it was of the year preceding. The only reason why our deficit wasn't as big as it would have been was because we made up for it with our service exports. So I don't think it helps the trade deficit at all. We still need net investment from outside countries in order to reinvest in our country. I don't think it's going to help spur on manufacturing in the United States. I think that's an argument that could be entertained, but it would have to be part of an economic policy that was a piece of legislation that was passed by Congress. If you're a business, if anybody's a business, like businesses above all other things, more than profits, more than revenues, more than location, more than anything else, what they need is stability. I need to know that if I invest some amount of money into some area, that I can rely that the laws won't change, that my imports, exports won't change, and to have the president of the United States so haphazardly throwing tariffs on every country around the world, having some struck down by the Supreme Court, having to pay some of them back, doing other tariffs, and then going from tariff to tariff to tariff, the different sections that he's trying to hop through. It just creates a chaotic environment such that even if we thought it was going to bring back manufacturing, it wouldn't be in the way that he's doing it. So the only thing we've seen at the end of the day is a higher ultimate cost to Americans, no revitalization of manufacturing here, no reduction in the trade deficit, and no long-term plan for how any of those things are going to be achieved.
How many months of the tariffs did we actually get?
I don't know, maybe a year, year and a half, I guess.
Is that enough time to invest in manufacturing, build factories, and make a difference for the economy?
Would you invest in manufacturing or invest in any kind of facility if you didn't know if the next president was just going to roll back all the tariffs because they're done by executive order instead of legislation by Congress?
Yes, I did.
I'm curious what the long-term investment that you made that is heavily reliant on import goods would be, given that imports sector-wide in every sector have dramatically increased, such that Trump has even made concessions to the agriculture industry for bailouts and for having illegal migrant workers stay because he realized they're so disparately impacted by some of the tariff policy.
I think the problem isn't so much the tariff policy, it's the structure of our government and the dysfunction of Congress largely. I'd agree it's fairly chaotic, but I believe that's a symptom of the system, not of Trump. And I think what we're seeing with our government, how it's running, Congress is not passing anything. Donald Trump is looking at a problem that I am personally experiencing with my skateboard distribution company. We make skateboards, we sell them. And the tariffs were a godsend because of what has happened to what was once one of the biggest and most culturally impactful industries in the United States, birthed the United States, defined the 2000s, completely and utterly destroyed by these policies. And then Trump comes in and he says, hey, look, we have a problem. How can we deal with this? You can't because Congress is dysfunctional. Trump says, I'm going to use presidential national security for implementing these tariffs, which admittedly is a bit haphazard. And then the real problem arises when we don't even get a year to try and invest and implement these things. And now,
Dude, I love that they have a chess timer because Tim Pool's primary tactic is just yapping and steel manning MAGA while being incapable of like getting into very tiny minutia that kind of makes his argument look like shit. And so if he yaps for 5 minutes and then Steven gets in there with one pointed question, punches him in the dick, and then he has to take another 5 minutes to cover for himself, and then Steven just gets in there with another pointed question and punches him in the dick, that's going to be excellent to point out how much of it is just fucking hot air.
now what I'm seeing, since they have stopped, since they've reversed this, now I'm watching my factories go out of business. So I tried investing millions of dollars into jobs in this country, but now they're all in China. And the worst thing about it is, I am watching the industry that I've grown up with be shipped off to Japan and China, and the only person at least trying to do something, even if it is Trump throwing he's in the boxing ring and he's bloody and he's falling backwards and he swings one time and misses, I will take it.
I won't take it. I don't think it's an acceptable excuse when conservatives say at least he's doing something when the thing that he's doing is completely and totally horrible. I mean, you yourself said it. Apparently, the haphazard environment has made it so that your investments are not panning out the way you would want them to. I mean, there's a deeper question underlining all of this. Like, you know, you talk about our ability to make skateboards in the 2000s. I guess in 2026, would you rather us continue to make skateboards, or would you rather us be world leaders in AI?
Well, Trump is dumping lots of money into AI, and I don't think the question of AI versus skateboards is zero sum. We have mass production of AI in this country, and it's a big race, and then you get the CHIPS Act, which is not even, it's across administration. For me, it's obviously a bit, admittedly myopic when I'm focusing on like one sector that I deal with personally. But the issue is, it's not so much that the environment being haphazard is what is making me upset. It's that Trump decided to make a move, and I was hoping he was going to win because we needed it. It was in Trump's first term, before he got elected, Michael Moore had this famous speech where he said Trump went to the auto manufacturers and said, if you move your plant from Michigan into Mexico, I will put a 30% tariff on your car. Nobody will buy it. And he said the people of Michigan were ecstatic. No one had ever stood up to these companies in this way. And then what we ended up seeing was in Trump's first term, there was a commitment to a $3 billion reinvestment in auto manufacturing. Trump then loses. When the Biden administration comes in, this immediately reverses. So it is a problem, the nature of our government, it kind of flip-flops back and forth. The structure is haphazard. My complaint is that Trump isn't winning.
Well, Trump is the president. He wanted to run as the president. He said he wanted to run America like a business. Sometimes as part of being a business leader, you have to bring the rest of your company along with you on certain projects. And if Trump is incapable of mobilizing his Republican-dominated Congress to pass any kind of economic legislation that he should be able to find bipartisan support for, we're talking about auto manufacturers in Michigan, if we're talking about progressives that are somewhat isolationist when it comes to trade policy anyway, people like Bernie Sanders, he should have been able to find broad-based agreement with this. I didn't hear Trump even propose any kind of economic policy or economic legislation to Congress in order to, permanently instantiate some kind of like trade agreement with another country or some kind of.
I mean, Fruity Pebbles. Yep.
Of economic deal with another country. Instead, it was just, again, these sledgehammer terrorists that haven't accomplished what he wanted to accomplish. They won't by the end of his term, and we're all going to be worse off for it. At this point, we might as well have just continued to dump our manufacturing overseas and just focused on the industries that we have a comparative advantage in, because all Trump is doing is literally weighing every single thing down without even empowering the industries he's trying to protect.
Trump's not going to get a deal when you have two political factions that, to quote the late Scott Adams, it's one screen with two movies playing on it. It seems like Trump will say something, and we're going to see the Democrats take an inverted approach regardless of what his claim is. So I know it's silly to get so personal, and maybe I'll just say this, I'm wrong because it's so personally affecting me, but when Trump implemented these tariffs, particularly on China, and then China did the silliest thing and put reciprocal tariffs, me and all of my friends in skateboard manufacturing were jumping up our tables and dancing. Because here's what happens. We've gone through 4 factories, and since the tariffs have been removed because of these lawsuits, they've been going out of business because you cannot compete with Chinese peasant labor with no health care, with no civil rights. They're getting $2 an hour, if that. And so these products are being shipped in. It takes way more fuel and energy to produce them. They actually tear down trees in Minnesota and Wisconsin, send them to China so that a peasant can form a skateboard for $1 and send it back. It's way more energy intensive, but because we can get peasants to do it with no health care, it's cheaper for us. So these factories have all started shutting down, and they come to me and they say, Tim, go with China, you're going to save $10 a board. And I say, we are losing our culture. We are losing jobs in our cities. We are losing, when a dad builds a skateboard, when he makes it at a shop and he gives it to his kids, when those factories hold demos in their local community, when they go door to door and try and pitch this, we are building culture and community. All of it's in China. The most monumental brands in skateboarding have moved to China and Japan because that's where the factories are. And now we're looking at pro athletes of an Olympic sport who can't even make $10,000 a year off of that sport if they're lucky. There's about 10 people who do. And the principal reason is that China will abuse human rights, will exploit them. It's not even that. It's also Indonesia. It's also Mexico. We need something to be done. And so the ultimate challenge is, yes, it is nigh impossible. But the argument that we're going to sit back and let this be drained from our country doesn't make sense. If the end result is that Trump's policies don't work, then we are doomed, and I guess we're going to salute as we go down with the ship.
Yeah, so there are solutions.
Okay, this is where this is unpopular, but I would like my libertarians and my conservatarians and my rightoids and my MAGA people, and also my economically literate liberals to fight me on this, okay? So my understanding is that what he just said is it's very energy intensive to send stuff overseas, but we're talking about economies of scale. So you're not sending over one tree to be harvested and cut into decks by the Chinese peasants. You're sending tens of thousands of tons of trees over to China. That way they can be cut by the peasant farmers. That way they can be shipped back as decks, right? And we're just using the Chinese skateboards as an example. But what this pattern has repeated itself throughout international economic history. And if you look at the United Kingdom during its colonial period, what was happening was it had a bunch of colonies all over the world. But what was happening was they were harvesting raw goods and sending them to the imperial core, literally imperial core. I'm not using that as a Hasan Piker reference. And then they were synthesized into finished goods. And then they were sold back, not only on the domestic front, but they were also sold internationally as finished goods to the foreign market. But what happens with foreign markets is as they complexify, as they develop factories, as they develop, their peasant labor gets increases in wages, as they fight for additional rights, as they fight for, higher wages, et cetera, their economies complexify. And then what ends up happening is they not only have the ability to harvest raw materials, they also develop the ability to manufacture the end goods. And then what happens is not only do you have complex end goods within the imperial core, but you also have complex end goods in the places that you were originally like economically colonizing or whatever the fuck you want to call it. And this is one of my frustrations with Hasan Piker and his ilk. When they're talking about like the global south might be economically impoverished for now, but as a result of economic development, they are going to become complex economies. And once they become complex economies, they're going to be able to participate in like all of the global consumer goods that you and I take for granted within the imperial core. They're going to have access to at prices they can afford. So just as an example, I think it's like 2/3 of the planet now has a cell phone. Do you understand how insane that is? That the cell phone, like the impossible to buy cell phone that was only for rich people, was like began to be commonly available in the 1990s, and now 2/3 of the planet has cell phones? Hold on one second. How much of Earth has cell phones? 75% of motherfuckers have 75% of the planet has cell phones. 2/3 of the planet has cell phones. This was a magical technology 1 generation ago. It is now so common that the Indian people that you make fun of with accents and poor sanitation, 3 out of 4 of them have fucking cell phones. How much of the earth has clean drinking water? It's not what I'm asking. How much of Earth's population has clean drinking water? Dude! There are as many people who have cell phones as have clean drinking water. Cellular telephones are as accessible as clean drinking water. All right. Jacanadar says, to put this as quickly as possible, that timescale takes too long and costs the blood of too many under the current Imperial Core model. We know better now. We can do better. Talk to Doobie about that. I'm all about the evolution of material circumstances over time. If you want to have like a command economy in order to like force develop rural areas, then you have fun with that. Maybe that's why you're a communist and I'm not. My World Terrain says, Connor, have you checked how many wildlife is left after the past 40 years? I don't even know if I can Google that as a sentence, but sure. How much wildlife is left on Earth? According to the World Wildlife Fund's Living Planet Report, track global wildlife, populations have fallen by an average of 73% between 1970 and 2020. This metric tracks the average size of monitored vertebrate and animal populations, including mammals, birds, reptiles, amphibians, and fish, rather than the total count of individual animals. Yes, but how many animals do we have? How many animals have lived on Earth? 1970 to present. I don't know if this is Googleable. It is impossible to calculate the exact number of individual animals that have lived on Earth from 1970s to present because scientists have only broad estimates for total. Total species, scientists estimate that there are around 7.7 million to 8.7 animal species on the planet. Insects and microfauna. Roughly half of these animals are insects, meaning individual counts reach into the quintillions or higher when factoring in short lifespans, reproduction rates, and sheer biomass over a 50-year span. Population declines. While the total individual count is unimaginably high, the world talks about the vertebrate wildlife populations have dropped. All right. Well, okay. Insects are not almost gone, you nut job. Oh my God. You guys are so goofy sometimes. Anyways, the point is, I'm sure the bird population and bird diversity has dropped substantially. I'm also sure the domestic cat population has exploded. So, yes, we are going through a great biological filter of human industrialization of the planet with species being knocked out. We also have natural filters on the planet like ice ages and meteor impacts. So yes, are we going through a biological filter probably similar to the ice age or a meteor impact? Yes. But do I think that life in general is going to survive? Yes.
These problems, they're just not like quick sound bites that can be run across a chyron on the bottom of a Fox News broadcast. You talk about having to compete with Chinese workers, having to compete with Vietnamese workers. It is very difficult. Some would argue in some cases it's impossible. But I mean, earlier you mentioned the Trans-Pacific Partnership. If you want to make it so that those workers have some minimum rights afforded to them, have some minimum health care, have some minimum wages applied to their work, that's what a real multilateral trade agreement does. The Trans-Pacific Partnership was on the verge of pushing a whole bunch of different, and a lot of them ended up going through regardless, worker reforms in Vietnam especially. But that's part of why you engaged with these massive multilateral trade agreements, is because they do enforce some sort of reciprocal worker rights. And you can say that, well, I don't think they'll follow them, or I don't think that they'll behave at the end of the day. I mean, the evidence is that when we form larger trade agreements, they tend to benefit the United States, especially the U.S. consumer, even if that might have some individual impacts negatively on some industries. But the reality is the broad tariff thing is accomplishing absolutely nothing. And the thing that you just said there is actually my biggest worry with the idea of, well, at least he's trying something.
Sorry, I want to fight chat real quick. Connor, we can't control meteor impacts. We can't control the global warming epidemic we're going through. No, we can't. No, we can't. We're actually in an attempt, a current civilizational attempt between, and by the way, this is being done by majority authoritarian and democratic nations, trying to balance economic development, energy consumption, and environmental balance. And so far, the technologies that we've come up with in order to mitigate industrialization and the knock-on effects of carbonization have been insufficient to rise to the challenge. So if you want to say, well, we could just turn off all our cars. No, we can't. I had to get my kids to school. I still had to drive my car today. Oh, we can just stop industrial agriculture. No, we can't. If we stopped industrial agriculture, hundreds of thousands or millions of people would die. So I think I know what you're saying is like, we as a species, if we had the willpower to control for global warming, then we could, but we as a species don't. And so we're not going to. The good news though, here's some good news. The good news is that because the vast majority of countries have been almost hitting the Kyoto Protocol's prescriptions, we actually are no longer projected to have the worst outcomes possible. You remember back like 10, 20 years ago when they were saying that it was possible that we could have a runaway greenhouse gas effect that melts the ice in Siberia, that then causes pockets of methane to erupt, and eventually we accidentally, through carbon consumption, become like Venus? No, that is no longer projected by the planet scientists.
Is because if somebody comes in and they try something and they do it horribly, sometimes that poison pills the entire conversation about how to fix that particular problem, because people think, well, I guess we can't do anything about it at all. Trump tried his best, but Trump's best was literally throwing a sledgehammer at the wall and then getting surprised when the building falls over. Wouldn't you have wanted to see Trump push for a trade agreement as much as he's tried to push for the SAVE Act?
No, I would want to see trade protectionism. So my question for you is, I'm not trying to make this a loaded question, but would you prefer that manufacturing, auto, skateboarding, whatever, would you prefer that these factories stay in the United States?
Unfortunately, I've owned too many American cars to say that I would prefer domestic manufacturing cars over buying foreign-made vehicles. I'm sorry.
But don't you have a concern about what happens to cities and towns where people rely on these factories? If they lose these factories, they lose their jobs, they lose their livelihood?
I think it's sad, but I think that in the same way that feudal lords lost their kingdoms, in the same way that kings and queens don't wield the powers they once did, in the same way that Vikings can't sail the seas and take over native islands anymore. I mean, economies change, cultures evolve as time moves on. We all kind of like, move to different areas. I've never in my entire life heard of any economic policy through all of world history where somebody said, I really like what we had 30 years ago. Let's go back to that. I think that it's probably more important that we stay competitive in the areas that we're most competitive in. There's a reason why we have the largest and most successful economy in the world. There's a reason why we have the most powerful consumer in the world. And even if we do have issues here in the United States, especially issues that definitely do impact certain worker groups, I don't think it's good for us to drag the entire country behind just because we'd rather drive a Ford than a Honda.
So when you were watching Tommy Boy for the first time, you were rooting for Rob Lowe and Dan Aykroyd?
I know the last guy from Ghostbusters, but I don't know that movie. I'm so sorry.
This is the classic 90 Chris Farley where you have a brake pad company, I think it was in Michigan, and they're at risk of going under and it would destroy the town. And the hero of the film goes and sells these brake pads to keep the factory open. And the bad guys wanted to shut it down, sell it off, and take the name, and they didn't care what happened to the people. It's weird to see how the politics of this country have changed. Like Michael Moore, his whole start was going after the auto industry for this outsourcing, for selling off these jobs. And that was the liberal position 20 years ago. And it's fascinating now that a lot of these things that I agreed with, like trade protection was largely viewed as a left liberal policy of the Democrats. Now it's like, it's not, and you're right wing, I guess. It's weird. I don't know. Explain it to me.
I mean, globalization and exporting of supply chains has allowed the United States of America to be the world leader in so many different industries. I mean, you talk about exporting some of our manufacturing. Elon Musk.
My World Terrain says, Connor, we can push for sustainable systems to conserve life on this planet. That's why I think it's funny you call yourself a conservative without talking about conserving the biosphere. Funnily enough, you will find me, quote unquote, far to the left of most right-wingers when it comes to environmental conservatism. Because I actually think that, like, especially in the United States, we need to preserve our federal parks. We need to preserve our state parks. We should not be selling them off to these fucking dickheads that want to slice and dice every part of, the Floridian tropical forest and all that kind of stuff. I also think we need to be more harsh with the corporations that actually, I don't know if you remember this, but there was an algae bloom that probably killed tens of millions of animals in, I think it was like eastern coastal Florida. And it was traced back to a sugar plant, sugar runoff. I think that company should effectively be like, through environmental sanctions, should be annihilated and broken up for parts. But, at the same time, yeah, and like fracking as well needs to be heavily regulated. The point being, though, that like, I think that we are going to, regardless of whether or not you want it, I want it, anybody wants it, I think we're going to hit a new level of homeostasis. There will be a balance between human industrialization, human development, and nature. And we're just going through that process right now. And not just that, but the, what was the other thing? Great filter, giant change, all that kind of stuff. I think that depopulation might be a subconscious part of this. So for instance, everyone keeps talking about how, we have a demographic bust. Our population is we only got so many people and we're not having kids and we're not having kids and we're not having kids. This might be necessary to achieve homeostatic balance between industrialized humanity and the planet. So while a ton of people are panicking about degrowth because of its implications on economics, I'm actually going to kind of presume that this is part of industrialized humanity balancing against the planet. Now, B for Brian says Google Nigeria, but I might call you stupid in a second, B for Brian. Let me see what the current birth rate of Nigeria is. Let me call you stupid in a second. 32.49 births per 1,000 inhabitants with a total fertility rate of 4.4 to 4.8 children. Now, let's look at birth rate of Nigeria for the past 200 years. Holy shit, when you look at that. Oh my God, B for Brian. It's almost like the entirety of the planet is going towards less than two births per woman. Holy shitballs. It's almost like the more people have access to condoms in the internet, pornography and air conditioning, and medical care, the less likely they are to have kids because they're not worried about all of their kids dying in their first 10 years of life. Holy shitballs. It's almost like if you're worried about Nigerians being the only population that is still having kids, and as a result, they're going to have kids, and they're going to have kids, and they're going to have kids. If you're really worried about white replacement, it's almost like you should be concerned with the material development of the third world, because the faster they get, materially developed, the faster they're watching porn. The faster they're watching porn is the faster that they stop having kids. The faster that they stop having kids, the faster that you don't have to worry about fucking getting replaced as a whitey. It's also weird. We're so concerned with white demographic collapse, and yet what do European nations and European founded nations all share in common? Being the vehicles of industrialization. We've been going through for 200 years what Africa and parts of Asia are going through right now. So come back to me in 200 years, and then you can panic about all the blacks and the browns having too many kids. Anyways,
Musk could have gone to any country on the planet to make Tesla. For some reason, he came to the United States. He didn't come here because we had the most, and again, not to degrade any group of people, he didn't come here because we had the most blue-collar workers in the Rust Belt. He came here because we had the most highly educated and specialized workforce and land capable of delivering the things that he needed to create Tesla, to create SpaceX. And without the specialization, without the education, without the direction that our economy and our workforce, our labor force has taken, we wouldn't be able to host those types of projects. They would just go to other countries instead, while I guess we would be here happily manufacturing, brake pads and skateboards. I mean, I was a big fan of Tony Hawk Pro Skater, but I mean, time moves on, and we all have to move on with it.
That's not moving on. It's moved to China. So when you have an Olympic sport and you have athletes that make millions of dollars and they're all Chinese and Japanese, something is wrong when we build something and then give it away. I would certainly agree with the argument that we progress or things change, but things are getting different. And if we become leaders in AI, what does that mean for our culture and economy as it develops? And maybe skateboarding just goes away. The only issue is it's not going away. It's bigger than ever somewhere else. The question is, why would we give away our wealth? Something needs to change about this. And I find it fascinating because...
Oh, no. Jonah with the self-report. Too many kids? Deploy Alexis, Texas. Dude, I forgot Alexis, Texas existed because it's been a while since she's been popular. Thanks for the reminder that Alexis, Texas exists. Oh my God. I now know who Jonah Boy's favorite is.
Like the battle in Seattle, 1999 WTO protests were liberals and leftists protesting globalization, and now we largely see them on the side of globalization.
I mean, market forces are real. I'm a capitalist. I don't know what you want me to say about it. I mean, there's a reason why, if you look at China, China's not trying to become just the best manufacturer on the planet. China's trying to make progress in the areas that the United States is highly specialized in. You don't see China saying, we're going to make all of the cars, we're going to make the best stuff, in our factories. They're saying, we're going to steal your AI, or we're going to do it better than you, or we're going to be, making bigger investments in things like green energy than every other country on the planet combined. I just, if we could swap places with China, I feel like half this country sometimes thinks that we would be in a better spot, not realizing that China is desperately trying to claw its way to where the United States is. But for some reason, half of this country thinks the United States would be better served going back to where China is currently at. I think if you want to see an economy that's trapped in the manufacturing phase, you look at an economy like Germany. Germany's had a lot of issues specializing their labor force and getting a technological edge on the rest of the world because they've kind of gotten trapped in this manufacturing basic goods and intermediate and higher goods too. But again, it sucks, but we have to focus on the things that we're good at, because there is no world we can go back to the 90s or the 2000s. It's just never going to happen. It's never been done in all of human history. If I were to ask what country do you think has a trade policy or some kind of economic policy that you think we should be emulating, I don't even know what your answer would be. It feels like everybody's trying to emulate us.
The issue is that what makes us wealthy, particularly our export of culture and our control of culture, people try to emulate us, has a root, and that is what we build in this country.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is what we build in this country, but I also think it's the people that we have in this country as well. I think that the people in the United States are irreplaceable, and part of what makes us irreplaceable is the fact that we can stay on top of so many different things, even if that means we have to do something behind.
To put it simply, when the skateboard factories, it is so, like, I guess kind of myopic. It's like, who cares about skateboarding? But on the world stage with the Olympics, we've handed China something that we built that was like $1 trillion industry.
Like, we do lose some things, I agree with that, but I think that specializing in certain things has allowed us to gain in other areas as well. Like imagine if China had been the one, or Europe had been the one to invent, like, Facebook, and now we're subject completely to European Union regulate. Like, you, listen, you complain now about being censored by American media? Ooh, imagine if they were the ones that were controlling all these products.
My first face-off claim is that Trump's pardon of the J6ers was the right move.
I am of the mindset, I believe the facts bear out, that January 6th was an attempted insurrection by the President of the United States. I think that he laid the entire rationale beforehand by claiming that there was massive rampant voter fraud. He initially pressured the 7 target states to try to change their electoral votes after the votes had been cast. After that failed, he tried to pressure the people in Congress to say that the electoral votes that were there didn't count. There were multiple schemes they had set up here that they could either just switch the votes or that they could try to throw it to the House delegation if they couldn't decide how to count the votes, in which in the House delegation there would have been more Republican states than there would have been Democratic states, so then Trump could have won the election. I think that on the back of all of this, he wanted to apply immense pressure with the audience that he had brought to the ellipse on January 6th. He told people repeatedly that all the voter fraud claims, all of which had been debunked by that point. He repeated every single voter fraud claim to the audience. He said that if you don't fight like hell, you're going to lose your country. He said that there were weak members of Congress that needed to be encouraged to have the same spirit to fight with the way that he knew that they all did. And then he sent them down Washington Avenue, whatever, right to the Capitol. The people rioted there. They got to the Capitol for the first time in U.S. history. The certification of the vote managed to be delayed. And while that was being delayed, instead of calling directly for the National Guard, Donald Trump and Rudy Giuliani were making phone calls to members of Congress in order to see if they would be willing to flip their vote while they had retreated because of the penetration of the Capitol building. I think that on the back of all of this, when you take all of these facts and you view it as an attempted insurrection by the president, for him to come back into office in 2024 and then pardon the people that were insurrecting on his behalf is probably one of the greatest travesties of American justice that I can think of in my entire life.
Do you think that Trump misled the people that ended up at the Capitol on January 6th?
I believe that Trump misled the people, yes, but don't you believe that in a democracy, people have some kind of responsibility to figure out what it is they're rioting or insurrecting for?
Yeah, I was just, I look at it a little bit like a lot of the people that were there, there was conflict on 2 sides of the building. And a lot of the people that got criminally charged didn't know what was going on. And so there's scales to the individuals, the actions and the criminal charges. So my follow-up is, do you think every person who got arrested was trying to delay the election or was violent?
I've seen reports of up to 100,000 people were outside the Capitol. My understanding is only about 1,600 were charged. I would be very surprised if the people who managed to make their way to the very front of that riot had absolutely no idea what was going on. It seemed like in every picture and video that I saw, the people that were closest to the front were the people that were dressed in the uniforms. They were the people holding the flags. They were the people with the riot shields breaking down the windows. I think that at that level, I believe you're culpable enough to be charged with a crime. It's not like these people were all charged with murder or seditious conspiracy or anything like that. Trespassing charges or whatever they managed to make stick on the people they did charge were totally fine. I know that you and others have sometimes cited individuals that they've claimed were doing nothing, and every time I go to look up stories of these people, they were doing a lot more than nothing at the Capitol. So I've yet to find an innocent grandma that was literally just wandering through who got charged and convicted of a crime who didn't seem to know what was going on there.
There's one individual, I forget his name, but he was actually acquitted because there was a video showing a police officer waving him into the building. Were you familiar with that story?
Not that particular one, but I mean, for the people that were being waved in for all of these claims, I mean, I think there were maybe 100, I don't know the exact numbers, but a very small number of police officers that were doing riot control of the building once the building had already been penetrated. The first people into the building, I believe the window was broken by Dominic Pizzola, who was a Proud Boy member. You saw the people go in, they knew they were breaking into the building. Even if I were to grant that maybe some people were let in, I mean, you said that some people who didn't know what was going on were acquitted, which seems like justice was working as intended. But then also, even if that were the case that some people didn't know that they were there as part of a riot, why not only pardon those people? Why pardon every single person, including the people who are obviously acting in an overtly violent manner?
I think the challenge there is, how do you parse through 1,600 cases, and some of which the claims were that evidence was not being allowed to be admitted. You had one prominent story where Capitol Police, they went to Alaska, and they raided a woman's home because she looked like someone who was in the building, and it turned out that she wasn't. In those instances, I would say, like, that's an egregious action by law enforcement. They should have got their facts straight before raiding a random woman's home. In the instance where the man was able to prove in court that the police officer actually waved him into the building, that's where justice was served. But there were actually many people who, there's 2 sides of the building that were being entered. After the individuals broke in, and they started walking through and wandering around, you had other people go to the back and open the doors. And after the doors got opened, there were police officers standing there with, like, holding the doors open effectively. I don't want to act like they're guiding them in, but like they were effectively standing there at the doors. And in one instance, an officer said, "I don't agree with it, but I respect it. I believe that it is better that 10 guilty persons escape than 1 innocent person suffer."
Donald Trump commands the Department of Justice, which is one of the most capable legal bodies right now on the entire planet. 1,600 cases should not be a big deal for them to go through. If he truly felt like justice had not been carried out in certain ways, they could have gone through case by case, just like the prosecutors did when they prosecuted the people, just like the juries did when they had to sit and listen to the cases, just like the judges did when they had to listen to the cases, and just like the defense attorneys did when they had to defend their clients. I see absolutely no reason why the DOJ couldn't have listened to the cases and done a fact review if they really needed to do it. I'd rather one guilty man go free than 10 innocent people be convicted or whatever is fine, but we're talking about 1,600 people who were convicted. All of these people were convicted. We're talking about pardoning them and forgiving their crimes afterwards, especially egregious given that the crime committed is essentially done in commission of the president. The president basically requested those people to go to the Capitol and do the riot. So I think that makes it especially egregious.
I actually think that would lend itself closer to the pardoning argument, that there were I think people who were fighting cops and smashing windows should have got locked up, and I'm glad they did. I would argue, 3 years is on the lighter end, like 3 years in prison for smashing windows and fighting with cops. Considering it did delay the election, and that's particularly egregious for a functioning government, like it could shatter confidence. You could probably argue longer than that, but it's like the challenge that I see with it is there were too many people that we had seen evidence of that didn't do anything. The problem for me, I guess, is like, a good example is Owen Schroyer, who never went in the building. And he ended up getting, I think, 2 to 3 months in prison. In fact, after he was convicted, even though he was outside of the building with a permit to be there, they had a permitted rally, prosecution actually cited his speech after the fact as warranting more time in prison. So we look at stories like this. There was another example of a couple that I met. They showed up after the riot had cleared out. And they went up to the back of the building, not where the front was, and the doors were open. It's the Capitol grounds. They typically understand this to be open to the public. It's some 50-year-old woman and guy, and they walked up into the building. They walked around for a few minutes, asked what was going on, and left. And then it was, I believe it was like a year and a half later, the Capitol Police, or it might have been feds, I'm not sure. Well, they're probably feds. Break into their, storm into their house in the middle of the night at gunpoint. You're under arrest. You're insurrectionists. When they went to trial, this story actually got some traction because they weren't allowed to present evidence as to the time they entered the building or photos and videos they had posted. They were only allowed to say, we didn't know, to which the judge said, ignorance is not an excuse. I see stories like that, and these people being they get torn away from their children, and look, again, like somebody fights a cop and beats him, lock him up. But some like old lady who showed up like 2 hours afterwards and didn't know what was going on, it's like, give him a slap on the wrist, I'll not do it again.
So again, every individual story I've ever looked up, I encourage people to do it. I'm not going to recount all the facts. Owen Schroyer absolutely deserved to be arrested and locked up for what he did. People can go and look at the facts in terms of what he was saying to encourage people to go into the Capitol and his activities on January 6th. He wasn't there randomly. He definitely wasn't just an old person wandering in. In terms of what's allowed to be presented at court or not, I would have to know the particular court case. There are reasons why some things are allowed to evidence and some things aren't. Typically, if they're not allowed in, there's a good reason. If there's not, you can challenge it. If we feel like there are a bunch of decisions that were made there that were improper, then again, the DOJ could go case by case and let some of the people out. I have a feeling that if I were to ask, I've heard different numbers, anywhere from 10 to 40,000 arrests were made over the whole BLM riot saga, that if I were to say, I'm sure there were some people that were arrested during the BLM riot stuff, and regardless of how you feel about them, regardless of how I feel about them, the vast majority of the BLM protests, the vast majority of the people were peaceful. If even half of them were destroying buildings, the whole United States would be collapsed. But I don't think that either of us would agree if I were to say, well, since I'm sure there were a few people who were arrested that shouldn't have been, I think we should have every single state pardon every single person that was related to the BLM riots. I think if I felt there were certain misgivings, that there were certain people who were prosecuted or convicted unfairly, that I would want those particular cases looked at. But the idea that there are people on video that are beating up and hitting cops with tasers and metal poles and are screaming at people and are trying to break down doors and are crushing, cops at the entrance. And I mean, let's be real too. It's not like Trump is pardoning these people because some of them were unfairly prosecuted. He's pardoning them because he feels like they're his allies and that they were there, his little militia warriors that showed up for him on January 6th as well. So I just don't think it plays out either way that we'd be okay with the BLM mass pardoning or that Trump was even trying to pardon people who he felt like were unfairly prosecuted. He felt like all of them were unfairly prosecuted.
Yeah, Andy B says January 6th is like Charlie Kirk, a mess-up tragedy that will win your team 0 points by harping on, and then the other side celebrates it or doesn't care. Well, Andy B, I agree with you that it is probably a futile effort to harp about January 6th, 2021, but I do hope that people who are actually, familiar with the facts of the matter won't let it go. I don't plan on letting it go. Like if you're like a diehard Trumper and you're like, no, he didn't do anything and he said peacefully and patriotically, so that means all of it's Gucci, and the vast majority of the people are on January 6th were just like chill dudes who were just walking around and all that kind of dude, fuck that. Fuck that. We have the Eastman memo. We have Mike Pence saying what no one can, this is one of my most frustrating things with conservatives. No one can impugn whether or not Mike Pence is a conservative. He's a social conservative who has voted Republican the entirety of his fucking life with impeccable bona fides. He is a dyed-in-the-wool conservative, and January 6, 2021 was too far for him. Okay? Half of the Department of Justice threatened to resign over the continuation of the Eastman memo and the Eastman plan. And I'm pretty sure like substantial amounts of them did resign just for the idea being forwarded and attempted. Donald Trump had to be talked out. The acting attorney general at the time had to talk Donald Trump out of firing him and replacing him with an environmental lawyer who was supportive of the Eastman memo. And so Trump arguably like may have only saved his own skin legally by listening to one voice of reason at the time. So, yeah, in my opinion, I don't care if it's soy to be pissed off about January 6, 2021. You should be soy. You should be pissed off. You should not let it go. And if somebody sanitizes it, it should be like when a dog pisses on the carpet, and I know you're not supposed to do this anymore, but let's just say hypothetically, a dog pisses on the carpet and you grab it by the scruff of the neck when they're still a puppy and you make them sniff the piss and then you smack their nose and then you say no and then you put them outside to piss and shit. That's the exact attitude you should have for people who are supportive or tepid about January 6, 2021. You should rhetorically grab them by the scruff of their neck, make them look at the piss on the carpet, make them smell it, smack them on the nose, and then put them outside. So, Jola, good to see you, King. Destiny helps Tim Pool look great here as a moderate. Laugh my ass off. If I didn't know either of them, I'd be a fan of both. I thought he was again doing super friendly appearances like this. Yeah. But he's, I'm not trying to be too mean. How do I not snark? Fuck it, I guess I'm a snarker. Steven doesn't have any friends left. So all he has left are enemies. So if he can't talk to his friends, he's just going to talk to his enemies. So, it's all he has left to talk to.
Even Ashley Babbitt, he thought was unfairly shot as she broke through a window and was trying to climb through when there were Congress people literally down the hall from her.
Well, she couldn't climb through that window because I think it was 10 inches by 10 inches. So what I would say is actually if they were unjustly arresting in mass BLM protesters, call for a mass pardon of all of them under the same function that it's better that 10 guilty persons go free than one innocent person suffer. The Founding Fathers were pretty clever. Blackstone's formulation is the original argument, the 10 guilty persons. Benjamin Franklin actually upped it and said 100 guilty persons should escape as opposed to one innocent suffer. This wasn't just some mindless platitude. The Founding Fathers actually debated this and asked why is that the case? And there's a simple answer in that Blackstone's formulation is rooted in the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, but it ultimately comes to this. If a society is either unwilling to punish one group or is going to overpunish one group, you are creating incentives within a society to be dishonest and to manipulate the system. The Founding Fathers believed that if we erred towards freedom as opposed to punishment, then the incentives would be, I'll try to be as honest as possible because I'm not going to get locked up for no reason. And so we've seen other governments, I think it was Otto von Bismarck who famously said, it is better that 10 innocent people suffer than one guilty person escape. And people weren't big fans of how things turned out in Europe. I just look at it like, if Trump did not pardon these people, you've got 3 years in prison with a decent portion of it being in solitary for a lot of these people who were violent. And I would argue that some of them deserved more than that. But the challenge is all of these prosecutions sort of get blanketed up together. And so an example would be the riots we saw from the left, January 20th, 2017, when Trump was being inaugurated. You had something like 200 to 300 arrests, of which I was actually in the group that got arrested. I was released after about an hour or two without being processed. The prosecution tried getting him on conspiracy charges, and they filed a lawsuit and actually won. And the government had to pay people who were wearing all black, who showed up with the intention of smashing windows and setting fires. They set dumpsters on fire. There was a limousine, famously a limousine owned by a migrant. They set it on fire. These people actually not only were released, acquitted of all charges, won I believe it was like a $1.4 million lawsuit against the federal government. So when you see things like that, and you see I believe it was M29 they called it, when you had about 2,000 people outside the White House tearing down barricades, setting fire to St. John's Church. They injured over 100 officers. Trump was forced into a bunker. 0 prosecutions there. People begin to ask questions. You'll create division in your country, and then you're going to get dramatic escalation. I'm not sure there was whether Trump did or didn't pardon, it was going to get better or worse, but I think this is probably the better route.
So I'm not familiar with the particular, the 1 point whatever $1 million settlement. I would have to look at it. I have a feeling the facts on that case are not quite as one-sided as you're presenting them, but I welcome people to check. When you talk about the standard of like one innocent man go free, rather than whatever standard we're setting here, this is the standard that we apply when we're looking at like a criminal conviction. Like, what is the standard of proof that we need? We need to feel like beyond a reasonable doubt this person committed a crime, that no reasonable person could have a reasonable doubt in their mind that the person didn't do it. That's when that standard is applied. I don't think you can apply that standard over and over and over again to every single part of the judicial system, because then basically we would say nobody should ever be in prison ever. Because even with that standard in play for criminal conviction, there are still innocent people in jail. It does happen, right? Just because we would rather have one innocent man go free than 10 guilty people, be jailed.
Randy Chang quite rudely says, I disavow. There will always be more Norse and more Wicks. And then Dr. Zayas, I disavow this. I can't believe you would be comfortable snarking in my chat like this. He still has food stamps. Rude. Rude, and I disavow.
Jailed or whatever. That doesn't mean we'd rather have one innocent go free and then also like 10,000 guilty people go free. Like, there has to be some standard at the end of the day where we compromise. And again, it can't be that the government is so incompetent that the same government that tells me that they're going to be able to deport 40 million illegal people, or 50 million or 30 million, however many they say, aren't able to go through 1,600 cases in DC and review the facts of the case and figure out which ones they felt like where they could have literally created a system to petition the government if you felt like your particular case was unfair. Like how they tried to make that slush fund. If you're telling me that they weren't able to go through those prosecutions, but they were able to dole out $1.776 billion to people that they felt were unfairly prosecuted, why not take the resources that they were going to put towards that slush fund and put it towards the J6 people? The fact that not only we're only talking about the 1,600 J6 people, the Oath Keepers, the Proud Boys, the people that were involved in the actual seditious conspiracy stuff, the people that did have a good trail of evidence where they were planning, where they had guns stashed, there's on camera retrieving these guns from hotels that are right outside the Capitol. The idea that...
Do you think that there are a lot of people that criticize you, that lie about you online? Do you think if these people had political power, they would give you a fair trial? Oh, I guess you have no time left. I think that there are a lot of people online that unfairly criticize you, that lie about you. Should those people ever find political power, you're never getting a fair trial. And I believe that exists on both sides for a lot of these people too. And I believe there were certainly a lot of bad guilty people who should get locked up. But I believe that there's political interest, particularly in DC, a dominant liberal space, that was not being fair to these people. My biggest concern is that when you have a growing faction of people who see that with the BLM riots, we didn't get mass prosecutions, that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris had been soliciting donations for some of these people who had been arrested.
Okay.
All right, Hedonic Samuel with the 5. 6 days until my kitchen audit. Got a pass with a 95% or above. Wish me luck, my grillas. Good luck, Hedonic Samuel. Everybody wish Hedonic Samuel some good luck, man. Thank you for the donation, King. I appreciate you.
Well, happy moving day to me. I know what you're thinking. No, my living room is wearing the right history you during this
considered to claim is that
episode. Now let's get back to the video.
My next face-off claim is that conservative alternative media thrives on misinformation and conspiracy.
So my first question about your claim is the scope of alternative media. Where is that line? Obviously, there's corporate press, there's Fox News is considered conservative. Then you have, say, Daily Wire with Ben Shapiro. They're considered to be maybe somewhere in the middle, so I'm just asking if you could define the parameters.
So I feel like today in the conservative media ecosystem, all of these things kind of end up covering the same things. I think of some of the largest stories that I would consider misinformation. I'm thinking of like the Dominion voting machine stuff that was on Fox News but made its way to every alternative media platform. I'm thinking of stuff related to January 6th. I'm thinking of stuff related to COVID and vaccines. I'm thinking of stuff related to Ukraine and Israel. It seems like whatever misinformation exists, or even domestically, stuff like the Epstein files. I feel like whatever big misinformation story exists on alternative conservative media also will be on mainstream conservative media as well.
I suppose the funny thing is I wouldn't disagree with those statements. I would only say that I would make the exact same claim in the other direction. There's a bit of a difference in that the larger liberal institutions, the corporate press outlets that have a left alignment don't tend to pick up the way like Fox News did Dominion. But when you look at the progressive left political space, it is also rife with conspiracy and misinformation in a similar way. It's hard to quantify which is worse, but I would argue that everyone does on the internet. I can't go 10 seconds on Instagram without seeing someone faking some kind of video. I gotta be honest, it's all fake.
So I think it's tempting to say that it's all fake. I do agree that there's a huge problem right now in the far left media in terms of faking stuff, but I feel like that's just been a response to how jealous they are that the entire right wing has been able to fake so much misinformation for so long. So I would argue, for instance, we had a huge conundrum in 2020 related to whether or not there was voter fraud with mail-in ballots. This has been investigated by a number of mainstream media figures, a number of alternative media figures, and then it's run through over 60 or so court cases, and there was no evidence that ever materialized of any type of widespread voter fraud. Not only that, we saw that Fox News was in bed with the Trump administration in order to push misinformation about voter fraud. And then we also saw that once Trump was in office and he went to look for voter fraud, even though he sent the FBI, running around to Fulton County and other places to seize voter rolls, no voter fraud stuff ever materialized. There might be some misinformation on the left, and especially the far left, but I can't think of any story that is as consequential or monumental or impactful as the voter fraud story, for instance. And I can think of a couple others that are on that scale.
Yeah, that's massive. The whole time I was saying that was wrong. So I could only speak, when I look at the corporate press, I like to cite allsides.com because when they weigh for bias, you find that ABC, CBS, NBC, they all have they have a hard left bias in how they present the news and misalign it. So, while I certainly think it's fair to say that Trump's claims about voter fraud were particularly egregious and big, the right-wing mainstream space is substantially smaller than the left-wing media space. You have a lot of stories often cited like what people refer to as the very fine people hoax, which was propagated throughout media for nearly a decade before being debunked. And it's kind of crazy that you have this statement from Donald Trump where he says they were very
Oh my God, I hate this thing with all of my heart. Can I maybe I should mind map this just out of a sense of boredom. I'm happy that Tim and Destiny are fighting. I'm happy that they're fighting for our entertainment. But the fine people on both sides hoax, okay? The rebuttal to this is the white nationalists. There were some people who are white nationalists and they have tiki torches and they were saying terrible things, and I condemn them unequivocally. But there was, aren't we going to talk about the alt left? Aren't we going to talk about the Antifa crazies that showed up with black masks and baseball bats and started beating the shit out of people? There were some people who were there to protest their heritage, there to protest Robert E. Lee. And so, I think there's good people on both sides or something like that. I truly forget. But from the left liberal thing, they might be trying to propagate the fact that, everybody who was there for the Robert E. Lee or whatever statue removal is a white supremacist. But they don't look too fondly down on Confederate sympathizers anyways. Like I know on the right wing that you can tolerate the conception that there are Southern Americans who valorize the Confederacy while omitting the specific part that they were fighting to maintain the institution of chattel slavery. But that doesn't fly very far outside of the deep South. And I think it's even when I was a kid, I think Confederate apologia was a lot more common than it is today. I think a lot of people were kind of that whole hate, heritage, not hate thing is kind of sweepy and cringe. So I don't know, man. Maybe it's a generational thing. Grassroots10 says, it just started pouring shit tons of rain on my contractors and one of them yelled, "Smite me, almighty smiter!" Based. Wait, did AK Batusai say something? AK Batusai is a normal person, so why are we muting him? Trump never called the neo-Nazi and white supremacists fine people. The hoax was CNN and news media saying Trump called Nazis the fine people, but Trump said after the comment, except the neo-Nazis and white supremacists. Oh, so they clip-chimped them. Okay. All right. Well, I mean, we all get clip-chimped sometimes, don't you think? Well, welcome to the world. Yeah, why is that being moderated? Severin, why did you moderate that? There was nothing bad there. I don't know why you moderated that, unless you're shitposting.
Find people on both sides, but I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis, the white supremacists. They could be condemned totally. And what ends up happening is you have for 10 years people living in this reality where they genuinely believe the president was praising Nazis. So I think it's fair to say that the election stuff is particularly egregious, but $100 million, multi-billion-dollar institutions at greater scale that weigh their news in this direction. I could make a bunch of personal examples, but I'll let you respond for it.
So firstly, Fox News is the largest by far cable media outlet in the United States. Conservatives basically ubiquitously own all of talk radio.
Ooh, now I get to disagree with Steven. Fox is the largest by far because you can add up all the liberal and centrist and liberal sympathetic stations, and they add up to like 1.25 or 1.5 Fox Newses. But that doesn't eliminate what Tim Pool says, which is in quote-unquote legacy media, there's really only one or two sources. I would say in legacy media, it's Fox. And then I don't even know where Newsmax is broadcast to, but I think Newsmax is like schizo Trump shit, right? Hold on, let's take a look at that real quick. How many people watch Fox News? 2.3 million watch them during weekday prime time. Okay. Competitors trail behind with MSNBC averaging around 1 million and CNN under 700,000. But I think when you add NBC, MSNBC, CNN, all that kind of stuff, it adds up to like, 3 million or something like that. Then, how many viewers does Newsmax have? 200,000. Okay. Okay. It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny that even Fox News, which is viewed as like a media giant, has 2.3 million viewers, and then people like Brian Tyler Cohen pull in like 100 million views monthly. It is funny that alt media is so much more powerful than it used to be. It's really only in the past 20 years. It's really since 2006. Nameless Entrance says, Connor about to prove himself wrong. No, I'm not. If you add up MSNBC, that's only 2 channels. MSNBC and CNN is 1.7 million. Fox News is 2.3. That's not even adding like all the other places. Who else runs like, what channels run nightly news segments? ABC, NBC, CBS, and PBS. So you would have to add all those guys in. And then it would probably be more than Fox. That's literally my point. Twitter was dominated by 97% progressive and liberals. He's definitely unbalanced liberal media back in Trump's first presidency. Dude, that was so funny. Oh my God. It was so bad. Do you guys understand how wrong? Sorry, I'm just a little bit bored. So I'm sorry that that's not very nice to the content. But do you guys remember, oh God, I'm so old, even in reference to Twitch and YouTube politics. I've now been doing Twitch and YouTube politics longer than I was a law enforcement officer. I've now been doing Twitch and YouTube politics longer than I was in the military. Holy shit. But in 2019 and 2020, there were all these lefties. We would always have these terms of service debates where we were saying, conservatives are being overly moderated. Conservatives are being moderated too hard. Conservatives are being moderated too hard. They want to talk about trans people. They want to use the T slur. They want to talk about COVID. They want to talk about election denialism. And the government is effectively going to these social media companies and saying, well, these aren't in the public interest, so can you make them part of your terms of service? And because private companies were making terms of service, all the lefties and liberals at the time were saying, it's a private company. It can do what it wants. It's a private company. It can do what it wants. It's a private company. It can do what it wants. And what all the conservatives said at the time, including me, by the way, is we said, hey, you're making a pressure cooker situation where the rightoids don't feel like they can participate in the public square. So what's going to happen is they're going to make their alternative media platforms, and they're going to become even more siloed. And the politics in the United States is going to become even more disparate as a result of this factionalism that is effectively being incentivized by the current standards in the market. And what ended up happening? Number one, Elon Musk bought Twitter. And so as a result, that changed the game overnight because he basically threw loose the terms of service. Although you can't tell people to kill themselves. I've been banned from Twitter more often by Elon Musk than I was ever banned by the liberals. And it's because I could tell people to kill themselves. I just couldn't call them the T slur, right? Very frustrating. And then, not only did Elon Musk buy Twitter, but then you have alternatives. You got Kick as an alternative to Twitch. You have Rumble as an alternative to YouTube. And is the monetization as good? Absolutely not. But are these viable platforms that right-wing commentators are capable of making careers on? Yes. And so that factionalism, that factional split, it happened. It was really funny. It was really fucking funny. Like it was terrible. It was so terrible. The Overton window got thrown open. Everybody started getting called T slurs and F slurs and R slurs and every slur that you can imagine. Just poured out of Rumble, Kick, and Twitter. But it was funny to watch lefties, catch some flack. All right. Anyways.
And depending on who you count as right-wing or left-wing, the online media ecosystem also seems to be pretty dominated by right-wing figures as well, with maybe some far-left people that also have a lot of attention there. The center-left is almost non-existent. I don't know where you go on Instagram or Twitter to find positive posts about Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. These are basically non-existent. The Tiki Torch March is a funny thing because originally this was reported as Trump saying that there were good people on both sides, and people took that to mean that there was like Trump praising Nazis. And then somehow, I believe even Snopes agrees now that that statement was taken out of context. I completely disagree. I think that it's worth watching Ben Shapiro cover that from the Daily Wire. Immediately after Trump made that speech, there was a Tiki Torch alt-right neo-Nazi march in Charlottesville. That's what the posters were calling for. That's explicitly what the march was for. Everybody knew it. Everybody saw what was going on. To see that kind of a march and say that there were good people on both sides is absolutely insane. I'm sure that there were a couple of good people in the Tiki Torch March that maybe just, were grandmas or grandpas that went along for the ride, but that was absolutely a far-right neo-Nazi rally. The posters are still out there for the recruitment for it. It was all like these large alt-right figures, and not alt-right like I think Donald Trump and, Matt Walsh or whatever alt-right, but alt-right as in like, I don't remember the name specifically, but it would have been like Richard, Richard Spencer, Jared Taylor, like Nick Fuentes, like these types of people. I don't know if they specifically were there, but it was like very clearly like alt-right people. I just don't think that for whatever misinformation exists on these like left-wing media ecosystems, it just doesn't carry as far, nor is it as impactful as what happens on the right wing. Like even if I were to look at that Tiki Torch, the quote from Trump, I would say that like maybe the negative fallout from that is that people thought that Trump was more extremist for supporting Nazis, which I guess isn't good if I think that the underlying claim is false. But then for Trump's claims related to the voter fraud stuff, I would argue that the entire January 6th event came out of this, that Trump still to this day says that like the past 6 presidential elections were rife with voter fraud, and despite putting together commissions to search for said voter fraud, he's never been able to find any. So I don't know how we can ever have any conversations moving the country forward when we are constantly down in the mud on these conspiracy theories that come from the top down in the conservative ecosystem, from Trump all the way to all the alternative media outlets that just engage with this information in a way that like Ezra Klein or Pod Save America guys just don't really do.
The Tiki Torch March was the day before the Charlottesville rally.
It was the night of. It absolutely was the night that Trump was referring to. The protests that came afterwards were responses to the Tiki Torch March. That's the event where Heather Hayes was hit by a car. But Trump was very specifically referring to the Tiki Torch March, where it was alt-righters that had come because they were initially going to show up to save some statues, but it was all like an alt-right recruitment march. The Tiki Torch March didn't have a counter-protest, so that was the day before. The Unite the Right rally was during the day, and left-wing counter-protesters showed up. It was weird because I guess they're both technically counter-protesters. But again, the Tiki Torch March was the night before, and it was planned separately from the Unite the Right rally. It would be very strange to me that even if that was the case, that there is an explicit like alt-right rally at the same time there was also another rally, or unless you're saying the alt-right one was not the Tiki Torch one and just the normal right-wing people showed up with Tiki Torches, and then which would be even crazier. But the night before Unite the Right, so it was late, a bunch of white nationalists showed up all wearing the same clothes with Tiki Torches, chanting, I think they were saying the Jews won't replace them. And then the next day was the main rally where they came to Bullhorn. And, I don't want to get lost in the weeds on this one, but the general idea, I would say like the perspective from your run-of-the-mill conservative is that nobody wants to stand alongside white nationalists and neo-Nazis in the mainstream, but they were all deeply upset that we had seen statues torn down across the country. This imposition of an ideological view that tore down, say, statues of Thomas Jefferson or Christopher Columbus. So, particularly in the South, you'll get regular old ladies who show up to this, and I think that's what Trump was referring to. But again, I don't want to get lost in the weeds. Going back to the bias we see in the left media.
This is interesting to me. because I remember this, and I actually remember specifically, I was in the alt-light. Okay? So hold on before you freak out. So there's this thing in the online right-wing spheres where everybody was looking for like a label or a definition or a political tribe in order to fight the far lefty freaks who were beating the shit out of people at protests and counter protests and all that kind of stuff. And so there was the alt-right, which funnily enough at that time was used as a catch-all term for alternative media right-wingers. But what had happened was, what's that guy's name? Richard Spencer had started claiming it as his, right? Like he's the guy who coined the alt-right, and he's the guy in charge of the alt-right, and everybody, you know, who's there is alt-right, and this, that, the other. But that wasn't necessarily true, because the alt-right also included Milo Yiannopoulos with his mask on. I'll remind you, he was not mask off at the time. And Gavin McInnes, who has remained a, like, I don't even know if he's race realist. He's like a philo-Semite, multiracial Western chauvinist who founded the Proud Boys. And so I don't even think the Proud Boys is like an explicitly racist organization. They might be like a far right-wing libertarian, conservatarian militia, but I don't think they're explicitly white nationalist or Christian nationalist at all in their charter. And so what was alarming to me, and I think the reason why alt-light, A-L-T space L-I-G-H-T, was the reason why the term alt-light was a thing for like 2 months, was because there was people who wanted to differentiate, like, we want to defend American civic institutions. We want to defend the Constitution of the United States. We want to defend a Jordan Peterson anti-racial understanding of like liberalism in America and civic nationalism and all that kind of stuff. And the truth is that the alt-light, so to speak, was too small and too weak of a movement to actually resist the alt-right, which was made up of Gavin McInnes and Richard Spencer doing like an alliance of convenience specifically for the Charlottesville March. And what ended up happening was disaster. Predictable disaster. Effectively, as soon as that Dodge Charger blazed through a crowd, wounded like half a dozen people, and killed a lady, the alt-right as a publicly demonstrating white nationalist conservatarian alliance was done. The conservatarians were not showing up to any rallies with white nationalists, particularly after somebody got killed. So, yeah. Old School for Five says, morning, Connor. I might be getting a remote statistician job. Nice. While it only pays $75 an hour, at least can be around to take care of my elderly mom. Let's go, man. Only $75 an hour. Listen, man, I know that money isn't what it used to be. But $75 an hour is nothing to shake a stick at, King. That's good. That's good. Remote statistician. Interesting. Cool. Cool beans. Cool beans. Interpersonal says, Patriot Fronters and Proud Boys were so mad they couldn't advocate for political violence openly on Twitter and said they were being infringed on for free speech. Well, I mean, I think they mostly wanted to say slurs, but I know what you're saying. And did Gavin McInnes go to Charlottesville, or did he abstain from it once he saw the political pressure was too much? Was Gavin McInnes at the Charlottesville rally? Sorry, 1 second. No, Gavin McInnes was not at the 2017 Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia. McInnes did not attend the event and later disavowed the rally, though some individual members of the Proud Boys, the far-right group he founded, were present, and the rally's main organizer, Jason Kessler, was a member at the time before being expelled and disavowed afterwards. Instead of attending, McInnes commented on the events and broadcasted for his internet show and podcast. Got you. Now, I think Gavin McInnes did do a free speech rallies. Gavin McInnes, the founder of the far-right group The Proud Boys, has spoken at several organized free speech rallies and campus events that have drawn major protests. In New York, February of 2017, McInnes spoke at an event hosted by the NYU College Republicans. Protesters gathered outside. McInnes was pepper sprayed upon arrival, and the indoor presentation faced constant disruptions. In Berkeley, California, 2017. Was this the Battle of Berkeley, by the way? Dude, stop. If it's not terms of service, don't moderate it. If we're letting schizos in, if we're letting schizos in, then fucking let them say whatever they want to say as long as it's not terms of service. Boston. I remember Boston. I feel like Boston was after Charlottesville. McInnes was initially scheduled as a headliner for a rally on the Boston Common. He backed out days before the event alongside other speakers amid public pressure and security concerns following the clashes in Charlottesville. Exactly. Washington, D.C. In July of 2019, the Proud Boys organized a self-described free speech rally near the National Mall, which drew a large crowd of counter-protesters and police monitoring. Penn State, October of 2022, McInnes and right-wing performer Alex Stein were invited to speak at a student-organized event. Penn State ultimately canceled the event about an hour before it was set to begin, citing safety risks, escalating violence, and physical clashes between protesters outside the venue. Okay, gotcha. So it looks like he bailed on Charlottesville and disavowed the person who was a Proud Boy who actually was one of the heads at the event. And then he tried to do the Boston free speech event afterwards, but then he pulled out amid security concerns. Which I say with the lisp, but realistically, I would be concerned after Charlottesville. It was too hot. A lot of people did want to shoot each other after Charlottesville. Kind of a wild day. And Andy B says, I only make 31 an hour, so I'm poor compared to you. Yep, happens to the best of us. Happens to the best of us. Yeah, Severin, I think you've desk popped a couple of times now. Chill the fuck out, bro. Chill out. All right, anyways, I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
I'll use an example. I'll get a little personal because it's just easier for me to think about the things that infected me. In 2016, Gizmodo reported that Facebook moderators were intentionally removing news that appeared in conservative news webs from their trending tab. And the citation was not that they were factually correct. They were op-eds and things like this, things like from the Daily Wire. Gizmodo reports this. When I then commented on this story from a liberal left outlet, in fact, a company that I previously worked for, they claimed that I was spreading misinformation, that I was a conspiracy theorist, and they tried to debunk this narrative, which actually began to propagate among all of the big media outlets. And it actually ended up becoming, I would say, arguably a massive story. Again, I don't know how to quantify, but when you have all of the major institutions and press effectively covering up that big tech platforms were suppressing opposition news, and in fact, we're operating backdoors for intelligence agencies to be able to flag and remove information, I would argue that is also particularly damaging to the structure of our democracy, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree possibly that was the case. This isn't exactly the claim, though, so I don't want to dive too deeply into that. But again, even if I were to grant all of that, that we have some social media companies that are censoring right-wing news, we'll say for even granting political reasons and no other reason given, I mean, you have the President of the United States, using the FCC to try to silence his political opposition on cable news networks, which is just absolutely insane. You've got Donald Trump on Truth Social calling out to indict people based on the same conspiracy theory misinformation that I think alternative media thrives on, the idea that Letitia James and New York prosecution was based off of like a corrupt DOJ entity, that Comey was, corruptly doing, I don't even know the claims involving Comey at this point, that he was involved in the January 6th stuff, that he was lying to Congress, that he was passing off misinformation to the press. Like, all of these things have now built up to where Donald Trump is actually trying to weaponize the DOJ to send them after these people in a way that is just unheard of, prior to this. You have sometimes indictments that don't even go through. You've got indictments that are being dismissed. You've got prosecutors like Lindsay Halligan who aren't even legally appointed, who keep getting dismissed and then reappointed. And all of this comes directly from the misinformation apparatus of the right, that once they're finally in the reins to exercise power to deal with these demons or ghosts that they've spawned, they no longer have the ability to deal with those demons because the demons were never real. I think the Epstein files is a tremendous example of that. We have people like Bongino and people like Kash Patel.
Yeah. Andy B says the censorship at that time was actually insane, and it's insane that people just pretend like it never happened. Yeah. I know. But I'm hoping that we're old enough. I'm talking about me in particular. I'm going to be 40 in the next couple of years. I'm actually turning 39 this year, which absolutely does not send me for a panic attack whatsoever. But the thing is that I'm hoping that enough of us were alive during the time. Even Zoomers were arguably alive during the late 10s and early 20s. They might not have been paying as much attention, but they were alive and they were present. And I'm hoping that enough people were of age between 19 and 22 to remember just absolutely how batshit it was in online. Yeah, woke one was crazy. Woke one, dude, when AOC says woke one was crazy, that's what she's talking about. She's talking about like the progressive zeitgeist being so poisoned that we just accepted that like social media companies were doing whatever the fuck they wanted to do with a bias. And it took the world's richest man buying a social media website and letting Nazis back onto it in order to restore terms of service balance. Now, I never really wanted to say the N-word with ER. I don't think that you should be able to tell people to kill themselves with reckless abandon and have it not be terms of service. But I do think kill yourself within a comedic context should largely be allowed. Like if a politician says something crazy and you're just like, kill yourself. Like that should be normal. That should be fine. Now, if you and all your friends cyberbully someone by constantly posting self-harm, then of course I think that should be moderated. But I think that should be moderated under harassment, not because you said the magic words. You know what I'm saying? So, anyways, I do miss my Twitter profile prior to 2022 because I do think I got like a Twitter profile up to like 20,000 or 30,000. And then I got another Twitter profile up to like 10,000. And then that got permit as well. And after that, I just stopped on Twitter. Like I'll still check my DMs. I'll still, follow people that I like who are creators. I'll do that. But I'm not posting on Twitter as aggressively as I used to have a social media presence on Twitter. Because I've been perm'd twice. Unfortunate.
Hell saying that they knew before getting in that I know that there's huge Epstein file stuff here. I know there's prosecutable, chargeable stuff. And then when they get in, both of them are on TV. They look like toddlers that are being disciplined, sitting next to each other saying like, no, we looked at everything and there's nothing there. And I just don't know if you're a right winger, if you're a centrist, if you're a liberal, how are you supposed to look at right wing media and trust them at all when these claims go completely and totally unverified and unvetted once their guy gets into power?
I largely agree. I think the disagreement in the general claim is that it's unique to one side. I think if you point to the weight of a president, I would agree it's having a president do it. As for like the prosecutions, it's particularly fascinating that the only real indictments that the Trump administration goes towards is like mortgage fraud for Letitia James or whatever. But when you take a look at what the administration under Joe Biden was doing to Trump, it's a lot of, again, misinformation coming from the top down. Going after Jenna Ellis, for instance, one of the most difficult to talk about is Donald Trump's 34 felony counts, for which I have not been able to find someone who can tell me what the underlying crime that Trump was covering up. So that would be one of, if not the first.
Please, God, tell me Destiny can say fraudulent business transaction. This has been kind of dry for me, not gonna lie. But if Steven says the underlying crime is fraudulent business transaction, please, God, oh my God, please let me make sure I'm not spreading misinformation. What was the crime for which Donald Trump got 34 felonies? I almost guarantee you it's fraudulent business transaction. Falsifying business records. Yep. That was it. So in the past 5 years, when was this tried? Under New York law. Okay, when was Trump given 34 felonies? So, May 30th, 2024. In the past 2.5 years, Tim Pool has been incapable of Googling what was Donald Trump convicted of in the New York case. And no lefty has articulated it. That's amazing. I don't know if I believe Tim on this one.
First time in New York state law in history that they did not have a unanimous underlying crime for an upgraded charge of this nature. Additionally, in the court case, they actually said Cohen was never instructed by Trump. Cohen just kind of knew what the boss wanted. Now, when you see the reporting on this, They don't tell you those things. They just say that Trump was indicted. They don't. The corporate press, they do a variety of things, such as qualifying subjective adjectives, where they'll load phrases by saying things like, individual accused Trump, Trump responded without evidence, as if a news organization can assert who did or did not when they didn't. So looking at a president getting arrested more than once, looking at his lawyers getting arrested in numerous states, and largely based off of exaggerations or manipulations, I'll put it this way. It's bad the president was claiming that there was fraudulent election, because that was clearly not what happened. It's bad that that they even brought people down to D.C. for that rally. And then I have to deal with...
No. Wasn't the hold on. Let's Google this, because now I see misinformation in my chat. Don't you guys know that we're liberal and soy around here? Don't you know that we're liberal and soy? Hold on 1 second. What is it? Trump's jury ordered that they did not have to identify underlying criminal statute in Trump case. Judge Juan Merkin instructed the New York jury that they did not need to unanimously agree on which specific underlying crime or unlawful means Trump intended to conceal, as long as they all agreed he intended to conceal some underlying crime. The main charge: Donald Trump faced 34 felony counts of falsifying business records. The felony requirement under New York law, this charge is a misdemeanor unless it's done with the intent to commit or conceal another crime, which elevates it to a felony. The three options. Prosecutors presented three potential underlying categories of unlawful means: violations of the FECA Act, falsification of other business records, or tax law violations. So that is saying that let's say it's a jury of 12. 4 of them could believe that he violated FECA. 4 of them could believe that it was in the furtherance of falsifying other business records. And 4 of them believe that it was in reference to tax violations. They don't have to come to consensus on which one of these was done for the felony enhancement. So I don't fucking know why this is a factor at all. Why is it a factor? If the statute says, I don't even have the brain power to fucking articulate it. If you get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't. I couldn't give a fuck less. I really couldn't. I think this is the equivalent to a squid shitting out ink so it doesn't get eaten by a shark. I think that Tim Pool just did the rhetorical equivalent of shitting ink.
With, again, it's easier to get personal, Jamie Raskin going before Congress and saying Tim Pool told people to come down for January 6th, which is fabricated. Then I get reports from various news outlets saying that I was agitating and calling for these things. You get numerous institutions that have falsely claimed I, as well as many others, were pushing those narratives of voter fraud, which is fabricated outright. I believe the intention there was to make sure that people, they poison the well on shows like mine so that people would not listen to, I don't know, a milquetoast response to the claims that they're making. Simply put, there have been loaded claims across the board throughout liberal media, and I always define the left and the right by blunt and acute. I would say the left-aligned liberal does it way more, the right does it worse, but less.
So I can't speak to any of the personal claims. I won't go personally because I don't know what Raskin said about you personally. But I mean, in terms of the New York State charges, the initial charge had to do with basically bookkeeping fraud, where there was a payment that was done in a way that wasn't accounted for correctly. And I believe the statute of limitations on that charge was 2 years, but they can be upgraded more if it was in the commission of another crime. And I believe the commission of the secondary crime that they cited was that it would have been considered an FEC contribution violation, because Cohen essentially made a contribution to Trump in kind by making these payments to Stormy Daniels to try to kill the news story. Killing the news story wasn't illegal. Him telling Cohen, or essentially, directing Cohen to make these payments, if not explicitly, wasn't illegal. It was the fact that they covered this up with the way that they did their bookkeeping. I am 100% positive that if the Democrats would have done anything even remotely similar, we would have heard about this until the end of time. But because it's Trump, we think that some crimes just aren't real crimes. The other thing you cite, the RICO case, was a Georgia State case. I can't really
It is a fact.
I do have to say, I do love the facial reaction from Destiny when he gets buzzed out. Dude, watch this. If you have the capacity to look at your screen, look at your screen.
That case was a Georgia State. We would have heard about this until the end of time, but because it's Trump, we think that some crimes just aren't real crimes. The other thing you cite, the RICO case, was a Georgia State case. I can't really
Oh, it looks like he just got caught. Caught doing what? I'll let you imagine. Just a little snarking. Just a little snarking as a treat. Just a little snarking as a treat. Just a little snark. Just a little snarky. A little snark as a treat.
It is a fact that in the Trump felony court case, there was no unanimous underlying finding. My next face-off claim is that excess migration is harming the United States.
My obvious question is going to be, what is excess migration? This is one of the topics that is the most annoying to me because I think there is so much good conversation that could be had about what kind of immigrants do we want in the United States, what should the policy look like, but it seems like on the conservative side, it's always just no immigration at all, and then that's it, and it drives me crazy. So when we say excess immigration or excess migration, I'm curious, like, what is your ideal immigration policy in the United States?
This is...
Wait, hold up. Hillary did do that in crickets? Are you talking about the Steele dossier? Are you talking about the Steele dossier? Are you alleging that Hillary Clinton misappropriately paid for the Steele dossier? Because I haven't heard that once. So I am curious what your allegations against Hillary Clinton are. And here's the thing that's really, really, really funny about my community real quick. I'm sorry, I'm just so bored. I really want Steven. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Okay. I liked, past tense, Steven as a person, and I wanted him to do well. I wanted him to stop being sexually reckless and crazy and all that kind of stuff. But right now, I'm watching him do a good faith debate with Tim Pool, and I am so bored. I wish he would be like, take a look at my Snapchat. I just did something gross. Or, call Tim a slur. I'm sorry. I have been permanently warped by Twitch and YouTube politics. My brain is constantly expecting sexual impropriety or slurs. I am so twisted by the Twitch and YouTube political space that two people from different political areas having a relatively sane conversation about their perceptions of current events and news without slurs is physically uncomfortable for me. I need someone to have a sexual allegation or say a slur. So, yeah. So anyways, does someone, Jen Winkler says, when did this come out? Literally in the past, 2 hours. So I just, please, whoever was saying that Hillary Clinton was responsible for misallocating funds in reference to the purchasing of the Steele dossier, or if you have some other financial misappropriation by Hillary Clinton, I would love to discuss it. I would love to talk about how the Clinton Foundation was effectively a State Department slush fund where foreign governments were allowed to donate hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars to the Clinton family while she was serving in the Department of State. And then as a result, they, basically it was at least unethical, if not illegal. I would love to talk about how Chelsea Clinton had a 6-figure salary while running the fucking Clinton Foundation or whatever. I would love to talk about any inappropriate payments during the Steele dossier done by Hillary Clinton. But if you don't have specifics, I'm just going to assume you're throwing shit at the wall. Reservoir says it's that boring. I don't know, man. I guess if you were super into Tim Pool and Destiny as characters, it's not like they're doing bad. I like the chess clock. I like the fact that they're forced to articulate their perspectives under pressure. I like the fact that they're being forced to contend with each other's arguments rather than appealing to logical fallacies or insults. I like all of that. I just think it's very, very, very dry relitigation of problems that they've had with each other's politics for the past decade. And so maybe for me, as a result of listening to Steven a substantial amount of the time, but also listening to Tim Pool some of the time, I feel like I've already heard all this argumentation before. Yeah. Jacanadar says I'm a super policy wonk and this is boring as shit. Okay, good. I'm happy I'm not the only one. Yeah. It's like Finkelstein, Rabini versus Dest and Morris. Good debate. Very fucking boring. Yeah. So, Rezi, let me know what you think about it. But it's, yeah, there is a distinct absence of slurs and sexual impropriety that is my brain is shutting down from.
This is the big challenge, obviously, with the claim, because we're talking about excess migration, which the claim itself is basically saying something is wrong. I think when you look at the Biden administration, we had a weak border policy. I know a lot of people call it open border policy, but you effectively had a standoff between Texas and the federal government where the Biden administration actually lifted the concertina wire, opened up the barriers so that people could come in unvetted. We saw hundreds of thousands of people in certain areas had their court hearings effectively just dropped from the docket. So they're in a de facto, like, secondary citizen. I don't know how you describe it, but they're not here legally, but they're also not pending adjudication for removal or anything. It created this weird scenario. I think immigration is fantastic, and I think the United States wants to focus on brain draining other countries. I know it's often referenced negatively among conservatives because they're like, well, if we take the smart people from that country will get worse, and my attitude is, I don't care. If the best and the brightest want to come to the United States and we're going to use that to be better, be wealthier, that's a good thing. It's, however, a problem when you have an estimated 10 to 20 million people coming in here, and they're largely like farmers or low-skill laborers. This is excess migration that it creates strain on housing, it creates strain on entry-level positions, and it causes cultural damage in the long run.
Even if I were to grant you that, I mean, I feel like the Trump admin has attacked a lot of our high school immigrants harder than
Hold on, we have an okay. I actually like this. Who is this? Level 4 Lobster. Thank you for making me look into this. Okay, let's read this real quick. The Steele dossier was funded by Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign and the Democratic National Committee through their law firm Perkins & Cole. FEC fines. In 2022, the Clinton campaign and the DNC agreed to pay fines for the FEC after it was found they misreported the dossier payments as legal services rather than opposition research. So I do think there's a slight difference in category in that this wasn't opposition research. This was the silencing of potential opposition information. I do think that there's a difference in that one punishment was conducted at the federal level and one was conducted at the state level. And if you want to be a Democrat, then you can go, fuck you, level 4 Lobster. Because these things are different. They're different in category and content. Therefore, you're incorrect and you should eat a wiener. However, I think if you're trying to be good faith and understand someone, then you could go, okay, I see what you're saying. The basically the Clinton campaign misreported legal services for something that they were not allowed to claim for campaign finance, and all that happened was an FEC slap on the wrist. There wasn't any state level prosecutor that went hard after the Clinton campaign for their alleged, campaign finance, whatever, right? Now, interestingly enough, what would the underlying crime would still be misreporting business? Some kind of tax violation? Some kind of income reporting violation? I don't know. I don't know, and I don't care. I'll just say that from level 4 Lobster, that was not the worst faith analogy I've ever encountered, and I see what you're saying, and I'm not going to jump down your throat for saying it.
Than most. The attack on the education and higher institutions of learning, I think, have been a catastrophe for importing high-skilled people. Like, regardless of how you feel about their liberal slant, you want people from China, from Europe to come to the United States to go to our Ivy Leagues. And if you see that the Trump administration is constantly attacking these Ivy Leagues, I think that it doesn't bode well. You see a lot of these students leaving, especially now that a lot of them aren't even having their research funded anymore after the DOGE process kind of tore through the government. You've had a ton of these grants that just aren't being given anymore. The backlog is huge. They don't have the people in the government to go through them. So all of this talent is leaving at our high-skill educational research areas. And then when you go to the high-skill labor areas, you've got like the H-1B visa program is kind of in doubt now. You had a huge fight back and forth between these. Trump wanted to increase the cost for an H-1B that the employee would have to sponsor like $100,000 each, which would basically make these almost non-existent. And then obviously when you look at the, I don't know if you say low skill or, immigration across the border, it seems like Trump is happy to try to close this off and make this essentially zero. So I think for the first time in like 50 years, we've had negative net migration in the United States. And it seems like that's like a celebrated thing. I feel like it's oftentimes rooted in the conservative idea that everything everything in the economy is a zero-sum game, that if there are immigrants coming here and winning, that must mean domestically that somehow we're losing. And I think that's kind of a tragedy because not only have we cut ourselves off from the high-skill immigrants that would come to this country, we're hurting everybody here in this country going forward because now those people are going to take their minds, their talents, their skills to other countries, and we're never really going to be able to recover that because they're just not going to come to the United States anymore.
So this is actually one of the big points of contention is H-1B. H-1B is not high skill. It's when they can't find somebody to fill a particular role. So what we've ended up seeing is there's been exploitation of this, which people are upset about. Notably that the rules around it are you're supposed to advertise the job. If you cannot find someone for it, you can then offer up an H-1B visa to someone else. But what some of these companies will do is they'll put an ad, a tiny little blurb in a local newspaper, claim it satisfies their legal requirements, and then they're hiring like a bank teller or, you know, a little bit higher skill than that. But they're hiring people for like mid-level management through H-1B that they don't need to do. And this is exploitation because they can get it for cheaper than hiring here. This is part of the problem. What we want is the latest in, say, AI engineers to choose the United States over somewhere else. And it needs to be easy enough for them to do. The problem, I think, is not just about the labor. I think one of the big issues you see with conservatives and the reason why they want a moratorium is cultural. So I'll give you a personal example. I used to go to the Christmas.
Okay. This is very funny and very mean. If somebody pointed this out to me, I would kill myself. Okay? So, if you look at Hillary Clinton's name popularity, ever since Bill Clinton got into office in 1993, the popularization of Hillary went off a cliff. The name Hillary for a girl dropped by like 90% within a decade. And then it had a temporary resurgence in the early thousands when they were out of office. And now no one names their child Hillary after 2002 or 2010, excuse me. That if I was Hillary Clinton and I knew that I had ruined the name Hillary for the American population, I would be upset. And then look at Barack. Barack has the opposite story. Barack Obama it was almost nothing in 2007. And then when he was first elected, it exploded in popularity. And then it dropped by 90%, but now it's still at a stable low level. So Barack, beginning to end, exploded in popularity and then went to a relative low line of popularity. Bruh. Somebody wants me to check out Monica. I will check out Monica. 1 second.
Market in Chicago all the time when I was a kid. And there's a bunch of Bavarian-looking shops, and you can get a hot chocolate or a mulled wine and a special little mug they do every year. When you go there now, it's shoulder to shoulder. You can barely get in, and it's largely Chinese and, you know, like South Asian. So you'll see a lot of Indians, Pakistanis. And for a lot of my friends who are local, they're like, I don't go anymore because I can't. It's people I don't recognize. I can't. And it's not an issue of race, obviously. I know some people want to make it that. It's that I go there and I'm shoulder to shoulder with people. I can't even get to one of these buildings, and they're not there for the same reason my families were. There's a view that it takes away from the moral foundation these people had and what they were trying to build when other cultures come in en masse and essentially displace the culture that was there.
There are people who live now who are in their 60s and 70s who say they were fond of the days in the Soviet Union. I think that there are people now, when you speak to your parents, for better or for worse, I'm getting to that age or have gotten to that age to where I look back fondly on things in the past. I mean, we can blame it on immigrants or we can blame it on changing culture, but the reality is as we get older, everybody's going to have the feeling that things are different, that these damn kids are making too much noise in my front yard, that the music is cringe and crazy and doesn't make sense anymore, that movies are edited too quickly and they just don't make them like they used to in the 90s or 2000s. Like, nothing is new or unique. I remember arguing with Candace Owens over how unholy and terrible music was today, and I remember these exact same complaints have been made every single generation prior to this. So, I mean, believe it or not, and this is why I say I hate this conversation so much, I do think there are interesting questions that we can ask about migration. I don't know if it would have to be legal.
Monica also took a very big hit, like a 90% hit, but funnily enough, Monica is more popular than Hillary. Isn't that funny? That the scorned, angry, career-driven wife has depopularized her own name worse than the mistress. That is funny. That God truly does make some fucking funny ass memes. But anyways, but what about it in reference to immigration? Listen, I think this is cringe. I'm not gonna lie. Can I tell you my xenophobic story? So I went as a part of PV. We went down to the University of Miami to try to do a Change My Mind segment, but unfortunately, it was poor timing for everyone. It was like a holiday weekend or something. So we went to the University of Miami, and there was like nobody. Like, I thought that there was going to be like some level of like student body that would stay on campus during this holiday. It was like, I don't know, Thanksgiving or some shit. I don't remember. But nothing. There was nobody. So we went to the local mall in order to talk to people. And there was not, like, seriously, 90% of people did not speak English. It was all Hispanic. Now, could I cry about that? Sure. Oh, no. The shopping mall is all Hispanics. But I'm not a pussy. Okay? I don't care. There were still plenty of attractive people. There were still plenty of people buying Americanized goods. The only thing that I hope is that I hope through public education, a substantial amount of those people's children will speak English by the second and third generation. Right? I do want English. If I could snap my fingers and make English the national language, I would. So is it annoying to have cultural areas that are specifically and predominantly a foreign culture? Sure. Is it something I'm losing sleep about? Absolutely not. I don't care. I don't care. So. Yo no quiero también. What's care in Spanish? Does anybody know? I know quiero is want. What is care? Care. Yo no what? Oh, sorry. I'm getting lazier as the day goes on. My brain is turning to mush. My apologies. Let's see if we can squeeze some more out of this. I do not find Tim Pool's Bavarian sausage market arguments compelling.
Or not, but as a qualifier of immigrating, I actually am not fully opposed to having like an English language requirement in the United States, regardless of how well you think cultures can mesh. I don't know if they ever can, if people can't even communicate with each other. So I mean, but those conversations can't even happen because the entire system is just top to bottom always.
Yo no concerno también. True. Yo no concerno. Yo no quiero. Nice.
Under assault. You've said this thing now that like there might be some abuses of the H-1B system. I don't know if it's explicitly called out in the visa as high-skilled labor, but because I think it's a $10,000 fee attached to sponsoring a worker to come over for an H-1B, there are definitionally always going to be some type of high-skilled labor. Now, high-skill doesn't mean, you're literally in the Tesla factory, building rocket ships and cars or whatever. It could mean that, a manager position or a middle management position at a bank is probably definitionally some kind of like 4-year degree, like high-skill position compared to working at a fast food restaurant. But it can't just be, I don't know how to counter this claim. I hear this so many times that, if my child were to take markers and acrylic crayon and just completely destroy the wall in his room, and then somebody were to come down the street with a bulldozer and destroy my entire house, and my neighbors would ask, what the hell are you doing? Why'd you bulldoze your whole house? And I'm like, well, the wall was completely messed up, but you got to admit, like, at least we fixed that problem. Like, nobody would look at me like a sane person. But it seems like so many times Trump can take like a sledgehammer to so much of the economy and so much of the country. And we can say, well, there was like an issue there with the H-1B system, so let's make them all $100,000. Or, well, there was an H-1B issue, so let's start a race war on X related to Indians and whether or not they should be in the United States, and whether or not Vivek Ramaswamy is going to, lead one side against, I don't even know who's on the other side of these debates. Like, I just think, J.D. Vance, I think, was for that one. I just, like, for whatever issues that we have with immigration, I think that it is worth giving a lot of thought to this conversation, and the thought can't follow, I've put a moratorium on all immigration, we close the border to the south, and we don't want anybody to come here because every time a foreign worker comes here, he takes an American job, and that's it. And I feel like that's the issue with the Trump administration. Like, what is one coherent, like, nuanced position that you feel like Donald Trump and his administration have taken with regards to immigration?
Oh, man, nuanced position.
I'm good. We've stolen sufficient content from Jubilee. We are at timestamp 55. Ah, fuck. There's only 8 minutes left. I guess we should finish it. When's my next conversation with Ryan Mulally? I don't know. I'll DM him. Should I finish it at 1.5? Yeah, I'll finish it at 1.5. Give me a second.
I'm not sure that anyone's taken a nuanced position on anything. And it's not so much a point to say that all Democrats and all Republicans are unreasonable. It's that there's a hyperpolarization between the Republican, Democrat, left, right, however you want to define these two, I guess, tribal political cultures that we have.
Sorry, if I'm going to be here for another 20 minutes anyways. I actually like Steven's analogy. I like it. It's like, okay, well, you know, this wall in my house is messed up. Let's take it out with a bulldozer. Well, I clearly reset the wall, so now we can build a good wall. Well, nobody's going to give a shit about that if you destroy the house. And that does feel like what the Trump administration does. They take an actual problem, they blow it up out of proportion, then they do something that sucks that doesn't fix the original problem. And if anything, it makes everything else substantially worse. And I'm happy that Tim Pool recognized the humor in it and acknowledged it. Maybe he hasn't even acknowledged it, but I feel like his humorous laugh acknowledged that he at least understands the concept. Now, I'm going to say, despite my snarking of Steven, I do pray that he gets his personal shit together. And I do pray that by talking to one of his avowed enemies, someone whose platform was denied to Steven for years, I hope the fraternity that Steven and Tim have extended to each other today becomes a fruitful relationship that brings us excellent content in the future.
And so I view this similarly as the discussion we were having earlier. Trump does take a sledgehammer a lot of the time, and it's because there's nothing else to be done. And so I don't completely disagree when you say, like, a sledgehammer is not a solution, it's a dangerous way to implement things. And then I look at that and I nod along and I say, there's no other way to go about doing things, right? You have 4 years under Joe Biden with de facto, what was called TPS, right? Bringing in key different areas, hundreds of thousands of people, opening up the border completely, suing the state. The state of Arizona was sued to remove their border barrier, which was shipping containers. Texas was sued to remove their border barrier, which was fencing and concertina wire. That's an extreme stance. In fact, you know, I recently did a show with Jason Ellis, who's absolutely fantastic. And when I showed him the video of the forklift raising up the concertina wire, he could not believe, because it is such an extreme thing to do, that the Biden administration would actually open barriers to allow people to illegally enter the country. That is excess migration. So to advance this, I would say it's not just about the skilled labor and the jobs I think that matters. There's another issue of culture. That we in the United States, we believe in, you know, things like that are in the Bill of Rights. The reason why they're in the Bill of Rights are, we can talk about the root of these things, but we believe in free speech, we believe in a right to a speedy trial, we believe in innocent until proven guilty. Well, people in China, for instance, they don't have these moral frameworks. They don't. They have a different legal structure. And so you bring in a bunch of people from various other countries, they are not going to run government the same way Americans would. And this is not a race thing. People born in this country who will learn its history and learn its cultures and are taught these things about how our government works tend to agree to a greater extent. On a bell curve, obviously, there's going to be progressives, there's going to be conservatives, they're going to pull left and right.
This is why I'm a huge proponent of integration. Jacanadar points out that Miami has always been a Hispanic ethno-religious enclave. You know, predominantly Catholic, predominantly Cuban, predominantly Hispanic immigrant. Yeah, sure. And I agree with you. But I do think that if that's true on an integrative level, people who are generationally American, let's say that in the 1980s, it was a Hispanic enclave that primarily spoke Spanish. Then by the 2010s, I would want everybody under the age of 30 to speak English. You know what I'm saying? It's not even like a bigoted thing. It's like, this is the country you move to. So just as an example, when I moved to Belgium, there are a lot of Americans who work there for military contractors and on the base. And if you work in an American institution or if you work on the military base, you're obviously going to continue to speak English. But I don't think it's incumbent upon the Belgians to say, oh, well, all these Americans move here and they primarily speak English. So as a result, we're going to force the entirety of our country in order to speak English. No. It's incumbent upon Americans to learn French. So, Jacanadar says most do. They are bilingual. I know, but whenever we asked them whether or not they spoke English, they all said no. I bet a substantial amount of them did speak English. They just didn't want to talk to us.
But you bring in people who overtly just don't know or don't care, and you are going to fundamentally alter the structure of your government, to which you'll build enclaves. You'll build places such as Dearborn, Michigan, which has a heavier slant towards Islam. I don't get too specific and single out any particular group, but we end up seeing groups of people come in that aren't integrating all the same. And when they get power in a particular area, they enforce laws very, very differently. This is resulting in conservatives saying, let's pause for a minute, let the American way of life sort of reform and solidify before we open the door again.
I was born in 1988. I think I was around 13 or 14 when 9/11 happened. I feel like the biggest threat that I've been told by conservatives for the longest time would be some sort of like Islamic jihad, Islamist theocratic regime popping up in the United States. And you talk about like a common culture.
Bullshit. I'm calling bullshit on that. It was always jihadist terrorism. There was never that. No, fuck this. Fuck this. Like, listen, if you want to go on to Fox News and have a few pundits bitch about like closed off Muslim communities or whatever, but I guarantee you 99.9% of the rhetoric repeating from mass Muslim immigration was not because we believe that there was going to be a population theocratic takeover of the United States, but there were going to be enclaves that would be Muslim theocratic, and there would be jihadist terrorism. I fucking reject this. I'm sure you can find some schizo aunts, grandmas, grandpas, even some schizo coverage from Fox News where they're like, in this town in Texas, it went from 80% Christian in 1965 to 95% Muslim in 2006. And as a result, they are implementing Sharia law and they are cutting the clitorises off of their residents. I guarantee you that shit happened. But a national level theocratic takeover? Get the fuck out of here. Fuck out of here.
That we need to solidify in the United States. I guess like when I look at the Middle East and I think of like the worst of what an Islamic theocratic regime could look like in the United States, at some point, I don't know how far off it is from, NordVPN probably does 100x the business now because like half the conservative states in this country have made it illegal to watch pornography, without like 3D scanning your face on your phone, like every 10 minutes. Or I look at, I think Texas state troopers are accessing like 80-some thousand flock cameras to try to find a woman that they thought drove to another state to have an abortion. Or Paxton is trying to extradite a doctor from New York because he felt like he shipped in Plan B pills or something and he thinks that should be illegal across the entire country. I see the United States is involved in, we don't say it because we're Christian and Christian is the default, but if we were any other religion, if Donald Trump held up a Quran instead of the Bible and said this is the most important book in the world, and then went to the Middle East on behalf of Saudi Arabia instead of Israel, and said that it's because we think that Saudi Arabia has a right to be here like Israel does, I think that everybody would call it a holy war. But because it's Christianity and Judaism, I guess we don't feel that way. Like all the worries of a theocratic Islam.
Weirdly enough, I think this is really funny in light of the fact that Donald Trump keeps ending his tweets with inshallah, and he keeps like Allah willing. he keeps doing the inshallah and God willing and praise be to Allah and like all that kind of stuff in his tweets.
Regime I see playing out 100-fold over, with the white Christian people in this country. Not to knock religion in general. I'm just this idea of some cohesive American culture. I mean, part of American culture is we've always had this big tension between different groups of people. Arguably, the tension and the disparities in some of our culture, I think you could say, produce other culture. You mentioned skating. When I was growing up, like the skaters, skateboarders, or rollerbladers were almost kind of. I mean, this is true of every young group of people. We're kind of like these people that were always getting into trouble, that were in places that they weren't supposed to be, were somewhat rebellious against their parents, always had different political beliefs, and were doing whatever else. I don't know what it means to say we need to have some cohesive culture before we turn the immigration button back on. I don't know if that's ever been a factor in all of U.S. history. I certainly don't hear this being presented by the current administration. And again, I don't know how any of the current policies that the Trump administration is trying to do via executive order is getting us any closer to that ideal. All I see them doing is taking away from our best and brightest, hurting our economy, hurting our higher education, hurting farmers and ag workers here. What would be, in your mind, a successful achievement at the end of this Trump term where you're thinking, I think Trump did a good thing, he accomplished something? Like, what are you looking for him to accomplish that you think is realistic given what he's currently done?
All right. Fellrunner says, don't tell Sam, but I forgot to turn the convection oven on for my Costco smoked ham and cheese pastries. Okay, nobody tell Sam. Especially if Sam is still in chat. No one tell Sam that Fellrunner forgot to turn on the convection oven of his Costco smoked ham and cheese pastries. No one tell him.
I think he's accomplished closing off the southern border. I'm totally happy to have every single person in the world immigrate to the United States. It's not physically possible, but it's got to be done in a way that we can track for these individuals, that they can...
Fuck. Jen Winkler says, Connor, did you see the federal court rule that AIC SAM material was okay to possess? I just saw it in Washington Post and I'm shocked. Let's kill these people with fire. Hold on. Jen Winkler's delaying how much longer we're going to be live for. Google. Federal court rules that possession of AICSAM is legal. Let's kill these people. Big day for food shops. A federal appeals court ruled that First Amendment protects the private in-home possession of AI-generated child sex abuse material as long as the images do not depict a real person. The judge, John Z. Lee, John Z. Lee, I'm pretty sure Food Shops is of Chinese or Taiwanese descent. Maybe John Z. Lee is a relative. Wrote the ruling for the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Seventh Circuit. The decision came from United States versus Anderegg, involving a Wisconsin man accused of using AI tools to create explicit images of fictional minors. Big day for Food Shops. The court applied old Supreme Court precedent Stanley versus Georgia and Ashcroft versus Free Speech Coalition, which protects the right to privately possess obscene virtual material in one's home. Okay, let's kill these people with fire. All right, let's go. Anyways.
And assimilate properly, like you mentioned. English language is probably important so that you can participate in our culture. There's a reaction from a lot of people, progressives, where they think, telling them to speak English is, racist or offensive. But the issue is, like, I saw this when I went to Sweden. If you bring in a large group of people and they don't speak the language, they can't get jobs, they can't work, they end up in poverty, and you create ghettos and slums where these people suffer. So if we want to maximize the potential of anyone coming to the United States, they need the ability to live and function, which means proper placement, which means tracking for how many people can fit in certain areas for economic reasons. The cultural issue is not about religion or anything particularly. It's about structure of governance.
Randy Chang says I disavow. Stop the xenophobia. Everybody, even though I started it, everybody stop the xenophobia right now.
If we were to bring in 1 billion, Muslims into the United States just overnight, they would all vote for an Islamic form of government, and that would fundamentally alter the structure of our laws. It would structure how our courts handle things in a way that I think most people here, even progressives, would deeply, deeply not like. Don't get me wrong, I think a lot of Christians would actually really like some of it. Like they've got pretty intense laws in Saudi Arabia and the Emirates or whatever that cut your hands off if you steal. But that's the issue. If we want free speech, if we want the presumption of innocence, things of that nature, the larger umbrella needs to be the American tradition and not diluted and broken down where you have various different factions that can outvote you or politicians will pander to, because the American tradition is not so much baseball and apple pie as much as it kind of is. It's how we handle our legal issues, it's how we handle lawsuits, it's how we handle permitting and things like that.
I guess it would be easier for me to buy this if there was a single positive vision of immigration ever presented by conservatives. And then, I just don't see any plan. I didn't even hear an answer, I guess, precisely there. Like, what would be a good thing that Trump could do? Like, we have shutting down the border, but it's just always like a negatively phrased thing, like no immigration here, shut down the border here, shut down this thing here. Like, what is a positive thing that Trump could do for immigration in the future? I haven't heard a single type of immigrant that he would want in this country, or a single type of person that he would want in this country, or a single policy beyond just shutting stuff down and then walking away from it.
Well, he did the golden visas, which a lot of people think was unique to Trump. I mean, it's ridiculous that he makes it like the golden thing with his face on it. But bringing in high-skill immigrants, I think, would be a good idea.
I mean, I thought the golden visas were kind of dumb because it was like $1 million visa, and anybody that has $1 million to blow on a visa probably could have found a million other ways into the United States regardless. I just think sometimes the way that people phrase things makes it hard to believe that you're genuinely trying to do something good. I think a fair criticism of progressives for a long time is it's hard to feel like you are trying to stand up for minority rights when you're constantly just attacking white men over and over and over again. And I think it's fair to feel that grievance, but when you look at the Trump administration, it's just negative thing after negative thing about Muslims, shithole countries, and Haitians eating dogs. It's hard to feel like there's a positive vision there for immigrants that could contribute to the United States.
It might be the most boring of debates because I think you're rational. If you want to get an entertaining show on the internet, you just get two people who are wrong about everything and scream at each other.
I think they should be attached to zappers. And if you talk over or whatever, they start to shock you if you're too much.
Good talking with you.
Thanks.
Anyways, I know okay, dude, there's the friend part, there's the creator part, and all that jazz, right? So I guess the friend part is former friend part, ex-friend part, whatever you want to call it. I genuinely hope Steven gets his shit together. I hope he stops being such a goofy gooner and doing gross shit, and I hope he prioritizes his professional endeavors more than he does his personal shit. And as a result, he stops doing weird, gross shit, and he stops hurting himself and stops hurting other people and stops hurting his career and all that kind of crap. I would love to see more content between Tim and him that were more spicy. Now, the content creator side of it is just like, yeah, keep burning out, man. Keep doxing people, keep saying wild shit, keep talking shit about other people, keep having a wild personal life, keep doing all that shit because, as a critic, you're just giving me ammunition. So, yeah. I hope Steven on a personal level, I hope Steven stops being such an asshole. On a professional level, thank you for the content. Anyways, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats, if you got them, memberships, you got them, a parasocial love you. Thank you to the 50 to 70 people who hung out with us today. I'm going to thank all the people who donated. We will be on Counterpoints Politics starting next week. So Monday, I'm probably going to be streaming on Valor Media Network since I missed yesterday. I was probably going to take Monday off otherwise, just because I figured we were moving into the new things. But Monday is going to be the last day on Valor Media Network. And after that, we are transitioning to Counterpoints Politics, and we will be an independent stream. So I hope you guys have enjoyed the content. Old school, grassroots, hedonic Samuel, Kilo Tonics, Rifleman, Kilo, Real Serious, Kilo, Rifleman, Doobie, Rifleman, Grassroots with the 10 gifted, and Grassroots again. Thank you, Kings and Queens, for your financial support. Thank you for your viewership. Let me check in with chat one last time before I dip out. Nameless says, got to make your morals feel different from your legal system, but that's too much for the conservative brain. Well, I mean, I think legal is, laws are oftentimes legislated morality. So, I mean, you can say that from a utilitarian standpoint, this thing has this benefit or that benefit. Here's a utilitarian analysis for why, even if we morally object to something, we shouldn't legislate it. This, that, the other. Like, I'm okay with differentiating moral from legal, but I also think that legal is ultimately an extension of moral. And part of the reason why we have a liberal system where we try to legislate, I know we don't really do this, but we try, legislate as minimally as possible, is because we want to say part of enforcing law is sending armed men to your house and incarcerating you. So if we're going to do that, the harm that you are causing has to be significant enough that we are comfortable sending armed men to your house in order to incarcerate you. Now, for me, somebody who is spending all day or even part of their lives generating child sex abuse material through artificial intelligence in order to likely not only consume it themselves, but also to spread it to other people, I am comfortable sending armed men to that person's house to detain and incarcerate said person. But I am of the more puritanical, ilk. So, yeah. AK Batusai says, Destiny could have been a 10 million view streamer, but he decided to want to do politics, and he's probably going to get up to 1 million and stagnate. Well, we should all be so lucky. CJ Mosley says, I don't think Destiny is going to stop being a degenerate anytime soon, Connor. Nor do I, but we can pray. Targun says, would you prefer that pedos looked for the real stuff instead? No, I would prefer if they were incarcerated for both, Targun. If you generate child sex abuse material within the comfort of your own home and then you consume it, similar to how if you were generating methamphetamine within your own home to consume it, I think you should be incarcerated. Same thing with if you seek out the real thing. If you seek out the real thing, you should be incarcerated. So, sorry, I don't like people who want to have sex with kids, and I do think that they should be incarcerated for everybody else's safety. So, anyways, AK Batusai says, for me, it's easier to draw moral lines at whether we celebrate and promote something, and if we say we aren't going to promote it and celebrate a thing, that is not something we want to push as a society. Correct. I do want... There should be the cultural and legal distinction because, once again, if I think something should be illegal, I am saying armed men should come to you and stop you from doing that thing. And that thing, that sending armed men after you is a hard, like, that is a tough thing because people will kill each other in that antagonism, in that fight. The armed men that we appoint as a society to send to your home, some of them will be killed, and some of the people who will be sent law enforcement after, I don't know the detainees, some of the detainees will be killed. So you have to count the harm of sending armed men after human beings and the ensuing death as a result against the action that you want to prohibit. So I think that crosses a threshold that I'm okay with sending armed men to stop. If you're not, I understand. See, and Dr. Zaya says, I should be allowed to make heroin in my own house. See, and that's a very liberal or libertarian attitude. Some people have a libertarian attitude of, I can hurt myself as long as I'm producing something that hurts myself within the privacy of my own miniature kingdom. And I'm saying, no, fuck you, and fuck your kingdom, and fuck your heroin, And fuck your AI generated CSAM. I want cops to come detain you for it. And if we disagree, it is what it is. But sending Ahmed to my house to steal and use my AI. Whoa, hey. What? I have no idea. Ahmed is a cop's name? That's not where I went with that. I thought you were talking about Muslim immigrants, dude. I had no idea what the fuck you were talking about, Nameless Henchman. That is... Are you in the United Kingdom? Is that why your law enforcement officer's named is Ahmed? Because that would actually explain a lot. That would explain a lot. I should be able to shoot virtual heroin. Thank you very much. Okay, well, have fun with that. Actually, don't. Don't have fun with that. How about people who consume AI-generated murder material? No. I don't view homicide and abusing children as the same. I think there's potentially moral homicide. I don't think there's potentially moral CSAM. I don't think it exists. So. Muslim immigrants can't be a cop? Yeah, sorry, that's my bad. That's my bad for being racist. But guess what? We get to be more bigoted next Tuesday. Next Tuesday, we can be as long as it's within terms of service, we can be as bigoted as we want. It's going to be awesome. Oh my God, it's going to be so good. It's going to be so good. It's going to be so good and so bad. We are going to be off the chain next week. It's going to be crazy pants. All right. Anyways, thank you to the 50 people who have hung out. I do parasocially love you. Big day for food shops. Congratulations to her. What if it's about murdering children? Well, what kind of children are they? Are they demonically possessed? Then maybe child murder is justified. What about what if you have postpartum disorder? You know? What if you have postpartum depression, just like that lady that all the women are supporting? Bring food shops in for the channel housewarming party. No thanks. Yeah, tomorrow will probably be 9 p.m. EST. Yep, 9 p.m. EST. GG, easy. Yep, hope you guys have a beautiful day. I'll see you guys on Monday at 9:30 a.m. But if you want to stop by Counterpoints Politics at 9 p.m. EST tomorrow evening, there's like a 95% chance I'll be doing a community night tomorrow. Yeah. Wokey John says community night tomorrow confirmed at 9 EST. 95% confirmed. If I get sick or if there's a familial emergency or I don't know, I stub my toe really bad, I want to reserve the 5% chance of not doing it. But there's a 95% chance I'll be there tomorrow. So, all right. Anyways, bye guys. Have fun.